Good morning and welcome to special meeting of council for the Township of Minden Hills for Monday, December 15th, 2025. Purpose of this meeting is to um, discuss the budget and before we start, just wanted to make a couple of comments. This is the first budget that we have presented under the new regulations. It is now the duty of the mayor to propose the budget. And in discussion with many other mayors, I found that there were very different approaches being taken to put a budget together. Now, I was in a bit of a unique situation because I'm on the finance committee, or had the finance committee at the county, so I was privy to the whole development of the county budget that was taking place parallel to this. Now, our budget is our best estimate for the upcoming year. And it's always a balancing act to make sure that you can maintain and enhance services, facilities, infrastructure required to make Minden Hills a desirable place for families to live and grow now and into the future. But at the same time, affordability becomes a really large factor in in to consider in preparing the budget. This year, we were granted extra money from the province, which was very welcome. Unfortunately, over 80% of that um, new money, if you want to call it that, was consumed by the 11% increase of the for the OPP. Inflationary pressures um, across the whole organization have not abated, and it's particularly important that an awful lot of the things that we do that involve materials and construction and so on, the inflation rates there are much higher than they are in just the general inflation. So in looking at everything that we had to do, um, you know, we looked at making sure that we could enhance our service levels where possible, have a robust capital expenditure program, which in a lot of cases is buildings, but particularly roads, because we don't want to get behind on that. We have been putting aside money into reserves for future capital needs, and that's become even more important to us as we were doing our fixed asset planning. But this year's budget does include or continue where the 1.5% that we have been putting aside for future capital needs. So the idea is to, maintain our healthy reserves, ensure fiscal responsibility, ensure that we have the services and infrastructure that we need. And so turning that over to um, staff and saying, okay, gang, these are all the things we have to do. Figure out how you can do it within your budget. Now, the first round of budgets that that came out, there was, I would say, some wishful thinking in some areas, but basically everybody went and left no stone unturned in looking at, going back, not only looking at last year, but previous years to that to make sure that we were going to be putting together a budget that did what was required for the municipality, but also that was fiscally responsible and affordable for the people who live here. So at the end of the day, we end up with an all-in tax increase of 3.95%, um, which is, I think, reasonable as I look across the province at the numbers, you know, they're all over the board. But you know, we tried to ensure that people who live here can continue to afford to live here. And that's a very large challenge. So with that, what today's meeting is the first part of today's meeting is a public meeting, and that we will accept any input from the public on both parts of our budget. First of all, talking about water, wastewater, and then secondly, about the overall budget. So in the public meeting, public will have the opportunity to talk. Council will be uh, able to try to clarify with the public and, you know, anything that they have said, and to see, make sure that we understand it. And then as we come out of the public meeting, we will go back into our regular meeting, at which time council has an opportunity to debate the budget in its totality. So with that, Madam Clerk, if you'll call a roll call.
Counselor Sisson,
Present.
Counselor Saini,
Present.
Counselor McKelvey,
Present.
Counselor Johansson,
Present.
Counselor Ingram,
Present.
Deputy Marshall,
Present.
Mayor Carter.
Present. We respectfully acknowledge that the Township of Minden Hills is located on Treaty 20 Michisagi territory and in the traditional territory of the Michisagi and Chippewa nations, collectively known as the Williams Treaties First Nations, which are Curve Lake, Rama, Hiawatha, Alderville, Scugog Island, Beausoleil, and Georgina Island First Nations. We acknowledge the shared presence of Indigenous nations throughout the area and recognize its original Indigenous inhabitants as the stewards of its lands and waters since time immemorial. I call this meeting to order at 9:08 a.m. Madam Clerk, if you'll read the motion.
Moved by Counselor Saini, seconded by Counselor Johansson. Be it resolved that the December 15th, 2025 special council meeting agenda be approved as circulated.
All those in favor? It is carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Yes, I know you all have to pay the taxes that we decide on, but aside from that. Okay, seeing none. Then read the
Moved by Counselor Ingram, seconded by Counselor Saini, that council adjourn its special meeting of council at 9:09 a.m. to proceed into public meeting regarding the 2026 mayoral budget.
Those in favor? That is carried. I call this public meeting to order at 9:09 a.m. This public meeting is held to receive public input regarding the 2026 budget. So we start off with Aqua, who is joining us to discuss the rate study. So well, they're going to present and then the public can make comments on that. Who's doing Aqua?
Hello?
In the fog.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, in terms of the rate supported budget, Mr. Jason Yonker from Aqua, he'll present his rate study. Ms. Blanchard and I will present more detail to council and the public on our water and wastewater systems. We'll talk about proposed rate increases for 2026, and we'll identify what we recommend as follow-up work related to some areas for consideration from the rate study and from council input. Thank you.
Okay, so who's starting?
Mr. Yonker is going to talk about his revised rate study. Mr. Mayor.
Hello. Can you all hear me?
We can. Please start when you're ready.
Okay. From the previous version of the rate study, I did revise it based on some of the comments I received. And I'll just kind of won't go over everything in the rate study because there is a lot of stuff that's still the same. So I'll kind of focus on the changes that have been made. So one thing was pointed out was the table 1 was actually listing the 2024 rates. I just corrected it to the 2025 rates. So it is the present existing water rates. On the budget expenditures, I was trying to get a little more accurate in some of the other operating expenses for the water system. This was including some of the budget overruns that had already occurred. Although this was making it technically more accurate, it was making things a little bit more confusing since they didn't align. So just corrected that back to the 2025 budgets. On the wastewater capital expenditure, after some discussions with operations, the $100,000 yearly hydrant replacement, I've been told is accurate. This was just such a high number that's so outside of usual pricing for hydrant replacements that I did not actually think it was real. Usually it's around $10,000 per year for hydrant replacements for a community of your size. So I just kind of corrected it to the $100,000. And my advice on that is just to seek out alternatives in the future. Might be able to try to get that price down a little bit. On the expenditure forecast, when I'm looking at the kind of expenditure forecast, I get in data from Aqua, and the next contract increase for kind of the 2026-2027 is a 9% increase for Aqua's expenses. When I apportion that based on what Aqua's thinking of between water and wastewater, it was pretty heavy on the wastewater side and not as heavy on the water side. It kind of simplified that down to being a 9% increase on what is historically the water and wastewater of Minden, and it works out to be the same collectively. It does shift some of the cost onto the water system from where it was. So I think it simplifies things a little bit, just doing that sort of change from historical costs as opposed to putting things a little bit, changing things based on my apportionment of the Aqua contract, which again, it doesn't view things as water or wastewater, views it kind of collectively. There was a little bit of an issue with looking at the population and kind of judging that increasing population associated with the water system, because not all the increasing population is on the water and wastewater system. To kind of address that, I looked at a historical flow analysis, try to kind of see the trends historically. And there is definitely a positive trend in increasing sewage into the sewage treatment plant over the last 7 years. So it kind of matches up with the increasing population and matches up with my recommendation that over the next 10 years, there is going to be a requirement for some sort of capacity upgrade or some very extensive I&I work. As you can see from this, sometimes when you do have I&I work, the peaks do decrease. But over the last few years, we're having more and more days when the increasing or the sewage flow is higher than the plant capacity. Plant can handle 1 day over, but when you start getting weeks and weeks over, it's too much for a system and you can get issues. Just want to look at that. So with the changes above, there's a change to the 2% projection for the water system and wastewater system. This does previously the water system looked kind of flat in terms of its projection. In the 2% projection now, it does decrease by about $1 million in the long term being about 25 years. Again, not too bad, but it would be better if this stayed around $2 million. On the wastewater side, things look a little bit better than they were previously, but there is still a long-term decrease into the negatives for the wastewater reserve going into debt. So still issues on the wastewater side, but without the relatively healthy water system, there's no real reason to do the 14% water to wastewater revenue shift that I had previously proposed. So that was one of the big changes I made. I did remove the 14% revenue shift. And now we're just kind of looking purely at the increasing wastewater rates and balancing out water rates individually. So on the billing structure recommendations, I had previously recommended addressing the imbalance on non-metered users, or kind of the flat fee users. There are flat fee users for Minden and Lutterworth Water, and there are flat fee on the Minden system as well. Trying to kind of unite all that and propose something kind of fair and equitable arrangement. These numbers that are presented here are the average system user fees. So kind of adding up all the number of users on the system, dividing them by a total of average fees that are coming in, this is what you're getting. And it's not too unreasonable. It does bring costs down, I think, for the Minden water system, and keeps things a little bit more equitable across all the different flat fee users. Billing recommendation number 2, water and wastewater rate increases. Again, this is to address the decrease in the water system. So as instead of going down to $1 million, it stays above 1.5 and increases back to 2 in the long term for the water system. On the wastewater system, instead of going into debt, this does increase the water system reserve. But again, the projections for capacity indicate that there will likely be a major spend on the wastewater system in the 2030 range. So don't know when in the 2030s, but there's likely going to be a major capacity increase during that time. And that's kind of just to account for it. Table 7 includes a breakdown of the rates in order to address this change. Recommended to have 2 years at 5% rate increase for the water system, and for the wastewater system, 1 year at 10 and 4 years at 5. This might imbalance things in the long term. So just to kind of correct things, I did have 5 years at 0 in the long term. But again, once you get past about next 10 years, the crystal ball gets a little fuzzy. So I don't want you to hold me for the 2045 numbers there. In terms of the overall structure of the system, I don't think we need to change anything. Having a flat fee is not, I wholly recommend switching out any flat fee users over to a metered fee, but there are times when meters break down, so always having a flat fee as kind of a backup is good. Minimum metered fees are kind of common in communities of your size, so also maintaining that is recommended as well. Billing structure recommendation number 4, addressing the RV dumping. This recommendation is from the town itself to form a dedicated township account to account for the RV dumping itself, apply only a minimum charge. And so it kind of avoids the financial burden on the ratepayers, but maintaining incentives for responsible disposal. And finally, kind of a big issue that came up in the previous meeting was multi-residences and minimum billing on multi-residences and commercial users. So this is a little bit of a trickier issue, and I kind of go into a lot more detail in these explanations in some of the previous recommendations because it's more complexity. Usually you don't have multi-residence issues when you get to a really large community, but on communities that do use minimum billing, this can rise as something that comes up. So in terms of equity, you don't want to impose a multi-residence minimum fee on every, based on like every unit, because one, multi-resident systems have a lower level occupancy level. So just based on number of people per unit, it is more likely that the apartments will be having less people and less usage. So applying a minimum fee that is the same as a much larger single detached residence isn't as equitable and can hit people harder, especially since people in multi-residences aren't usually the most financially well-off people in the community. Also, you don't want to apply one flat multi-residence minimum fee to every multi-residence, because you do have multi-residences that are quite large, maybe apartment buildings, and then you have much smaller systems that could just be a few like townhouses connected. So both might count as multi-residences, but you don't want to apply the rates for 4-unit as a 30-unit. So this results in what is usually kind of a percentage of the minimum fee based on number of units. So 20-unit building applying at a 70 to 80% rate of minimum billing means that the 20-unit building would have a minimum billing fee of the equivalent of 14 to 16 single residential minimum bills combined. Likewise, setting commercial minimum billing at around 200% is relatively common across Ontario. In terms of the percentage, which is kind of what it comes down to, we do see it going anywhere from about 60 to 80%. Starting off, I would kind of advise going a little bit lower than 80%, maybe down to 70%. The whole idea is that minimum billing would hit all residents in Minden Hills at around the same percentage chance. So that someone living in an apartment might have the same percentage chance to be hit with a minimum bill as someone living in a single detached house. Just their minimum bill would be lower. Anyway, kind of takes it to the end of the changes for the system. And the conclusion just outlines the revised changes made in the recommendations. Added the Appendix A, which is a breakdown of the calculations for the 2025 budget. And added the Appendix B, which is a breakdown of the predictive maintenance requirements for the water and wastewater system. That's it. Any questions?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Blanchard and I can present our presentation if you're ready. It's up to you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, it provides council with more detail related to the specific Minden Hills water and wastewater systems. So, you know, I may suggest we go through that if you would. Okay. I'll just ask our deputy clerk to put up the 2026 water wastewater package. So that would be tab. Right. So your rate supported budget, I think it's tab 4. Is that, did I get the tab right? Tab 3, folks. So thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Ms. Blanchard and I will tag team through this presentation. So you heard from Aqua a presentation on their proposed rate study. What I will say to Council is a rate study is simply a tool for us to use in working with Council related to our water and wastewater systems. As you know, Aqua manages our water and wastewater systems for the township. We have 628 water customers and 583 wastewater customers. When we talk about the systems, It's the Village of Minden's water and wastewater systems and Lutterworth Pines water systems, just so people understand what we're talking about. In terms of a rate study, we should be using information every year to set our annual budgets, long-range forecasts, and propose rate increases to council. So it should be reviewed annually, and about every 5 years, we should do a deeper dive review of rates. In terms of preparing this budget for you, council, we took into consideration rate study, inflation, what Aqua had prepared as a 5-year maintenance and capital plan. There are some administrative costs from Public Works and Finance that also get assigned to the water and wastewater systems for our staff to manage certain aspects of the system. And what I would say is high inflation continues to put pressure on our goal of balancing the requirements to maintain the system with affordability for our users. With that, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Blanchard is going to talk specifically. I didn't direct our deputy clerk. We're on about slide 3 now. 5, sorry. So I just talked about Aqua, the rate study, and the process for maintaining the budget. Ms. Blanchard's going to go into more detail related to the system itself.
Good morning, Council. So we've got slide number 5 popped up there. A couple of summaries that prepared for you. The first one at the top is a snapshot of what the third quarter billing of 2025 looked like. So while the CAO mentioned 628 accounts, we actually work through users and account numbers in the system because we bill separately for water and for wastewater. So under each of those categories, you can see there that we bill 3 different ways. So we have people that are metered. We have folks that are not metered. So we base their billing on, we call it flat rate in the finance department, only for ease of separating it in the software. Technically, it is minimum billing. So they're not metered, so they just get a minimum billing each quarter. And then, of course, under the water section, we have the folks at Lutterworth Pines who are also not on meters. So they also, through a separate bylaw, are billed a flat rate. So as noted, we bill quarterly in the finance department. And at the end of each year, if there are any outstanding balances on these accounts, we transfer them to the tax account annually. So the second part of the slide here at the bottom, that's just providing council with just a little bit of history on the consumption since 2022. So you can see actually a bit of an increase overall each and every year. The bottom quarter is the third quarter reading, because obviously we won't be getting to that until early in 26 before that billing goes out. And what you see there, though, from 22 to 24 is an increase of 8.48% over those 3 years. What I also wanted to point out to council is that you see an average consumption. So we base our billings for metered on the actual inflow of water. So that is what is also used in determining the wastewater billing. So that's why I'm only giving you the water consumption reads. And you'll see there that the average consumption actually exceeds what our rate bylaw is telling us that we can charge. And what is driving that up is the fact that you have folks that are getting a minimum billing. So regardless of what they use, they're going to pay at a higher rate. So that's what's driving. For example, in 2022, the rate bylaw said we were to charge $3.34 for cubic meter, where in fact the average consumption works out to $4.24. So on water, we bill anything under 41 cubic meters is billed at the minimum, anything under 47 cubic meters for wastewater. Okay, so we can move on to slide number 6. So what I'm attempting to show you here, it's just getting back to the difference between the impact that the heavy users also have on that average that you're seeing on the previous slides. So we have 570, this is again the third quarter for this year. So we had 576 users, the total consumption is noted there. And so the average was 67.10. The minimum, as I previously mentioned, is 41. So because of the heavy users, you know, you're seeing an increase over that 41 minimum of 26.10. So that's a difference of 63% you're seeing on that. But if we remove the heavy users, and I've noted above on that slide who those heavy users are in the system. So you've got the Halliburton Highlands Health Services, nonprofit housing, Troyam Lakelands District School Board. You've got some commercial enterprises being car washes and laundry facilities. So if you remove the consumption for those folks out of that equation, you can see there that it really drives down the average. And so when you compare that to the 41, you get less than that number, which again demonstrates why we've got average billing and why those numbers on the previous slide do not match up with the bylaw. Okay, so we can move on to the next slide. Okay, so this is one of the recommendations by Aqua, which is to increase in the 2026 year the water rates by 2% and the wastewater by 3%. So this is just a comparison summary between 25 and 26 on the budget. And I'm putting the two divisions of this department side by side so you can see that. So the usage fees, while I just said that we were increasing by 2%, the reason for that increase is actually 2.94. Is we've applied that 2% increase to the actual revenue for 2020. So we've taken the 2025 revenue and we've applied the 2% to the revenue, because the difference between that and the budget is consumption. So assuming that consumption is going to be exactly the same, and by the way, we had to estimate what the third quarter was going to be on this, right, to do this calculation. So this calculation assumes the exact same consumption as 2025. So there's been no provision for that, but it does explain why you're seeing a 2.94 instead of a 2% on revenues, usage fees. And likewise on the wastewater side, you're actually seeing a 7%. All of that is related to budget versus actual consumption. The other user fees are just fees that we charge for various things within the department over and above usage. And the next line down is tells you how much we're going to take out of reserves. And that is a direct match to the expenditure line for capital, because I wanted to separate what was coming from reserves to support the capital lines. The operating contract with Aqua, we have separated that out. So we have seen their proposal. I don't know that that's come before council yet. No, okay. In the new year. So, so this number is under the assumption that, the council would approve that, proposal. And so you're seeing a 3.58% and a 3.59%. So the reason that does not directly match up with their proposal, and the what we have before us is 4.77 is what the proposal works out to, but it's a blended year because the contract doesn't renew until June 1st of 26. So you're going to operate for the first 5 months on the current contract, and then the new contract kicks in. So that's why you aren't seeing percentages that match up. Next line is capital, and the capital items and the cost of those have all been supplied by Aqua. You've got some general costs there related to the maintenance of the facilities. And then at the bottom, we've got a line that we're going to transfer funds to reserves. And the purpose of that is to ensure that this budget balances to zero. So we've separated the amount from reserves and the amount going into reserves. And I think that's it that I have for that slide. I did want to point out, though, the net difference that we're going to transfer to and from reserves. We're going to water, we're going to transfer, these are both from reserves this for the 2026 year, is $108,000. And from wastewater, the net transfer is going to be $128,000. So slide number 8 here is just for council's information. I just wanted to see what your historical increases have been for water and wastewater rates over the last number of years. So this has got the proposed rate for 26 and starts with 2022. So you can see here that you've been pretty consistent in your increases, running from 2 to about 3%. Slide number 9 and slide number 10. Those are just, again, separate summaries of the proposed budgets for both of these departments. And it is separating what is operating and what is capital. And slide number 11 is just giving you a visual of what the revenues and the expenditures are for both water and wastewater. So you can see there what drives the biggest drivers for revenue are your usage fees for these departments. Okay. And that moves us to slide number 12.
So council, on slide number 12, we're just depicting what the intended capital program is for 2026. You'll see it's just shy of $500,000 for major maintenance and capital investment, and the specific projects are listed there. Over the next 25 years, there is proposed just shy of about $12 million for the water and wastewater systems. The combined major maintenance and capital programs that have been outlined by Aqua will be incorporated into the township's overall asset management plan. And as always, we will seek any funding that's available to help offset any of these costs over the next 25 years for our water and wastewater systems. We will also plan for investment in our wastewater system in terms of addressing capacity. And some of that may be through technology and getting the inflow and infiltration out of our wastewater system, or it could be expansion down the road. But those will be planned in the future capital program and financing for the water and wastewater system. We can move on to the next slide.
This one was further to CEO's comment about increases, is that what you are going to see there on the expenditure side is that really the only two items that we've felt a need to increase on the maintenance side is insurance. And we've been advised to increase that by 6%. And we have increased some utility costs, so that's, you know, primarily hydro. And also there has been a slight reduction to it's called an internal transfer. It's a term that we use because we don't directly charge to the water and sewer system staff time in the finance department, or you'll see that there's no wage lines in either of those departments. So that also includes any time, you know, public works, i.e. the director of public works time, that he devotes to the system as well. So what that translates into is an internal transfer. So it's a flat amount that should be reviewed every so often, that the finance, for example, gets credit for, and then the water and wastewater gets the charge for. So it's not a detailed tracking method. It's just a flat amount that we budget each year. So this next slide is providing council and the public with the proposed rates resulting from that 2% and 3% increase on water and wastewater. So you see there that it's again broken down into 4 different rates. So there's the metered rate, the minimum billing rate, and the Lutterworth Pines, which is a flat rate, and the same applies to the Minden wastewater rates. So at the end of that summary, you see that the Minden increased, the water rates is 1.97, slightly off for 2%, but that's only because the rate doesn't extend out like 8 decimal places. So that's why you're seeing a slight difference there. Lutterworth Pines, because it's flat rate, is exactly 2%, 3% for the water and wastewater. And in the column beside that it shows you the actual dollar values. Just wanted to point out again that because we're billed quarterly, what you're seeing there for Lutterworth Pines is the quarterly rate that would get billed. So you would want to, if you want to know annually what that translates into, you need to multiply that by 4. So the next slide is demonstrating what this would translate into from a dollar value for and the variance from 25 to 26. So what I base this on is that average consumption that I alluded to over on the previous slide. So I'm saying that in the 3rd quarter of this year, the average consumption, and that's with the heavy users in place, was 67. So if you multiply that by the $3.62, which is the proposed rate for next year, you're going to see a billing of $242.90 on the water, and the rate applied to wastewater is $301 for a total of $544. So when you compare that to the same consumption usage in 2025, you'll see an overall increase of $13.42. Then I took out the heavy users again, and it reduced that down to $6.74. What you have to keep in mind, though, in this comparison is that doesn't account for minimum billing. So if you didn't have minimum billing, that would be the variation you would see because the vast majority of users on the system are not your heavy users. So that's what you're going to see there. And I think that's all I wanted to say about that. Yes, I just wanted to point out that that does not factor in the billing.
And just to sum up, for council, slides 15 and 16 outline, just summarize the recommendations or areas of consideration that were proposed by Aqua and or input from this council. So related to non-metered groups, rate increases, the rate structure, RV cleanout, and multi-unit and commercial billing. So for 2026, Mr. Mayor, if we go to slide 16, we are proposing a 2% water rate increase, a 3% wastewater rate increase to set up a township RV cleanout account billed at the minimum rate. We are then proposing a follow-up report to council in terms of the other recommendations related to the non-metered groups, related to the multi-residents and commercial users, and we'd like to do a 10-year financial forecast with options for council to consider. So in terms of rate increases over the next 10 years, we'd like to provide council with options. You saw in the Aqua rate study, there was a suggestion to front load some things. That's one option. We'd like to present some other options for council to consider as well. In terms of the non-metered groups and the multi-residential, they're great ideas. We'd like to look at the implications, and today sitting here, I couldn't tell you what it would take to implement that in our billing system. So we really do need to bring a follow-up report to council. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I think we're finished our water and wastewater presentation.
Through the chair, no, we do not have any attendees that joined the meeting today.
So my question is, we've come back to this one a few times. So when we look at a place like just up the hill here with the condominiums, so for the public's interest, when that place is billed its water, is it billed the non-metered rate or is it billed a metered rate for the whole building? Because they're obviously not single metered units there, correct? Yeah, so
It would be 1 meter.
it'd be 1 meter. So it's 1 meter based on the consumption, though. It's not like a non-metered rate.
As long as there's a meter in place, we will bill on the metered rate. The only time that that may not happen is if they can't get a read. When they
Okay.
can't get a read, and they've tried a few times because there's something with the meter that perhaps needs to be fixed, then we'll go back and we'll look at historical and we'll base the billing on that.
Okay.
And then if at the end of the day, the meter caused some issues, previously, we can go back and adjust previous billings as well.
So just to supplement to that, so I'm not sure the exact number, but let's just say there's 21 units there. They're not each getting billed the minimum rate,
Correct.
which I think is a real problem.
Right. And that is correct, and that is something that we want to look into. The other thing that we can do and propose options for council to consider is classifying different properties in different categories. So I think we put in our presentation, you could take things like healthcare and schools and make more of an institutional rate, a commercial rate, a residential rate. So in terms of the multi-unit billing, we understand it needs to be addressed, but I think there's categorizing buildings, and there's also looking at the number of units within a building.
When do we expect this to come back? Because this has been an issue identified for a while, so. When do we think this report would come back?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have said it within the first half of 2026. If we can accelerate that any faster, we know that this is a priority for council, given that it's our treasurer's first day. I did want to have a discussion with him on timing before I commit.
Okay.
Wondering what the roof replacements are for. Page 12, capital.
You need to come up, Jeremy, and you need to speak into me.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, both of the roofs at the water plant and the wastewater plant, it's to rehabilitate both roofs.
Okay. Thank
They're
you.
both flat roofs, just for some council's aware, and the sewage plant one has a minor leak in it currently. And so we've had somebody out to have a look at them, and that's what we're proposing.
Okay,
Thank you.
any other questions, Councilor McKelvey?
So we're forecasting a 2% inflation. But then it also makes comment about high inflation puts pressure on this because we haven't been able to get 2%. That would be a great thing if we could, but. So and the other thing was mentioned, we're doing Aqua's contract 5 months current, which is 7 months at the new rate. But I think he said 9% is the increase.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, we will have to follow up on that because the proposal does not reflect 9%. So,
Oh, good.
so that will be in our follow-up report to council.
Okay. The other thing is capital. Last year, or this year, I guess I should say 2025, we had $100,000 in the capital for water. And we haven't been provided actuals here, so I went back to the September 30th report. And at that point, we'd spent $6,600. In sewer, we had 315,000 in the budget, and we hadn't spent anything at the end of September. So I'm just trying to figure out what's happening with those projects that we obviously didn't get done. And where are they in this year's budget for 26?
So through you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, through you. So the filter rehabilitation for the wastewater plant has been awarded, and construction is starting the first week of January, and it's expected to be done by March. So that's the bulk of what the wastewater capital expenditure. We've completed all the water expenditures except for the well cleanings and inspection, and that's just been related to contractors' availability.
Okay, so you're talking 26 expenses then, so I just want to make sure.
6 or 25.
The filter rehab is a 25 project.
But it's going to be
Correct.
expensed in 2026. So we need to add $315,000 to the sewer budget and probably close to 100 to the water budget.
We have done some of the work on the water, so
Okay.
I think the outstanding amount is around 30,000.
Okay, so just so that Lori knows, we had a bunch that didn't get done, and it's not like that just disappears. It's got to carry forward and be done. So the other thing I have, so one of the things missing in here is our reserves. And I'm not criticizing anybody because, you know, we brought Lori in here to get year end and audit done, but then she got pulled into budget. So I don't know if she actually can give us a real number for the water and sewer reserves, because there was a whole bunch of transfers that were supposed to be done that haven't happened yet for the hydrant project on Highway 35. So I'm just concerned, we're talking numbers that really, do we have enough in the reserves to cover all of this? And my other, if I may,
Go ahead.
we keep getting told that our sewer plant is nearing capacity. A lot of it caused by infiltration. But I don't see anything in this budget that says we're going to start dealing with that. And I do know we talked about something in the fall, that we were going to do something on that and start, I thought it was over here on Water Street. I didn't have time to go back and research that, but we talked about this and we were going to do something about it. But I'm not seeing it in the budget, so I'm very concerned that we must start dealing with the infiltration issues, because it's going to cause us to just shut down development in this town. We certainly can't afford a plant expansion right now. So I just like that. Why isn't it?
So first of all, I guess on the three things. So the 25 projects that have been delayed to 26, I assume that there would just be the planned expenditure will just go as a reserve into 26 and then offset when the billing actually does come in. Is that?
That's correct. So we'll increase the capital project amount for 26. It will be offset by what was coming from reserves anyways. So there will be no impact to the bottom line on that. It's just going to bump up your capital lines for 26.
Right.
And in terms of what you have in reserves, I'm going to qualify this by saying that it's not, it's not a written in stone number, but I have had some time to go through the reserves to see where they sit. And there's still some transfers that have to happen. But at this point in time, I'm seeing, 1.5, I think that's on the water. So you're looking at, about $1.5 million on the water and 1.4 on wastewater. So they're both very, very close in total. Now that's not taking into account what we are proposing, the net difference that I mentioned is coming out of the 26 budget. So still some work to do on that, but just in overall, in terms of your position, do you have money there to do what you're planning on doing? Yes, you do that. Whether it's a realistic number in terms of what is needed, over the next 10 years, I think is the point of one of the points of the rate study is to take a long-term look at that as well.
Okay. Councillor Saini?
Yes, thank you. I was particularly happy to hear the word technology and expansion mentioned by our CAO, because these are two fields that need to be looked at, especially as we're planning this many years ahead. This is probably a question for Aqua, but for an example, the Frontenac system has been shown, it's a wastewater system, has been highlighted at just about every conference I've gone to. And it's an incredible great system because it can even also take out the pharmaceuticals right out of the water. And as we are looking at more environmental concerns, our wastewater the overflow of our plant. We need to operate and start these systems right away. We can't just keep delaying this and thinking that we're funding the same old system and we're going to expand it because we've got better systems and the technology's there. So I think this question's for Aqua that I want to make sure that, this is okay, we have to have something to ground a 25-year budget on or whatever it is, but we can't think that this is going to be the same technology, and we want to be able to adopt quickly that new technology, both for expansion and for the environment. So if there could be some direction to Aqua to encourage that and get the approvals for that kind of a system, whether it's a demonstration project for expansion or whatever it might be, but we've really got to look at that, particularly as we take out pharmaceuticals that affect our fish habitat, et cetera. Thank you. Not to mention people that are drinking the water.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I can respond to council, inflow and infiltration is high on our list. The reason that you're not seeing a distinct project today is we are still fleshing out details in terms of technology that we might use or means that we might divert ground source water from our wastewater system. But it is high on our list. And as you pointed out earlier today, our budget is our best plan as we know it today. We also know that the budget will be modified throughout the year, or the plans will be modified throughout the year. And this is one high on my list.
Deputy Mayor Schultz.
So one of the things we keep coming back around to, and I don't know if it was actually, probably came from council, this suggestion, not necessarily from Aqua, is the RV dumping station. And I'm wondering if that's something that we could put into the budget for this year and possibly get in place. Now living on Parkside Street, I cannot believe the amount of people that use the dumping station. And I think it's wonderful that we have it available, but it also goes on the backs of those of myself included, those of us who pay on the water and sewer system. So I guess it would just be the wastewater system, but I don't know.
No.
Well, there's the water tap too there. That's right. You're correct. Even just if there was, rather than like, I know we talked about, paying on the minimum, but even if it was like a $10 or $5, I don't know what the magic number would be, but something that we could get in place close to the beginning of the season for this year or even partway. It's highly used, and that is one of the complaints I do get quite a bit from those of us on the water sewer system, that, it's being used for free, and it's a wonderful thing to have, but it is being used a lot and at no charge to those using it.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So setting up the RV cleanout account as a township account is fairly quick and easy to do. In terms of a user pay system, that's much more complicated to implement. I know that Mr. Timmons had looked into it, and there's just no easy way to put a system in. We won't stop looking, though, at ways we might do that.
Just as a matter of interest, one of my thoughts is perhaps the tourism department should pay for it. If it was meant to be something that is to bring in, to help tourists come to the area or something, perhaps there's some funding that should come from tourism on that. So I think there's a number of different ways that we can do it, but trying to set something up, we have to set something up. But what it is needs some further work.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, as I mentioned, our intention is to set up a township account.
Right.
And then we'll look further at what we
That'll
might.
relieve the ratepayers right now. Councillor Saini?
Yes, thank you. And to add to that, as we're looking at it, some possibilities. If there is a token, for example, that you have to use the system, if those could be sold somewhere down in our downtown area, because what I'm getting is all of these people are coming in, using the wastewater and leaving town, but not actually visiting our downtown area. So if there could be a way that we actually then, advertise what's going on downtown or something, a billboard there, along with the token system, just add to the brainstorming about how we use this most effectively, not just to pay for the water. Thank you.
Mr. McKelvey?
So for this budget for 2026, we are going to add to the township general levy and credit to the water and sewer system users accounts, the equivalent of one minimum household bill. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's what we're proposing.
Okay, that's fine. This has come up a few times. It came up at the last budget meeting, and I would like to suggest that that happen for 2025 as well. Because we did commit to this. We took, there's been a lot of discussions in the public about the use of the dumping station, and they do utilize the water to flush out their tanks and that sort of thing. So, I mean, this is not going to cause a deficit anywhere, but it recognizes that we did commit in last year's budget or 25 budget to do this. So I'd like to see that happen. How do we do that?
Well, we don't do it here in the public meeting. But we could make a motion and then when we get into the meeting. At this point, this discussion is for clarification and understanding. Okay, any other questions of clarification? Okay. We will move on to the tax supported budget. Councilor Ingram.
Just clarification, Jeremy, I'm seeing on here that we have 1 metered sewage. That can't be right, is it? No? We don't meter sewage here? Okay, so there's a metered sewage on that. Okay. Can we find out which one that is? I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yep.
We could do that.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, we continue the public meeting, and then we'll go through the tax supported budget.
Mr. Mayor, the tax supported budget is quite long.
Yep.
I'm sure that council will have many questions of clarification.
Okay.
And I'm wondering if we might want to address the public meeting aspect of it first. And then Ms. Blanchard and I present in council's special council meeting. I just think we'll probably duplicate efforts if we don't do it that way.
That's fine with me.
So I guess the question to the clerk is, do we have any public input?
Through the chair, there are no participants that have joined electronically.
Was there anything in writing?
Through the chair, no, the clerk's department did not receive any written comments.
And there's nobody here, Councilor McKelvey?
I find the whole public invited to do this before they've actually had a chance to digest the budget or hear us. I'm just on a go forward, perhaps, just putting it out there. Could we have the public participation later on in the process so that they've had a chance? And I mean, let's face it, it's 10 days till Christmas. We're all a little bit busy. They don't have their heads around next year's tax bill at this point in time. I just think there's a lack of trying to get that public input. And you can lead a horse to water and you can't make them drink, and I get that, but I'm not sure anybody even knew what they would want to comment on when the budget doesn't even get posted until Thursday and the meeting's Monday, and they have to apply by 4 o'clock on the Friday to even be here, so. Just saying, that's why I think we don't have any public here or online.
Yeah, it was published on the 10th and, you know, it is like
And you
say,
have to
it's there.
apply by the 12th to get on the agenda.
If you want to make a delegation,
If you wanted to make a presentation according to the
right,
advertisement.
to a presentation, but you could ask questions.
Doesn't say that in the, I'm not here to
All right.
argue.
Okay, let us, so moving out of the public meeting.
Moved by Counselor Sisson, seconded by Counselor McKelvey, that council adjourn its public meeting and resumes its special meeting of council at 10:12 a.m.
All those in favor? That is carried. So this now completes the public meeting process for the 2026 budget. Budget will be further discussed under the items of business, under the items of business section of the agenda. So the public meeting is closed at 10:12, right? I'm gonna because I know this is a long session, I'm gonna suggest we take a break until 10:25. Okay, welcome back. So now we are back in open session here for this special meeting. So are we going to start with the water, wastewater, if there was anything that needs to be discussed there beyond the public meeting?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if that's your want, that's
Yeah,
fine.
I
with
think
staff.
let's get that done with, and then are there any further questions or anything to discuss on the water wastewater budget other than what we've already talked about? Councillor McKelvey?
So just when we were in the public meeting, we were talking about the need to address the commitment we made last year on the RV dumping station, where we committed, because it's been a big issue amongst the water and sewer users for a while. It was definitely talked about last year during budget. I would like to see us, this is minimal amounts of money. It's the principle of it that I would like to see, that the 2025 water and sewer budget be credited with the equivalent of one household user at the expense of the general taxpayers. It's, I don't know, what's the minimum bill? There you go. So I just want to be able to honor what the commitment was last year, or whenever we did the budget for 25. So I don't know if you need a resolution for that, or.
Councillor Saini?
Yeah, I support that. I think it's very good that we can put that into the 2025 and then do whatever adjustments later for 2026. But it's important to get that out there as soon as we can. Thank you.
MCAO, any issue?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if that's council's will, I don't see that as related to the 2026 budget. It really is related to this year and our year end. So if that's council's wish, we will do so.
So we can just do that, and it would adjust any surplus that we might have, I guess,
Yeah,
right?
it's very minimal, so basically we'll give water, wastewater revenue credit, and we will, the offset to that is an expense line on the operating side, so a very simple journal entry.
Okay,
Do that.
so let's let it be done.
It's noted.
We won't need a resolution.
It's noted.
Do we, anything else on 2026 water, wastewater? Seeing none, let's move on to the tax supported budget. You have a presentation to make?
Mr. Mayor, we do.
Then-
So I would ask, Mr. Mayor, I would ask the deputy clerk to put up the presentation for the 2026 budget, and I would be on slide 3 now. So, thank you, and thank you, council. Again, Ms. Blanchard and I will tag team through this presentation just to spell each other off every once in a while. Slides 3 to 7 represent an overview of the tax supported budget. On slide 3, we're showing the total tax levy to be collected. It represents a 4.9% levy increase, not tax increase, levy increase over 2025. And what we've tried to show here is just the amount of that, how much of that 4.95 is related to our municipal services that we deliver every day. It also includes that capital provision, Mr. Mayor, that you referred to earlier on, and it also includes our OPP policing costs as well. And then looking at that overall levy to be collected in terms of impact to our residents. The challenge that we have, council, and I'll speak to it on another slide, is assessment values for our properties. So for a residential property, it represents a little over $18 per $100,000 of assessment. And for commercial, a little over $27 per $100,000 of assessment. And then we've depicted the financial impact for a single family home, whether they're on water or not on water, waterfront, we should say, as opposed to we just finished water and wastewater. So this is the differentiation between a waterfront property and a non-waterfront property. You'll see the assessed values are not what we would expect today. And the same for the commercial property. Just the financial impact of that $12 million levy increase. Next slide. And we tried to take our overall expenses and just break them down by major category. So you'll see the major categories on the right in the chart, and then just a pie chart representation so you can see where most of the expenditures are for the township. Next slide. So including some carryover projects, council, we have about $7.3 million for 2026 that we're proposing. And again, just breaking it down by major category so you can see where the investments are being made. Next slide, please. So, and then just summarizing, council, a municipal budget really provides us with a great tool. It shows the township's priorities. It provides us with contingency. It's a communication tool that we will use throughout the year, internally and externally. And as I mentioned before, council, I just want to point out some of the challenges that many municipalities are facing today. There's competing and ever-changing priorities that seem to come at us on a weekly basis, new requirements. We have a lack of stability in a lot of areas like funding, like the downloading of responsibilities that we haven't traditionally been responsible for. As I mentioned before, our property reassessment values are almost 10 years old. MPAC is still using the 2016 assessment values. And the new wild card for 2025 was the US tariffs that nobody would have anticipated if we were sitting here this time last year. Next slide. And just various different budget groupings. When we, just for clarification, when we talk about our operating budget, those are the day-to-day things that we deliver to our community, often referred to as our core services. The capital budget has our major investments, one-time investments that we're making on an annual basis. The rate-supported budget we just talked about, that's our water and wastewater. And then you'll hear us talking about reserves, which we really use for those unforeseen things that come up. And we can just point to our major weather event of the end of the first quarter of last year as an example. Reserves provide us stability, and they really are part of us developing a responsible long-term financial plan. Next slide, please. The budget process, Mr. Mayor and Council, We started 5.5 months ago. Staff and others who input into our budget, we looked at multi-year expenditures and actuals. We looked at industry trends. We looked at priorities. We looked at being in proper compliance, legislative compliance. We looked at our projects that were underway or might be carried over, new things that we wanted to propose, funding sources. We identified various different funding sources, and we've really synthesized that down into what is before you today. From my standpoint, council, I would like to thank the finance team and every one of our departmental teams. It's been a new process this year and many new players. And everyone has played a part in supporting us developing the budget before you today. Next slide. This just outlines beyond staff, others who would either provide us information or feed information into us compiling the budget for you. And then once we move forward, there will be some housekeeping things that we'll put in place in order to enact the 2026 budget. Next slide, please. And I'm going to tap out and Ms. Blanchard is going to continue.
Okay, so this next slide speaks to reserves, and you'll see there, as Madam CAO has previously mentioned, the benefits and the purposes of reserves to provide for some financial stability so you don't get some wild fluctuations in your budgets, and for some long-term planning. There are 3 types of reserves and reserve funds. There's one that can be established as a capital reserve. So those are for your major capital projects. There are obligatory reserves, which are dictated through legislation, and discretionary reserves. So Minden Hills operates all 3 of those. We do have a specific capital reserve, but we also have individual department reserves, and those tend to be blended between capital and discretionary. And of course, we do have the obligatory reserves as well. I did also want to, the next section talks about how we manage those reserves. And I wanted to point out to council and remind you that you have a policy, it's number 77, and it speaks to the reserves that we maintain. It also defines the approval process, which moving funds in and out of reserves through your budget process, but also the one-offs that are required to be approved by council. And it also dictates the reporting process, that there is a regular reporting process to council regarding your reserve balances. Next slide, please. Okay, so this slide is a summary of all the reserves transfers that are being proposed for 2026 and comparing it to the 2025 budget. So you can see there that in the operating side, last year we didn't have any transfers coming from reserves. This year we have 152,000 plus. So there are 3 things that are driving that number. One is a development approval process plan that we're going to take money from reserves for. That's about a little over 60,000. A strategic plan, another phase of the strategic plan, that's 20,000. And of course, the big one, which is the 2026 election that will occur next year. And just of note there, we do budget money into reserves over the 4-year period. So again, that doesn't become a shock to the budget in the year that it's going to occur. You'll see that there is a $300,000 reduction in what is being proposed to come from reserves for the capital projects. And the last item on the list there is how much money we are transferring to reserves being proposed for 2026. And you'll see there that that is a little over $100,000 more than the previous year, which represents almost a 10% increase. And then, of course, to the right there is just a little chart displaying the changes. So we'll move to slide number 12. Okay, so the next few pages are giving council just a kind of a top level idea of what's happening in this 2026 budget. So this first slide is outlining the changes, some of them that are brand new and some that are just a difference between what we had previously budgeted in 25. So this is revenues. You can see there that are these are the top 3 significant grants that we received. $257,000 for OMPF, and that is official name Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund. There will not be an increase on the gas tax funding. They tend to establish those amounts of money over a period of time. And so you're not seeing an increase this year, but it looks like you're going to get one next year, according to their, and anybody can actually go in and look at those amounts. They're available on their website. And then the OCIF is going to see a small little increase there. Penalties and interest in the finance department and other income. We have increased the penalties and bank interest. That is just basically based on historical. Most of that is penalties and interest. So of course, as your tax arrears increase, you're going to see more funds there, and also your bank balance. And I know there's been discussions about potentially looking into some of those bank balances, especially on your operating bank, that you take a look at other ways to invest those funds to hopefully increase those amounts of money. And you're also looking at a sale of some equipment in the roads department of $20,000. The next up.
Go ahead.
So sale of capital. So that must be something we're going to sell in the roads department, like a piece of equipment. Normally, we don't budget that as a revenue. We've always put that into the reserve with the thought that it's going to help pay for the replacement of whatever it is we're selling. So I was a little surprised that's showing up as a revenue.
Noted. We'll take a look. We'll also take a look at that against the contributions to reserves to make sure that it's not included in that number. Right. So we will take a look at that.
Go ahead.
The next section on the slide is speaking to user fees. So we've got some new fees here, and these are designed to offset how we have changed the septic inspection program in terms of bringing that in-house. We've got some increase at the SG Nesbitt Arena and the recreation programming. And also there is a decrease on the cultural centers side, but these are just adjustments to align with actual revenues that we're seeing in those departments. So on to the next slide. So now we move into the expenditures proposed for 2026. So what you've got in front of you there is $213,000 increase in policing costs. So that is an 11% increase over 2025. And it is also a capped increase, which means that you are likely going to see that differential show up in the 2027 year. Wages and benefits. So wages have been increased by 3.5%, and those are contractual and grid movements, and a couple of new employees is what is driving those that number. Benefits are calculated, we did increase this percentage to 35% of the wage number, because we are seeing an increase in the benefit package for 2026. And also some increase in the information technology. Those numbers come from the County of Haliburton, provided by the IT department, for some hardware, some increases in subscription fees. And we're seeing almost a $6,500 increase in insurance. That is a 6% on all insurance lines. And that was a recommendation from the insurance company. Okay, so equipment, we have some purchases in both the fire and the parks department, see there. So that totals about $3,400, almost 35, with, sorry, 3,400, I wish, 35,000. Plans, we've got a few that we're looking at for next year. So you've got the development approval process plan. I mentioned that previously, that's coming out of reserves. Some more work on the strategic plan, looking at asset assessments, including replacements, upgrades, and general maintenance. And then the Director of Public Works is also needing to do a roads need study and the Ontario structure inspection for next year.
Sorry.
Right, are we gonna ask questions as we go or come back to things? I just don't know.
Fine, we can ask questions as we
As
go.
we go? Okay, because I was holding this question back, but it has to do with page number 12.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Just under the cultural center and the $9,000 increase. I wonder if there's some background to that. So it's a decrease in revenue, yes.
Right,
So
so
why is there a decrease in revenue? That's my question.
I think Ms. Blanchard explained that when we were looking at actuals, it's to match actuals.
Okay, so this means that we had $9,000 less in income, correct?
We're anticipating that there will be $9,000 less in 2026.
As we get to the
Yes,
last quarter.
yeah, versus
And,
budget. Now, this is budget on budget. And
okay,
so we're aligning with actual.
okay. And I guess because we looked at donations versus charging people as they come into the cultural center, different questions like that. So I didn't know if this was part of that a decrease where we are no longer, so it doesn't relate to that. So just to clarify where this money, where it's coming from. Sorry, thank you. I'm not being clear. So we have a $9,000 decrease in our operating budget. And that's based on actuals or budget?
That's based on actuals. So
Actuals.
we review the actual and say, are we going to hit the mark that we had for 2025? And we go, it doesn't look like it. So, and what do we anticipate it's going to look like in the next year? And so this was why.
And so I guess my question is, why didn't we meet that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we wouldn't be able to answer that question today. I mean, I think if that's a takeaway, no, I'm not sure.
thank you if we could find out, because we did make some changes in terms of how we charge or don't charge for the cultural centers. So it'd be nice to see how that's reflected in the budget too. Thank you.
Councilor McKelvey?
So that might be better discussed when we get to the actual breakdown of the cultural center. That might make a little more. But I too have that question. But I don't need it at the summary. I mean, I have questions about some of the things on the summary, but I think they'll come up again when we get into each department, perhaps.
I think it's, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think it's up to council. I mean, if you want to go through every summary sheet, we can do that. What we've tried to do in slides 12 to 14 is highlight the major changes. So, but we can take.
Go ahead.
So I will have questions on the individual sheets. So is
Mm,
that all right that we do that?
That's fair. That's fair, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
So still on slide number 13, under materials, we're seeing a $85,000 increase for materials relating to sanding. So these are your maintenance lines, dust layer, patching, washout, sweeping, and flushing, and a $25,000 reduction for landfills. And again, that would just be bringing costs in line with historical requirements. Other services, so adding $10,500 for lawn care. And that would be internal services. And also landfills, because we have the Molochs included in the capital budget, this is an added cost on the operating side for that new proposed capital purchase. Administration, so there is some enforcement that occurs at the county level for shoreline. And so they bill us a share of that enforcement. So historically, when that was originally set up and budgeted, it was set up in the CAO's department. So we this year determined, because it would be reported as a bylaw item in the financial information returns to the province, that we needed to switch out. So there's a decrease on the administration CIO side and an increase in the bylaw department. So slide number 14. So heating, oil, propane, and utilities, this would be based on historical and anticipated cost increases. So you're seeing that in roads, the arena, Scotch line, and landfill. The legislated requirements are also causing an increase for 2026. Two new items, of course, again, the municipal election, $72,000, and that is offset, as previously noted, by a contribution from reserves. A new item in the planning department, which is source water protection, some increases in the landfill programs, and the short-term rental enforcement. So just a reminder to council on that one, that while it was intended to be budgeted last year, it was just this didn't get added into your levy. It was just wasn't included in the formula on the spreadsheet. So ultimately, you didn't technically have a budget for short-term rental enforcement last year. So this is just has caused an increase to this year's budget. Contribution to reserves. You've got some increases in those various departments. The administration increase is, we are anticipating a, a more than usual increase in the employee benefit program. It apparently has been capped at a certain point over the last few years, so that cap is going to come off. So the attempt here is to get ahead of that a little bit in this year's budget. And so the bonus is it goes into reserves, and then next year it can be converted to an expenditure line if we do see that increase. Property increase to reserves. So property encompasses this building. There is also the U-Links building is part of this budget. But the idea here is to start looking at some of those facilities and putting some money aside for that. You've got just other various miscellaneous reserves, because we do have a number of them, is $42,000. And as the mayor mentioned in his opening remarks, we do have a capital reserve transfer that has been set up, and it's based on the levy. It's designed to be approximately 1.5% of the levy. So that has increased by $12,000 in this budget. So what you're seeing is overall, again, a $580,000 increase in the levy itself, which represents 4.95%.
Yeah, go ahead.
The 1.5% levy, we were at 1.25 last year. So I'm not sure the 12,660s. I thought we were going to be going up about another almost 42,000. Because last year we had 1.25 in the levy for the capital. Did we not?
I can't remember if it was 125 or 15.
It's 1.5.
Okay.
5.
Okay, so somewhere else I saw where it's gonna be a $42,000 increase, but maybe we'll find that as we go. Okay, that's fine. We'll find it later.
So this one, okay, so this slide is providing a breakdown of that previously mentioned $580,000 increase. So this is telling you what is driving that increase. So you can see there that 75% of that increase is related to wages and benefits. So you've got some required contractual increases. Then you've got some grid movements. You've got a couple of new positions in there. You've got increases to your benefits. So that's what's represented there. The policing, of course, is another big factor in what is required as a levy increase, $213,000. You've got some contributions to reserves and other funds, future capital needs again. Oh, sorry, there's the answer there, and you are correct. It is 41,000, not 12. 41.9. That's where you saw it. Okay. The growth. So we've pulled out of this equation what translates into growth, and that's assessment. So your assessment is growth is 0.95%. So we've said that is going to take up some of this. And then you've got all other and a contribution to the capital fund. So what you're seeing there is actually a decrease from 2025 in terms of what you are going to the to the ratepayer for capital in 2026. So there's your total at the bottom, 588,000, with a chart to the side that shows what is driving that number.
So, council, the remainder of the binder, this slide just tells you what the remainder of the binder has in it. So we have for operating summary of revenues and expenditures, we have departmental summaries. We have some tables and charts that show some analysis. Then we'll get into capital, where you will see a summary of expenditures by function, the 2026 specific capital projects, sources of funding, and we'll identify those new items versus carryover. And the function legend at the bottom really just explains the categories that you'll see on a couple of slides ahead on slide 18. Next slide, please. And this really shows you an overall summary of the tax-supported operating budget and the levy at the bottom, 2025 versus 2026, just so you can see revenues, expenditures, and then capital. So that's the purpose of this slide, is just to show you the comparison between 2025 and 2026.
You'll see at the top, the very first line is property taxation. And the whole point of this slide is to tell you what that is going to be at the bottom, but you are seeing some numbers in there already. And I just wanted to let council know that the biggest number in that is we get money. It's called a property in lieu, but it's not calculated by assessment times rate. It is an amount that we receive from Aurelia Water, Light and Power for the power station. So that is a flat amount that we get from them each year. And there's also payments in lieu, and just in terms of defining those tend to be the vast majority of them are provincially owned properties. So it also includes the post office, so a federally owned piece of property. So there's a number of properties there, but it's the weird and wonderful world of taxation in which we apply a tax to the education side of the of the three buckets that we tax on for payments in lieu. But under the legislation, we are permitted to keep the education share of that payment in lieu. And so this is how it gets reported. So it's outside of what we levy for ourselves. So that's that number at the top of that page. Okay, next slide.
Councillor McKelvey.
So just for clarification, it'll probably come up later on again, but down here at the bottom, it's showing capital investments to be funded from any surplus, $1.4 million. Now, we don't have our 2024 year end done yet. So I can only assume that that 1.4 is from the surplus of 2023, which council already decided was going to go towards the financing of the Scotch Line Bob Cajun Road project, which is over $4 million. And that's never come back. We still have not borrowed or figured out what our debt's going to be for the Scotch Line Bob Cajun Road. So I don't think you can use the $1.4 million for the capital that's in here now. The other thing again is the next line, debt of $3.25 million. does not include the debt that we're gonna have to take on for the Scotch Line Bob Cajun Road project that still hasn't come back. I mean, we can talk about this later on, but from a 2027 budget, this is really setting things up to be pretty nasty in 27 as far as borrowing this kind of money. Because it's all gonna have to get paid back, and that's gonna increase the levy for debt payments.
So,
Go ahead.
so the $1.4 million is the 2023 surplus. So that is currently what your general ledger and financial statements say that you have. It was never, so if that was 23, it's 2 years ago. It has never been moved anywhere. It's sitting from your statements as surplus. There was also an entry, let me think about this for a second. There was also an entry that was done to set up. Sorry, Counselor Calvi, you said the Bob Cajun, Scotch Line Road, that's.
Yes,
Okay,
that's what,
So that project was all set up on your balance sheet as a receivable, which would. So when you're looking to go to Infrastructure Ontario or anybody for funding, in order to balance off your capital fund, you set up a receivable from somebody that you're going to seek out some financing from. And the other side of that entry is to a revenue line. So it clears it balances your capital fund. So that full amount for the Bob Cajun Road in 2023 was set up as a receivable from the full amount that was spent for 5.3. No, that's not right. What is the number? 3.5. That's more like it. Okay, 4.3. Was set up on your balance sheet as a receivable. So if that was to be transferred, if this surplus was to be used for that, it was never booked that way. So your 2023 year has been audited. And so that is the basis on which I have that included there, is because it's still sitting on your surplus line to be potentially used. Now, not to say, again, that we're looking at 2024 still to be, numbers there, and then potentially some 2025, but I can assure you that you already have that set up as a receivable, the full amount on the books.
Councilor McKelvey?
okay, so 4 million for round numbers for the Scotch Line Bob Cajun Road project. So we already brought something in to show that we borrowed? I'm trying to understand. We still need to issue debt for,
We do. So it's sitting on your balance sheet as a receivable from somebody,
which we haven't done yet.
which you haven't done so. So
So-
it's basically saying, we're gonna set up the revenue for that. So your capital fund balances, so you spent 4 million. Where are we gonna get the money from on this one project? So the idea is to say, okay, we're gonna get it from somebody. So we're gonna book some revenue against it. That makes your capital fund balance to zero. You've got an expense, you've got revenue. The other side of that entry is to set up a receivable from somebody. And in our case, the somebody is going to be Infrastructure Ontario. So what that also means from a cash flow perspective is that you have financed that temporarily through your bank balance and your reserve balance. Basically, your bank balance, right, is how you are currently holding that receivable. So, so this was a decision back in 2023 of council to use those funds.
Councilor McKelvey?
So
Greg Bedard, previous treasurer. I believe this was on his last day with us before he left to go to, can't remember the name, doesn't matter. He gave us a report on 2023 year-end financial picture. It was 25th of April, 2024 meeting. So it was basically dealing with 2003 year-end. You know, this is what I think your surplus is going to be. We need to put some of the surplus for cemetery into the cemetery reserve. We need to put the surplus for water into the water reserve, sewer reserve, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Then when all those things were done, he was recommending, and we accepted, that the balance of the surplus of $1.4 million was to be applied towards the $4+ million project for the Scotch Line Bob Cajun Road project. When the auditor presented the 2023 financial reports, he was showing that 1.3 million or 1.7, I think it was, or something. I don't know. I realized at that point, okay, these entries hadn't been done, because it shouldn't have shown that on the financial statements if we had done these. So I have brought this forward to staff. It almost looks like it still hasn't been done. So the plan was to apply that 1.4. We were also going to apply some municipal modernization funding, and the balance of debt needed was going to be around $2.3 million. There was to be another report come back, and it hasn't happened. So at this point, he was saying a 15-year loan repayment term, interest rate 4.32, was going to give us an approximate annual debt payment of $211,000. When we did the 2025 budget, I think he had half of that in there. That was pulled out because we still hadn't gone to debenture. And here we're sitting looking at the 2026 budget, and it's not included because we still haven't gone to debenture. But 2027 is going to be hammered with all of these things that we're going to finally go out and borrow. So it's going to cost us $211,000 to get this project dealt with. It's going to cost us more than what we're saying we're going to borrow here, because we don't have that 1.4 million to put towards this. Council already made that decision. It's going to the Scotch Line Bob Cajun Road.
Right.
So that's where I start back to my question on page 17, which we still have up there. It's showing capital investments of over $7 million, and how it's going to be funded is to be funded by any surplus, 1.4 million, which is referencing the 2023 surplus, but we already allocated it. Whether it got done in the books, another question. Thank goodness we have Lori here to help us get this sorted out, but we don't have $1.4 million to put towards this 7.3 million that we're planning to do in capital. Also, I think 3.2 million borrowed is a lot of money that we're going to just keep kicking the can down, and 2027 is going to be a holy poop moment.
Go ahead.
So, in the course of sorting out assets, because your software folks citywide is trying to get that piece of software up and running. So, I did take a look, because in 2024, you did have an amount in your, 2024, you did have an amount in your budget to start building on this debenture. And $120,000 seems to ring a bell. But then it was removed in the 2025 budget. So I did take a bit of time to just run through your debenture numbers. My interest is a little bit, sorry, what did the previous 3.1?
At this point, he was suggesting a 15-year term at an interest rate of 4.32%. So that was going to equate to approximately $211,000 a year for debenture interest payments. And we did have the 120 in the budget, but it was taken out because we hadn't done the debenture. So we just keep kicking it down the road and it's gonna run over us.
So, so I use 3.5%. So I'm a little bit higher, just so you know. And I
No,
use
he's 4.32.
4.32. Oh, okay. So I use 3.5. And the reason I use that is because IO is a little bit less. And I looked at historical right now, mortgage is 4.7, right? And so I use 3.5. I use 15 years on what are the projects that I picked up? So I picked up the Bob Cajun Scotch Line, the Scotch Line Transfer Station, Mash Creek Culverts, because that was another one. I get, yes, okay. And then those ones at 3.5%, 15 years, semi-annual payments. I did these years, I added in what we have on the schedule as well, that we have specifically said, no, this is outside of the 1.4. So we have a number of projects listed on the summary that is generator, the generator at the arena, the municipal roof, and the Lachlan Hall. The 1.3 million was going to go to debenture. Was automatically going to go. Oh, sorry, because in there is Scotch Line. So I'd already picked up Scotch Line. It's the
3.250.
yeah, that includes the Scotch Line transfer station,
Yes.
which I
okay.
had already had on my schedule because that was a previous kind of approval over the last few years. Okay, so based on that, now the ones for this year, I pushed them out to 20 years because it is a municipal roof, the Lachlan Hall, right? So I tacked on an extra 5 years on those ones. So what you're looking at as a debenture payment on all of those items is $611,000. That's annually. You'll pay it twice a year, right? But that would be annually. If you're going to take out the 1.4 that's sitting as a surplus amount, that leaves about 60% on that. So that would reduce, because I've got the Bob Cajun Road at 320,000. So take that down to 6. So that's about 200. So 200,000 on that one. So you're looking at about $500,000 if you apply that 1.4. What it means though, it's basically a shell game, because if you take that 1.4 and apply it to the Bob Cajun Road, it means that if it really boils down to all these projects that you have on your capital list for this year, how important is it that each and every one of those items get done? So that's the first question. If you need to do them all because you've committed in some fashion, then you have to figure out how now to pay for it. Your choices are you dig a little deeper into your reserves or to debenture it as well. So it's really just now, instead of debenturing this, you're going to debenture all of this. And all of that, it probably makes more sense if that's the route you want to go. If every one of those capital items you go, no, that's a must-have, that's a must-have, that's a must-have, and no, we're not willing to go to reserves for any of it, then it probably makes more sense to leave the Bob Cajun Road, just from an administrative perspective, to make that complete, done, get it off to Infrastructure Ontario so you get that funding in place, rather than waiting for all these other ones to happen, because that's a year from now. So you might as well not use the, and I know you already have a resolution on the table, and Madam Clerk can speak to that. But it probably makes more sense to take the full Bob Cajun Road to Infrastructure Ontario and get that one in the works and get the money flowing on that one. That's assuming that you want to do all of those projects that are on the list for this year. Oh, sorry, there is a third option as well. Go to reserves, go to debenture, or use what may materialize in 24 and 25 in terms of surpluses.
So tell me again then, assuming we want to do the way this is proposed, we're going to use the 1.4 surplus from 2023 for what's proposed for cap. So then that means we have to go debenture the Bob Cajun
Well-
Scotch Line Road at, I'm going to say $4 million just for nice
I-
figures, but it's over that, I believe.
I've got currently 3.7.
Okay, the project was over that, so maybe, I don't,
No, that's the road.
okay, so it was over 4 million, I believe. And the other one is the Mash Creek culverts were like 300 and change,
240.
240.
Yep, 240.
Okay, so we're at $4 million.
Here you go.
What's that gonna cost a year?
Okay. So the Bob Cajun Road will be 320,000,
And that's a 15,
15 years, 3.5%.
320,000 a year.
Correct. And the Mash Creek culvert. No, yes, just if I'm off on the interest rate, then it's gonna be.
Oh, absolutely. I'm
Okay.
not gonna hold you to.
Okay, so 320 for Bob Cajun Road, and that's based on the 3.7 that I'm seeing on the books right now. And that we'll just have to confirm that one. And the Mash Creek is $20,700 annually for that one as well. So 3.5%, 15 years on both of them.
Okay,
So
so,
350.
yeah. So we're looking at over 3%. And okay, here's the other question. We can't go get a debenture until we get some financial statements prepared and accepted and filed and. So we don't have 24 yet. Sorry, I'm getting so mixed up on what year it is. We don't have 24 yet. We don't have our FIR filed. So we can't even consider going to Infrastructure Ontario for financing until that's done. At that point, we're going to be into 2026 because I don't think you're going to pull this off in the next 16 days.
No,
You're not that
I'm
good.
sorry. I'm very
Okay, so then we're into 2026. Are they going to demand the 2025 year-end audited financial statements before they'll look at us?
Quite possibly, that is a possibility. So you're looking at getting 2 years done right away because the auditors are not going to move to 25 until 26, 24 is done.
Yes.
And so,
So again, this is going to hit 2027 budget before you even start putting anything in the system. We're going to have $350,000 worth of payments for those two projects that we've already done, that we've been waiting for reports.
that's right.
Okay,
And
thank you.
Yeah, so, even if you were to later in the summer, get everything finalized with IO and get your bylaws passed and everything in place, it's 6 months before the first payment comes out. With them, the first so it would be January is when the first payment comes out. And so, now my number here is based on all of these projects because eventually you're going to get them all done. So that 1.4, if you assign it to what it's been assigned to in this 26 budget, that $611,000 translates against the 20, I'm gonna base it against the 2025 levy, is almost 5%. It's a 5%.
Yeah, with two things that are left out of this calculation, because we can't do it right now, but is any surplus that existed in 24 or surplus in 25,
Correct.
which is in both cases a substantial amount of money.
Has the potential to be.
Councilor McKelvey?
So I just need to make sure everybody's realizing that before we even start to look at this budget and what the capital is for planning for 2026, we are going to have a 3% increase in 2027 before we even start, just for the debt payments for those
Not
projects.
necessarily, depending on what the surpluses are.
Well, we should not be relying on surpluses because
Not trying to rely on them, but the fact is the 24 surplus, although not accounted for, is already exists.
but we haven't even been told what it is. So I'm not going to, I can't in all good conscience keep relying on surpluses because frankly, we shouldn't have them to that magnitude. So the other thing I wanted to question was semi-annual payments, which I know that's how it's been set up for the arena and that sort of debenture, but some townships are going to monthly. Does that help? I mean, it's like paying your mortgage bi-weekly as opposed to monthly. It's a big difference. So if we went to monthly payments on our debentures, that will help bring it down.
It would, because you're
So-
paying your principal fast.
Okay, so it is the same theory as a mortgage. So I would like to see us go with monthly payments for our debentures when we get to that point someday.
Yeah, and I'd have to look, to be honest, to see if that's even an option with IO. When I went in to do it, they have a little calculator on the website and you pick the monthly, and to be honest, I didn't even pay attention. to see if
Okay.
Monthly
I-
was an option.
I do know that Algonquin Highlands just debentured for their new municipal garage on North Shore Road, and I saw the documentation online and it was monthly. So that's what made me think it was like, okay, that probably would be good in the long run. So I would like to see us consider that when we ever get there.
And,
Yeah,
and
it was not an option at one point. If it is now, yeah, it makes perfect sense.
yeah, and the reason it was, semi was always an option, it coincided with your tax billing, the influx of actual cash into the township. Yeah, so that's definitely something
With our
Consider.
reserves, the monthly would be.
would make sense with
Would
your
make
cash.
sense.
Yeah,
your
we've got a
cash
good
position.
cash flow from all of these reserves. So
We'll move on.
sure.
Yep.
Mhm. Okay, so you can move to slide 18, please. Okay, so this slide is just, in the right spot, so. Okay, so this slide is providing some information regarding how your levy splits out between all the different municipal functions. And so these functions follow the format of the financial information return. So this is a requirement of the province. So the different operations that are included in each of these functions is provided on slide number 16. But I just will give you an example. So protections to persons and property, that includes the fire department, emergency preparedness, the building and bylaw department, and short-term rentals. So What also typically would be included in this category would be policing. So we would report that under this category for the province's purposes, but we have broken it out separately on this slide just because it's such a significant amount of money that we, at the end of the day, are told what we have to pay them. So that's an explanation of one of these categories. So the proposed levy is the 12,326,000, and you can see there the top 3 items that are part of that make up this levy requirement. So you've got transportation is just over 30%. And now transportation, that would include obviously the roads department. It includes your streetlights and your sidewalks are included in that category. Parks, recreation, and cultural services, 2.5 million, that's 20%. And then of course, policing. And the reason that general government is actually reducing that amount is because it is the holder of all of the big grants. So it's a netted out effect that that shows it as a 4.72% reduction in the levy requirement. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, so this one is just a comparison for you. Same functions, just showing you what the difference is between the 2025 budget versus the 2026. Next slide.
So, Mr. Mayor, the slides 20 to 34 are the departmental ones. What I might suggest, I don't know when you're thinking of taking a break, we'll come back to these ones. But what I may suggest is that we cover, do you want to cover the tax rate implication? Just the tax rate implication. All right. Yeah, maybe we'll jump to slide 35, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor. We'll come back to these departmental. I'm just thinking that it may take us some time to go through the departmental ones if there's lots of council questions.
Tax rates, yes.
Yeah, I just thought it might be good if Ms. Blanchard explains the difference. We keep talking about levy, but there's also tax rate and just the difference between the two.
Okay, so what page do you want us on?
45.
Okay.
Okay, so the tax rate calculation is based on the amount of levy, so the amount of money that you're looking for. And that is the other factor is your actual assessment. There is a third kind of piece of the puzzle, which is there are rates set at the county that sorry, there we go. There's weighted assessment. So the those assessments, there's a range that's dictated by the province, but they are ultimately set at the county level. So just to give you an example, is that commercial in this county, commercial assessment is weighted 1.48 times higher than residential. So that means that your tax rate, residential is, if you think of it as the bar, so it's like the one. So its valuation is one, and everything is valued against that as either higher or lower, because we do have lowers. The lowers, the ones that are less than residential rates are your farm properties and your managed forests. And then commercial, for example, it is 1.48 times higher than what your residential rates are. So there's three factors that come into play then when you're doing your tax calculations. Assessment, there are a number of reasons why assessment values will change. So there's obviously the physical, so physical changes to your property. So you put an addition on, you tear something down. That's what changes your assessment. There's the province-wide reassessment cycles. So that has not been done since 2016. So you're going to see on your roll that you've got a lot of properties that you go, oh yeah, no, that would not sell for that value these days. But unfortunately, they are the values that we have to work with right now. And I'll also say to that one is that when they do the reevaluation, whenever that occurs, I mean, if from a sales perspective, which is what they base it on, if everybody's goes up, in theory, it's relative, right? In terms of, well, mine went up, but then so did yours. So if everybody's goes up because the sale value on an inflationary perspective is the same, then you're not going to see the wild swings that you would think that you were going to see on the reassessment. So that is how it's determined. There's also changes in classification. So it's based on the use of the property. Will also determine the assessed value. And the fourth item is if there's been any type of factual error that has been made on the assessment during that process, that can also change assessed values. So the increase in assessment for the, sorry, next slide. The increase in assessment for the 2026 taxation year is 0.95%. So we've gone up just under 1% on our assessment. And so excluding exempt properties, we are at 23, right. So 23,669 has gone up to, is the increase. That's excluding exempt properties. And of that value, 23,826 was an increase to residential. So what the primary driver on this assessment increase is residential properties. Because those properties have a value of 1, you're going to see that your rate is not the same percentage increase as your levy, because you've got that much extra assessment to spread your requirement across. So you had 3 people at the table that were sharing it. Now you have 4, right? That's kind of how you have to look at it in terms of why is there a difference between the levy requirement versus the actual, what people are going to see as a rate increase on their taxes. There were some other small reductions in assessment. There were 6 classes, but they were all small. That's why the residential is more than offsets the overall increase, but you did have some ups and downs in 6 different categories. So this slide that you're seeing right now is showing you, the first column is the average assessment. So we're giving you the overall residential, what a person would see if you're in the residential category. There's all kinds of classes, categories within that, within the residential. So we pulled out the single family dwelling, on water and not on water. So the average assessment across the board in residential is $285,000. And the average on water is 458, not on water is 238. So you can see there that we populated in the rates for 25 and for 26. Oh, by the way, the commercial average is 401. So the difference in the taxes on a overall residential is $52.77. On water would see an $84 increase, not on water 44, and commercial would be 110. Last column is telling you that that increase is 3.95%. I just wanted to point out at the top of the slide, just so you can see how far out of someone looks at this slide and goes, well, those can't possibly be the average assessment of properties. That is the average. So basically within the class, you get the total assessment. They tell you, the assessment office, how many dwellings are in that class. It's just a straight math. You take the total assessment, divide it by the number of dwellings. That is the average assessment. But if you were to take a piece of property that was assessed in 2016, and you take that average for the on-water property, and you apply a 6% increase compounded from there until now, your average is at least $775,000. And keep in mind, that's an average. So you've got some lakefront property that, you know, those properties are selling in excess of $1 million, possibly more, but then you do have likely some that are full. So that is an average number. So I just wanted to acknowledge that while those numbers seem, you know, unreasonable, and they definitely are, it is what we have to work with. And hopefully soon we'll be looking at some type of a reassessment done. So it gets.
Don't bet on too soon. Councilor McKelvey?
The 0.95% increase in assessment is kind of sad. That's the only thing we're seeing. And I know from looking, correct me if I'm wrong, but the county saw overall.
1.44 or 1.48?
Oh, okay, I was thinking it was more than that. I mean, Dysart saw over 2.
No.
I want it, can't fix it today, but just put it out there. We really need to make sure that we're getting our information to impact on our building permits and that sort of thing, because that does not seem to reflect to me what it should be for the amount of building permits and stuff that and it was low last year and the year before. And, you know, you have to feed impact the information before they're going to go out and assess it. So I would like to see that better.
No. Well, we can look to see if it is inaccurate in any way.
They do track it, and they provide quarterly updates with finance. We are willing to council if we want them to do a presentation on how the whole system works and how they track it and how it feeds, because it is very much electronically fed down.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, if you want to go back to the slide 20, and we'll start through the departmental, and
Pretty certain that lunch is not yet here.
nope, then we'll plow through and take a break when council is
Yeah.
ready to take a break.
So slide 20.
So council, the slides 20 to 34 are really summaries of each departmental area or major service area, looking at revenues and expenditures. The first one being council, there's just some regular expenditure increases. And then given that in 26, we may do some additional training or that sort of thing. We've just upped the materials and supply line a little bit. Mr. Mayor?
Councilor McKelvey?
So I see the benefit line has gone up. Is that because the cost of benefits have gone up? Or I know that we had asked for something to come back to us quite a while ago on the whole benefit package with council, and that still hasn't happened. So I just wondering why the increase there. Also wondering about the computers that the county's saying we have to buy. Is that in another?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is cost of benefits and the computers are in the CAO's line.
Thank you for taking that in your budget.
You are welcome. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry.
And we keep talking about this, about and being coming into an election year, about the wages of council and trying to attract people to run. I'm not saying about giving myself a raise today, but in the future, we're looking into, this is our opportunity coming into an election year, wanting to attract people to run. Most people cannot, who are of age of working still, cannot afford to run for council based on what this is. So I'm not saying we do anything about it today, but something needs to be done soon or nothing will ever change and it'll just be the same rotation of, and not there's anything wrong with older people being on council, but it would be nice to have some younger voices at the table that can afford to be here because we pay a living wage.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and I will make the commitment. That will be a first quarter report to council. Next slide, please. Jump in here. So under the CAO's area, you'll see under the consultants line, if I'm looking at the right line, of materials and supplies and other operating costs. This is where the plans reviews that Ms. Blanchard alluded to. So the development application, process review, the strategic plan, other general consulting services like legal are in that line. You will see a contribution to reserves. Again, we've just put a provision in there because we anticipate higher employee benefits next year.
So you suggested that grants are in the CAO. It is listed here as 0, so if there were grants, they would come into the revenue side here?
Sorry, the grants are in finance.
Okay,
Yeah.
fine, I thought you said CAO. Okay. Councilor McKelvey?
So again, I don't know if we should talk about here or later on when we talk about the capital type projects, but the development application process or review or however we've included the full amount in here, but I believe it's already ongoing. So part of that expense will be in 25. So I'm just questioning the whole need to bring the whole amount into 26, unless I'm not understanding this. The same as the strategic plan. I mean, she's done the consultation. I don't know where she is on the actual plan.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor McKelvey is correct with the expenses for the strategic plan. We have yet to be billed on the development application review.
But that is going to go back, sorry if I may,
Yep. Go ahead.
that is going to go back into 2025's books as Treasury will. So you can get a bill in March of 26, but if the work was done in 25, it's going into 25's books. So I don't know why we're budgeting this to all come in 26 again, because I think you're going to find most of it was 25.
We did see some small voices that have started the process, so just recently.
For the development part, okay, strategic plan, we've had some bills. I mean, some of it was up front, so.
It's a staged plan, I believe, so the idea was into the next year, what the next step would be.
No, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think it's straddling the 2 years. So to Councillor McKelvey's point, some work is completed in 2025, but wrapping everything up for both of them will be in 2026. So I would defer to our finance staff as to how much should be reflected in 2025 and 2026.
Okay.
We can take a look at that.
Lunch is here and it would be better to consume warm. So I'm going to suggest we will break till 12:20, if that's okay. All right, welcome back. Madam CAO and friends.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe we were on slide 22 of our presentation. It is a sad page. So, Mr. Mayor and Council, what I can confirm is we have received notice that we will be paying at the cap level this year. The calculated rate that we received was actually $2.4 million, not 2.1. So because it's higher than the 11% cap, we are capped at
Right.
that 11%. But what it means is we need to consider for 2027. The rate will be. Next slide. Oh,
Go ahead.
So tell me again, so it was like 300,000 more? So
so
that's what we might be looking at in 27?
What they said was that they had decided to cap it at 11% because a lot of municipalities were beyond
Yeah.
that. They, how to best put it, they sort of implied that 11% cap would go forward, but they didn't guarantee it. So
But if we hadn't have had the 11% cap, this would have been like another 300, is that?
right. So to Councillor McKelvey's point, I think the letter outlined about a $2.4 million increase or not increase cost as
But-
opposed to the 2.1 that we have in the budget.
But through the police detachment boards, this is very much a topic of discussion. Because these numbers, we just can't continue like this.
No, we can't. It's not sustainable.
Okay, so on to slide 23, please. So Committee of Adjustment Council, I don't have a lot of comments on this particular slide. The next slide. Building and bylaw. And council, I will apologize, Mr. Lewis is not well today, so we will do our best to answer any questions you have in this area. So as Ms. Blanchard has indicated before, with building and bylaw, there is the in-house septic inspection program included in here, and also the shoreline preservation bylaw that we pay to the county is included in building and bylaw.
Councilor McKelvey?
Okay, so a couple questions here. We agreed to hire a short-term rental coordinator, 24 hours a week. That was in June of 25. We knew it wasn't in the budget. But the short-term rental licenses, we're supposed to pay for it. We were supposed to get another report back before 26 budget, which I realized we've had some staff changes, didn't come. However, is the short-term rental person, which is about a $44,000 a year in these wages and benefits for building and bylaw?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it is, even though it is a temporary position.
Okay, so then we go back to the $30,000 that wasn't in last year's budget that we need to bring into this year's. I get that. I believe it was for Granicus. And Granicus is going to be 20,000, I believe, on an ongoing basis. But there is the whole enforcement of short-term rentals. Like, we need to have some kind of an expense in here to start dealing with them. And I'd like to see short-term rentals as a separate cost center so that I know that what we're charging is actually covering the cost, which I don't think it's even touching it. But this was sold to us very explicitly that it would be a revenue neutral project
Mhm.
and all these great things would come from the MAT tax, and that's not happening. So I know that I watched Dysart's budget meeting. They had to reduce their short-term rental license fees like substantially because they didn't get it either. Mind you, they got a lot more than we did, but this whole project needs to be looked at because it's not revenue neutral. And maybe that's what we want to do. But we need to be able to have that discussion. Is it what we want to do? Do we want to be paying taxpayers' money
Mhm.
to try and deal with this program?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and I would completely agree with the council members' statements. And we will work to bring a report, a full report to council. So the comment about Granicus is we were initially into a 3-year contract. We have to determine whether that is something we want to go forward with. And we have some ideas around that. To the council members' point, this has been a whole learning process for everybody who is involved in it. And so we need to bring you an update report and then determine where we're going to go from here.
Where is the MAT tax revenue? Like, where does that flow through?
How do we get the money?
Yeah, what, yeah, like, where does it flow through on these, in our financials?
So it isn't a lot, so you're not going to
Yeah.
see, but it comes through the building department, the building bylaw department is where it comes through. It's collected through a program that's similar to Square, but it's called Stripe. So that's where the property owners can submit their fees. And that's how, and then it flows through into our bank account. It's done quarterly, is my understanding is how it works. But yeah, to the CAO's point, it does need some tending to, because just in terms of everybody understanding and getting a connection between the bylaw department and the finance department on who's doing what and how it works and who's monitoring the numbers and making sure that the number, because there's the MAT tax, which is a 4%, half of that goes up to the county. And then there's the membership fees themselves and ensuring that, does it make sense what we're getting based on the number of members? Does that make sense on a conservative kind of mathematical
Right.
approach? Does it look like we're getting what we should be getting? So, yeah.
Okay. Councilor McKelvey first.
So it doesn't really just affect here. The county is probably spending a substantial amount of money setting up this corporation to be able to receive their half of the MAT tax. Is that correct?
Well, I don't know that that's the only reason for the corporation, but yeah,
I just question the need to even set it up because we're talking next to nothing for dollars. And if we have to start spending tens of thousands of dollars in enforcement costs, somebody needs to try and sit down and figure out,
well, that's what I think.
where did this derail? Because it's completely derailed compared to what we were told it would bring us all this wonderful money.
Councilor Sandy first.
I just need a clarification because there's so many questions from the public around this. Can we just, it's not really budget, but if we could just flow where people pay, how they pay, and where that money goes between the county and the municipality and between our departments, because I can't explain it. It's very confusing. And if we could just get an update on that, that'd be great. Thank you.
Councilor Ingram?
Through the chair, just wondering why the materials and supplies went up 93,000. Seems like a lot. Is there something specific happened there on the operating expenditures? Went from 89 to 182.
Is that the?
Yeah, so that includes the 50.
Okay, that include, there's $50,000 in there for shoreline
Okay.
preservation. And I think there's some training.
No, that explains most of
They-
it. Anyway. Okay, thank you.
Counselor Susan?
Just back to the short-term rentals, we were sold this program on the understanding it wasn't gonna cost us anything.
Yeah.
So, and it's never stopped costing us. So I think we should have a hard look at it.
Agree. Counselor McKelvey?
So in this budget, it's hard to tell because it's grouped in with building and bylaw. But there should be like $44,000 a year in wages and benefits, I'm assuming in there for the short-term rental part-time coordinator. There should be a $20,000 for Granicus. There should be some legal fees in there. And then I need to know what the offset, like, what is this costing us in this budget? Like, we can go analyze this 6 months from now and to figure out what went seriously wrong, but right now I need to know what's it costing the taxpayers to operate the short-term rental program?
Right now, it would be the coordinator and the software is what we've got in there as dedicated to short-term rentals.
But we must have some revenue for the fees.
It'll be put in.
licenses.
Just look at third quarter, so was, the VAT tax was,
2,900.
yes.
Yes, I remember that.
Licensing.
Half of that being the counties.
So, exactly, yeah, because it's not been. It's a year end for sure, look at that, to make sure that we're moving it. And then there was 19, I think we've got 19 members. I counted and
Licenses?
licenses.
So again, I'd like to know before we come back, if we could have short-term rentals kind of a separate cost center so that we know what are we really approving here? If that's supported by the rest.
Well, we can certainly, whether or not we create the cost center, we can certainly pull out the money for this year and.
From a go-forward basis, we should have a separate cost
Yeah,
center,
I
but
don't
that's
disagree.
just,
So the licensing is around $45,000 is what we. Mhm.
so $45,000.
So you've got 90 folks registered. And
Okay.
not tax.
So 45,000, so that's basically covering the part-time person. But it's not covering Granicus or the program you mentioned, something about a program.
Stripe,
Oh,
the
straight,
Stripe,
okay,
the software is for the,
okay. Or enforcement, or,
Right.
now that's based on 90 members. I don't know what the number, what anybody estimated,
250, yeah,
250 members.
that's the number I remember. And like I said, I watched ISAR's meeting. And I think they had to bring theirs down to 150. I could be wrong on this, but it was late. So I think they brought theirs down to 150 licenses, which was a substantial drop in their budget. But that's still a lot more than what we have.
All right.
If council's finished with building and blind.
Oh, sorry, I'm not.
No.
Sorry. Mr.
Go
Mayor,
ahead.
dog pound. I didn't see that in here, and I know we had this very passionate speech at the end of the table. We also had one a few years ago, same speech.
Right, so, council, if you recall, when the delegation came, most recently, they presented very different information than I think it was even in your council package. And what they were looking for, that particular delegate was looking for some monthly relief to offset costs. When we looked at the magnitude of that money, we were directed as staff to go away and understand further what it was they were asking for and bring back a report. So that is on our list to do. But in terms of if council decides that that's what they want to support, I would suggest to you that we could fund that from some area of the budget. I think it was about $300 a month. They were looking for relief. So we haven't put a specific line in because council has not given us direction that that's where you want to go. But we could fund that from a reserve and then build it into operating moving forward if that's what council decides. But we weren't able to deliver that report before this budget meeting.
Through you. And I think if we are considering moving in that direction, then we need to then reconsider the dog licensing, which will also be something then that will be a revenue somewhat to the municipality. But is it really when you figure the staff time that it takes to do them? So
Right.
yeah, but I can't see how we could support having a pound and then not having licensing where they actually have a tag where we can kind of tie the two, but
Right.
just
And so,
thoughts.
for
And I
that,
don't think $10 each covers it.
right. And so for that reason, council, our direction was go away and examine it all and bring back a future report. And at that time, we would make a recommendation, should council want to go in one direction or another. We would-
Yeah, I can actually add some clarification to where that is to the process that's being described. When this was brought to council before, there were two organizations involved that were making these proposals. Just before the council meeting, one of the organizations said, we're going to handle some of this on our own. So just the person who showed up at our council meeting was making a partial request based on that. So that, and we've been playing telephone tag. I've been asked by our building inspector to provide what exactly we're asking now because it changed from that original report that was received to council. So what I'm doing now is working with the Pasa Claris, who is one of the people there. And we'll put together something and give it to staff. Basically, it's changing that complicated, all this all at once, just to say, let's just start something small. And I'll verify this with Suzanne when I talk to her at Pasa Claris, but it's the $300 a month that we're looking at, which will cover some of the time on for the 24/7 where to take dogs. So that's where I am with the building department, my last discussions with them and with Susan. Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, I would suggest that council has given staff direction. And I appreciate council members trying to clarify, but this is where we've got into problems in the past that we think it's one thing and then what comes to council is something different. So our intention is to follow council's direction and meet with the party and clarify, and to Deputy Mayor Shell's point, there are other factors for us to consider, and we'll bring the report back to council. This has been a bit of chasing our tail, no pun intended, because we keep getting information from all different sources. So that would be my preference.
Including me getting phone calls from,
Yeah,
because there's
so,
Doug Ford
yeah.
and then the Solicitor General, then to me, so.
The CAO basically said what I was thinking, with all due respect to Councillor Saini, this is something staff should be directing and doing, just not council members.
I think, just before you do, at the end of the day, the amounts of money that we're talking about right now is
Right.
is not consequential, so we can fund it within the budget. So we're talking budget right now. It's a process that's going on outside of the budget, and it's not going to affect our budget.
I just want to clarify that my following through with this was at the request of our CBO, wasn't outside of what staff was doing. So thank you.
Okay, Councillor McKelvey.
I'm sure that'll be dealt with. But I just want to make sure that we don't wait too long, because people, and again, we get this public criticism that we come to council, we make a delegation, council directs staff to bring back a report. And so here we are. I thought we'd get a report back in time for the budget, in all honesty, but it's not big bucks. We're talking $3,600. I don't expect to bring it from a reserve. I would argue that, but I'm sure there's money in this budget somewhere.
I am the pretend treasurer.
Yes. And if you don't behave, we'll keep you that way. All right.
So moving, oh. Okay. You were jumping in, you were jumping the gun. Next slide, please. So planning, in the materials, supplies and operating costs line, much of that is related to, stormwater protection or source water protection, sorry. We're not protecting stormwater, requirements, and I would have to defer to our planner if you want details on what those requirements are. And I think there is an intention to bring a more comprehensive report forward. But if you want some details right now, it's not for me.
Councillor McKelvey.
I would like a report, not today,
Mhm.
on the whole source water protection. Where are we? We started this last year. But my other concern I have with the budget, and maybe it's in here, I don't know. But the county passed their budget and there was a new GIS position that was supposed to be shared. 50% of that cost was to come down to the lower tiers. I don't know if you've been told that because
Well,
okay.
at one point it was to be shared. I believe where it sits now is, and Mr. Mayor, you can clarify, we as CAOs asked for a lot more information on that particular item. It seemed that there was a backlog of work related to NG 911.
Yes.
So sort of a project to get completed. And so the question was had, should there be a temporary person hired to get through that project?
Yeah.
And then there's consideration, but I don't know where that sits.
So
Mr.
that's
Mayor.
what the county said. It would be a temporary, but it was going to be shared. The cost, 50% to the county, 50% to the lower tier, but not Dysart. I still haven't quite figured that out.
They have their own GIS.
And it says, yeah, okay, but
GIS.
it's $17,500 for us that we need to put in the budget.
As of November 20th, it was 11,138
Okay.
for the 4. But if Dysart's backed out of it, then that'll bump that up. And then the OP also was
yeah.
part of ours,
Yeah.
was 18,750. So is that in here? Because that was that's as of November 20th.
So,
I
so
found
the
it yesterday.
OP item is, and I don't know if the,
I don't know what they have, if they've, now that we passed the budget at the county, I don't know if they've come back to you and say, these are all the areas that we're going to charge you, because there was another position that was going to be split and it was then absorbed at the county.
that was the
That was on cybersecurity.
cybersecurity one,
And
yes.
so I don't know what numbers, if they've come back to you and told you numbers.
Right. Okay.
Maybe you can check on that. Councillor McKelvey?
So the official plan costs Would you say that was gonna be?
750.
Yeah, so, like, I'm not sure that it's in here if we haven't even, like, there's no line increases here anywhere to show that would be for the official plan.
Let me just get my notes up.
And then plus this other GIS is another expense from the county. So just want to make sure I understand that we've got it in here.
Okay, let us double check on that one. So, Mr. Mayor, my notes say, we have a service delivery review underway. And one of the major areas that they're reviewing is planning, and it is related to the official plan. And so, given that that body of work has not finished yet, that report has not been completed and recommendations delivered, we did not put the official plan in the budget because we don't know that that's the direction we're going in.
So I think the best thing is post completion of the county budget last week to talk to Gary and find out what charges are expected. As I did see a note at the county level that did talk about some of the charges.
We did talk about this at our CAO meeting. I guess to predetermine the outcome of the work that this group is doing seems a little,
I just, what I'm suggesting is, since we did finish the budget last week, let's find out what he intends to charge us right now. It may
fair
be
enough.
an argument that, well, you shouldn't because of this, but let's see what he thinks he's gonna be charging us.
Right.
Councilor McKelvin?
Well, I kind of get what you're saying there.
Mhm.
So the county council has decided we're going to do one official plan. They've put it in their budget. But the work
The
being,
county council did not decide we were doing one official plan. The county council decided that we would look at that as a possibility.
okay, well, the county council put in a budget of $150,000 to do one official plan.
Yep.
Okay. And we're supposed to pay for part of it. So that needs to be in here. Again, Watch Dysart's meeting, they had to add it to their budget. So just so you know, there's the official plan, there's the 911 GIS person, there's more costs that need to be added to this.
Anyway, find out.
Yeah, those were the only two.
Um,
Go ahead.
are we going to be given the ability to look at the detailed sheets like later on, or only because I've noticed stuff. Now I'm trying to flip back and forth, so I don't know if you want me to try and talk about it as we go through
Our intention is to go through one swipe here.
once swipe, meaning.
Well,
So if you have something else, bring it up.
yeah,
I may end up having to go backwards, but,
sure.
okay, planning. If you go back, and I don't know that these pages are numbered, so that's, I can't even tell you. But under planning department revenues, there's an official plan amendment fee that shows as a positive instead of a negative. It's $3,500. So I'm thinking that might be
Should be a negative, should be a, unless we're gonna have to refund a bunch of OP amendments or something. I can look online and see what page this is on, if that helps. Did we just find 7,000? Yes. Okay.
Okay, more pizza.
Okay. Okay, so we just brought 7,000 back out of there.
Okay, anything else on planning?
Consultants. It's showing the budget going up $14,000 for consultants for planning. Just curious. I do know that the direction of council approved by resolution was that DM Wells was to end at the end of December of,
So that increase is for source water protection.
yeah, I'm talking consultants.
I'm looking at the consultant line, there's a 6,000, it's gone down 6,000.
Well, not on my page. It shows 23,000 as 25's budget, and then it shows 37,000 for,
Oh, no, then, I apologize, our sheet, I will get you a new sheet, how's that? We have budgeted 17,000.
okay, well then this doesn't work over here then either, so I don't know. Okay, back on planning, road allowance, occupation and license fees. $7,500 last year, we're budgeting 5,000 this year. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have had my volume. here. And at the end of September, I think it was over 11,000, so I'm just wondering if there's some reason for that. So if you planning, road allowance, occupation and license fees. Last year's budget was 7,500. 2026 draft budget is 5,000. Again, we don't get actuals on here, so I had to really dig, but when I go back to the report we were given back in for the third quarter, I believe it was showing, wait a minute, I'll find it, $11,400 had been received to date.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the reason that we are including a proposed reduction to that, most of that was driven by the short-term, the increase that we saw in license of occupation for short-term rentals. We're not anticipating that influx of that number of applications because people will already have it in place and are either working towards purchasing their shoreline road allowance, or they would have a renewal fee. So we're expecting that number to go down because people already have those licenses in place. So it was somewhat of an artificial inflation that we saw.
But isn't there a renewal fee still applied every year or no?
There is, but it's less than the original application fee. And again, most of those individuals we would be anticipating to work towards purchasing their short road allowance.
And the DM Wells? Is there a budget number in here for DM Wells to continue working?
There is a budget number for external consulting to do some peer review at some point, if needed.
Okay.
We finished with planning? So we'll move to the next. Sorry.
Go ahead.
So sorry, this is where I said I may have to go backwards. So building, just if we could just go back one page from the planning one. Building permits haven't changed for revenue. We still haven't looked at the building permit fees. We have to have a public meeting. We still don't have the 2024 report, I think it was, for expenses and revenues. If you remember, it didn't make sense. It was sent back to be redone and never came back. So there has to be a report on what your expenses and your revenues are for the building department so that you're making sure that you're not making money on
Right,
fees.
right.
The report for 24 never did come back. But I'm still thinking we were going to increase fees for building permit, but we had to have a report to know what that was
Right.
going to be.
And just with the turnover, Councillor McKelvey, this fall, we weren't able to do that, but we intend to do it in the new year.
But are we going to increase building department fees?
I will have to confer with our chief building official in terms of the, his analysis of what's going on in the industry.
It really,
And as part of the development application review, that's part of what JL Richards is doing as well.
I just know that the other townships have had their public meetings. They've increased their building permit fees, and I just thought it was another opportunity to change their revenues, but the other question I had was, again, back a little bit. For the office of the CIO, I believe it includes the election. Right? Okay.
It does.
So the election costs are being put in here as 72,000 expense. And a $72,000 contribution from, okay, and then we're gonna put the 18,360, so that levy stays the same next year. Okay, that's fine, I just wanted to make sure it was on the same page. The information technology, other services going up 23, part of that is for the computers for the council?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Cemetery.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm just flipping through. So big thing on cemeteries is our columbarium is at capacity. You will see that as a capital project. And so that's why you see fees are down. And other than that, council, I don't know if you have any other questions. Mr. Mayor?
Sorry, go ahead, Councilor McKelvey.
I've brought this up a few times, the whole wages and benefits. Last year there was amounts put in and it was just plugged in well, we did not spend $90,000 worth of time at the cemeteries. The grass hardly grew. So I just want to make sure that going forward, that's not going to happen again. This is going to be,
I'm getting a vigorous head shaking from our payroll coordinator who spent a great amount of time correcting what you're just talking about.
these are only budget numbers. I don't know what actuals are. We don't get them. So I'm just trying to make sure that this 92,000 that we've put in here for the budget is going to be actually done properly in 2026.
That is our full intention.
Okay. Conferences and education has increased in cemeteries. Just curious
just grab my notes.
So through the mayor to you, Councillor McKelvey, yeah, there was an increase. So some of the courses have increased and some of the training that we want our staff to attend for next year, that's allotting to send the administration staff as well as our operators.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor McKelvey?
So I'm just trying to find it. I've made a note in here that materials. Or it might have been other services. In the cemetery general, we had $25,000 budget in other services. We only had spent 6,500 at the end of September. So just, and then material costs in the individual. We had 500 at Bethel, 500 at Lurch, 1,000 at Minden. Another 500 at 12 Mile that weren't spent. So I'm just questioning why we keep putting these amounts forward. Again, I'm trying to go back to the reporting that we got for September 30th. We hadn't spent it. We've put it in again. How many times do we keep putting stuff in again and it doesn't get spent? And then I know it's $500 and it's 500 here and it's 500 there and it's 1,000 there and it's 5,000 there. And at the end of the year, we get substantial surpluses that really reflects poor budgeting as opposed to.
So I did take a look at the other expenditure and other services lines because it is a, kind of a broad, non-descriptive account title. And so what I was seeing in the cemetery for those two lines are openings and closings and software subscription fees. So openings and closings, I suspect, are, an unknown.
Right, but the
Um,
opening and closing up top offsets it because we charge what we get charged.
Right.
So. Okay. And materials?
Perhaps Ms. McGuigan can
So through the chair, the materials is like when we're doing the foundation, so there had bills that had not come through yet as of September 30th. So where the cemetery hits by the time we're getting invoices, when you guys got your September actual, those material costs weren't in there.
Okay, that's fine. Again, because we don't get actuals in our budget, all I can base it on is what we've had. So that's why I'm gonna ask these questions.
Okay, anything more on cemeteries?
All right.
Community services arena.
I think, Mr. Mayor, we'll just entertain questions on community service arena area.
Okay. Councilor Johansson?
And I'm just wondering, I've had a couple of questions come at me. Has anybody thought or entertained the idea of having a pro shop there where people can sell stuff relating to hockey or whatnot, but also have healthy maybe snacks and stuff like that as well? Might be a lot cheaper than a convenience stand, but just thought to.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I mean, I think things like concession stands and pro shops and things like that are certainly something we can look at in the future. I mean, there has not been a lot of work done on it. I have talked to the county economic development group too about, maybe there's some leasehold improvements that could be done there and allow somebody to operate. But we haven't been able to sort of finalize anything to bring to council yet.
Where do we stand on, and I don't know if we ever did get a grant, but the accessibility for the buttons for specifically the gymnasium and the ice, not the ice surface, the stands, the spectator stands, none of them are accessible with buttons. And I know we had talked about it, and I think we were going to apply for a grant.
We did.
But if we aren't getting the grant, I still think we need to do it. So I'm just
Right.
wondering if that should be in the budget.
No, I think to Deputy Mayor Shell's point, if I understand correctly, I think we found out on Thursday that we were not successful with the grant. So to your point, we will take a look at.
Yeah, that really needs to, I hear, being on the accessibility committee at the county, I hear that one quite a bit.
Councilor McKelvey?
So with regard to grants, we haven't, I'm not criticizing, I'm just pointing a reality here, is that we have not filed our 2024 FIR. We have not done our 2024 financial statement. So are we even eligible? Is that why we're getting
Through you,
denied?
through you, Mr. Mayor, that may be part of the reason. It's not the only reason. though.
Okay.
There's a lot of competition for some of these grants out there, so.
I'm gonna say that unless it's specifically stated in the grant guidelines, that basically your eligibility diminishes if your financial information return has not been filed. Would say that probably isn't a huge factor in whether we're successful.
Councilor Ingram?
Got excited. Through the chair, I don't know if this is the right spot, but Candace was looking into street lighting for the Riverwalk. I don't know what that's under. Okay,
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, that would be proper. That's actually one of our capital
okay,
projects.
thank you.
Councilor McKelvey?
So in the SG Nesbitt revenue, sign space rentals, I've made a note that the actual was $20,000. So I'm just. Sorry, I'll have to just keep going back and forth in these things, so. But that may have been a setup fee too. Okay. So we made the $20,000, but that included a substantial amount of it for setup. Okay. Which we don't get again. But it's also covered in the expenses down below.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, is that a question you're posing?
Well, that's why I want to make sure. If we've lowered the revenue,
Have we lowered the expenses?
yes.
So, Ms. McGuigan, the question is, have we done the offsetting? If The revenues were lowered because of setup fees.
Through the chair, because it was new programming, there wasn't anything in expenses for, because what they pay for the setup covers it covers the fee, so it kind of went into the building, other expenses, so we've kept that status quo.
So it wasn't counted twice.
No.
Okay, other revenue in the SG Nesbit 25 budget was 15,000, this year's 2,000. But in September's report, we had almost $50,000 in revenue on that line, so I don't know.
So there was a process where revenues, sorry, I can think about this for a second. So everything got, when it got booked through the software, it, on our end, on the finance end, it was all being lump summed into one account. And so we still, before we complete the year end this year, possibly next year as well. So it was being budgeted into the individual lines. That's how we need to make it work, as opposed to it all just ending up in one line. So we still have to do that entry in 2025 to make sure that everything's allocated, go back and reallocate into the individual lines. They're tracking that correctly at the SG Nesbit. It was just that as it was coming over here, it was being lump summed into one or two revenue lines. So we still need to fix that.
So really, there's like another $50,000 in revenue that should be allocated to some of these other lines.
Yes.
Have we taken that into consideration in the budget?
Yes.
Okay. A couple of things, if I may.
Go ahead.
Property maintenance. There's $40,000 in here again, which is great. But again, at the last printout, like, we hardly had spent much there. And I can say that the ceiling tiles at the community center are not quite as bad as the ones in here, but they are bad and they need to be replaced. I understand the electrical in the kitchen upstairs is still not quite right. I understand we had work done there, but I'm being told that some things in the back left corner can't be plugged in. We still have money left in the budget for this, like, maybe we could even get this done before the end of December, because there's still lots of money in your property and maintenance budget. For 26, I would like to see some consideration being given and some kind of report come back that tells us what we could do to renovate the upstairs kitchen to be a snack bar, but also still be available for rentals. If they're, if somebody's having something in the auditorium, they can still use that kitchen. But there's so many people that would like to have coffee or something when they come to the arena for games, or there should be a way that we can renovate the upstairs kitchen to be more of a snack bar. And it's probably more in electrical and some equipment, maybe fans. I don't know. I'm not an expert, but I'd like to see us look at it. I'd also like to know, when we debentured the arena, we keep hearing that we debentured more than was required because there was other things yet to do. It came up at a public meeting, community consultation. The electronic sign was supposed to be part of that. It came up at community consultation. There's something else and now it just escaped me. But I would like to know what's left in that money that we debentured that we haven't used and that must be sitting there in the book somewhere.
That is correct. It is sitting on the balance sheet. There was some of that spent for what's the name of the company, the engineering company, Parkin, the firm that we used as the engineer on the original build. Anyways, those are the folks that you did had them take a look at the snack bar. So you did get a report. I'm not sure, honestly, I don't know what you got, but you did pay them to provide you with something regarding the snack bar. That's at least what the GL says. I will let you know. I will go back and because it is definitely sitting on the balance sheet. What the extra money that was you know what? Okay, don't hold me to this number, but I want to say it was somewhere around $200,000.
Okay, that's big numbers to me.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm looking forward
But
to
don't
that.
hold me to it.
That's all right. I
Okay.
won't. You have it.
Sure.
You have my word online. I won't hold you to it.
PR
But I
online,
do want to report.
Yeah, okay.
Like,
for sure.
this is information that we could use in our budget to decide if we want to do something upstairs or go towards the buttons or get the electronic sign that was supposed to be that sort of thing.
Okay, anything else on the arena? Okay, Parks and Recreation.
So in the materials, supplies and other, there was a proposal for some self-watering baskets for flowers, additional porta potties for the Canada Day event. I think that was feedback we received this year that we needed more washroom facilities. And I understand we'll have new snowflakes next year for decorations. So that's what makes up most of that line.
Councilor McKelvey?
Watering baskets. I'm really excited to see this here. Are they the baskets? Are they the hanging ones? Are
Oh,
they?
heavens, I'm gonna have to ask the expert.
So, and I'm wondering if we've taken into consideration the staffing complement, because it will save huge watering requirements. So.
Through the chair, so there for the hanging baskets across there is still some staff time and then that will be doing. So when we say self-watering, it has a water reservoir. They do not self-water themselves. Someone does have to do it a couple times a week. But that will also be able to us to put our students towards the more of the gardens as well as the cemetery intakes. We had a very easy cemetery season for lawn care this year. That could drastically change. So we already have tasks that we are going to be redirecting those students to.
Councilor Hanson?
1 second. Don't shoot me, but any irrigation possibility for the village green, maybe? They're still kind of looking.
No, so through the chair, that was that when that came back, when we were doing the village green for the tender, there was 3 options that were provided and council chose the option for the students to continue to water those gardens. It's something we can look at. It's in place, like the walkway is in place now.
Go ahead.
Revenue for fairgrounds is showing as 0. We rent the fairgrounds out. I hope we can.
So the fairground rentals that we've had for 2025, those have been policy
91, so it goes in and then comes.
But you get it in the revenue line and it's expensed in your grant line. Correct, Lori? So we still need to show a revenue on fairgrounds because we do rent out the fairgrounds, whether Joe Blow pays it or the township's policy pays it, you still get that revenue.
Yep. Yeah, like the
That's-
policy 91, yeah.
But you get that revenue on that revenue line, fairgrounds, other revenue.
Sort of policy.
Most of the rentals at the fairgrounds are covered by policy 91. So I'm assuming the revenue comes in up here, the expense goes down here.
Yeah, so if we have yes, so we book the revenues on policy 91
Yes.
to revenue, so we know, even though there's an expense that offsets it, it does get booked to a revenue line.
Okay, so I would like to suggest that we put $5,000 into that fairgrounds revenue. Because we've.
So it's possible it's hitting somewhere else, like at a top level.
Yeah, there's 15 grand for the ice racers alone, so
Yeah.
something
So
is,
it's possible it's at the top level, is how it just hasn't been allocated. If it's coming, when it comes in that way from the software at the arena. So we'll take a look at that and just see how it's flowing through.
like, there has to be fairgrounds rental revenue.
Yeah, yes,
If-
because what we do is it's set up that whatever the policy 91 is, and we do the adjustment to show that as an expense because we show an expense line for that, for all of those items. But we also book the revenue so that we
Yeah.
know exactly what, it still reflects what we're taking in.
So there really should be a fairly substantial budget there.
Yeah, we'll take a look at it and see where it's landing. And make sure that that's even still how it's working.
Okay, because,
And that's the zero.
no, not
No.
really, because some of
No.
them. Just
Yeah,
one line.
we'll take a look at it and see. Yeah. And see how it's coming in.
Okay. So that's to come back, because that could be an increase in our revenues here. Which will,
Unless it's shown like it's part of another budgeted line, so we need to look at it and see how it's currently flowing in and how those other lines are matching up. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I just want to say yes to your question about it netting out.
Right.
Because
Councilor Ingram?
Through the chair, I'm noticing we don't have any wages under parks and I think we need to do that. I think that showing it all of it at the SG Nesbit is unfair to the arena, for one thing. They should come out separate, they're separate departments, they're separate expenses. How do we know what we're spending in parks?
Yeah,
No, I'm just waiting for an answer.
we do have wages and benefits in Parks. Oh, sorry, it's up here, yes.
you can look at that.
Mhm. So really what that translates into is giving staff an opportunity to code their time correct through the software. Yes. So everything is done through sort of HRIS. And so we open up windows of where they can code their time as they're entering their time through the week. So it really is just a matter of the staff tracking. No, but are they reporting their parks time right now? No, see, that's the issue,
Mhm.
is that they're
They used to,
Yes.
yeah.
So they're reporting their time under the SG Nesbit, right? So so it's like, it's like giving them a timesheet that says arena, so they pick arena. But as a cost center, you could keep adding
Right.
potential ways for them to look their time, right? And then, yes, so that would have to be the adjustment. Is to allow that additional cost center when they open up their timesheet.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah.
Makes
I
sense.
know we used to break down all of the parks that we had, which was very time consuming because it was 0.5 here and 0.5 there. I get that, but at least if it's in the general, we
Yeah.
have a full wage showing.
Yeah.
I don't expect you to break it down because that is timely. And
into
if we
the
really
individual
need it,
parks.
if you need it really broken down, you can figure that out.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilor McKelvey?
So we quit heating the Quonset hut because it wasn't insulated. But I'm not seeing the drop in the utilities line, but I think there will be. I don't know if it's worth changing, but we were paying a lot of,
I guess with experience, we'll know what the number is.
we should have that
Right.
experience now because that came up with the budget, but my other comment is boat launches. Boat launches have had a $5,000 budget for other expenses every year since I've been here. And every year for previous years before that. Every year since I've been here, we don't spend the money. And I can assure you that our boat launches need to have some money spent on them. So I just want to reinforce that if we put this money in here, it's got to be utilized and spent to improve our boat launches.
Were the expenses on the boat launches, were they all put into capital?
We didn't do any.
And we did on out in whatever mountain or.
That's not ours.
Pardon me?
Mountain Lake isn't ours.
Yeah, through the chair. So there is money being spent in the boat launches. We did work in 2024 and a couple which went through some with roads budget. And then we have actually, we're working on some projects for 2026 for the monies.
So that it's just not being charged correctly, it's being absorbed by roads, is that what we're getting at?
We have it on.
Right. But it's not just the wages and benefits, it's, I mean, we have cement pads in our boat, some of our boat launches that need to be replaced. So that wouldn't be an expense you would absorb, I wouldn't think. So we need to spend some money, we need to do some repairs to our boat launches for some of these, have a look at them.
Are we finished with Parks and Rec?
On the property.
So council, on the next slide, we've separated out property on its own because there are a different departments that access some of this money, and we want to start treating some of our facilities. We want to make sure we're focusing some energy on our facilities and some monies. So you'll see that the rental income is down a little bit, related to the fact that Lachlan will be under construction oh no, hang on. I'm on the halls, sorry. No, But we have put some money in for facility assessments. Again, if you recall, in our asset management plan, we needed to gather more information on our buildings. And so that's what we intend to do. And we believe we need to start contributing to a reserve for major repairs to our buildings is what we're looking at with this sheet here.
Councilor McKelvey?
So this is kind of, like, the library isn't part of this.
No, I think Ms. Blanchard mentioned it was this building, there's the U-Links building, there's some smaller facilities that are out there, but I mean, if we build a reserve and one of the other major buildings needed some major repair, it is also a reserve we could tap into.
Again, we had money in the budget for repairs and maintenance, and it didn't get spent, and we keep looking up at that ceiling, and but that's definitely going to be in this budget. We're going to fix.
It is our intention moving forward.
So the court lease I see has come down. Do we have a new court lease? It expired at the end of September, I believe, or October.
I'll let our illustrious clerk speak to that.
So through the chair, we just actually received the proposal. So we'll review that and then bring that forward.
Is it more money?
No, it's not more money.
So is it less? Is that why we've lowered this?
It is less because it's more equivalent to the actual days of
Days.
usage as opposed to like a bulk amount. We're finding that staff utilize the space quite frequently now as opposed to the courts.
If I may, Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
There was some health and safety issues that continued to come up. I understand. One of them is the emergency exit upstairs.
Right, we're looking at some designs for an alternative. at this
Is that going to be covered within this budget?
point. Right, that's the intention.
And I guess because it's been outstanding for a while, this is a priority.
I'll have to follow up on that item. I don't know how high a priority it is.
Okay. Can council make this a priority then? Because it's talking about the emergency exit upstairs. And it's a health and safety issue that's been flagged by staff for quite some time. I understood Eric was bringing us a report, but it didn't get here.
I will follow up on that.
Can council make this a priority?
I think Councillor McKelvey, I might ask Mr. Timmons to come up because he is the chair of the Health and Safety Committee. And there are often things that are flagged by staff that when the committee goes through them and prioritizes them, some are very high priority. Some are things that we can build into longer range plans.
Okay, good.
Okay. So.
So through the chair, just on the fire escape, on the second story here specifically, prior to the former CVO leaving, he did have a look at it. The fire escape in itself is functional. It's from an engineering perspective. Again, this is a bit secondhand. I didn't do the work myself, but this is what I took away from it. The fire escape itself is fine. We do need to do some work, confirm a few things, and I have been working with the fire chief about working on some tests and some fire drills for next year, and then we should be able to square this all away. Overall, we don't think we have an issue with the fire escape. We do need to do a little bit of housekeeping, make sure everything's good. We do need to check some stuff on the and formerly the clerk's office where there are safety sliders that come down. There are some things we need to double check, but overall, we don't think it's not an overhaul on the fire escape. We think it's in pretty good shape.
There you go.
I'd have to disagree on that. There's bolts completely cut off that hold it onto the building of that fire escape, and they have been like that for 10 years. It just never got approved by council. That's why she's asking it to be a priority.
So through the chair, again, I didn't do the work on this.
No,
but
I understand that.
but
No, I'm
we
not
can-
shooting you, Mike. I'm
Yeah.
just saying that's what I inspected when I worked here.
And from my perspective, from the Health and Safety Committee, this is on our list as a project for this building to do some fire drills and some tests on the systems. So obviously that'll be one of the ones we'll do.
Obviously, health and safety is a top priority, so I assume that committee is looking at that and keeping it as a top priority. Next property, Councilor McKelvey.
Just on this health and safety. I mean, I found out about this somewhat off the street. Is there other stuff on the health and safety list that we as council should know about? I mean, I'm just telling you where I was before council saw those lists. It's a pretty serious thing when it comes to health and safety risks. If you check the health and safety regulation, the buck keeps going up the hill to the,
Look, I had not heard of this before today.
I've heard of it lots of times and I've heard of others and I just, as a matter of procedure, do we need to start seeing the health and safety lists?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would say no. Health and safety, when I got here, was not a focus. We have put a formal committee in place. We have representation from both our bargaining unit and management. Management and our entire committee has received training. It's a high priority for me. I think to Councillor McKelvey's point, what council needs to hear about those high priority items.
Not off the
And-
street though.
No, I would agree with you, but we should be bringing them forward as projects that we need to complete. So that's how I would see it moving forward. I think there is differing information on the fire escape and we will take it away and do a thorough review. I think this is one of those that it's been a lack of continuity of staff. And I know Mr. Timmons and I share the emphasis that needs to be put on health and safety. And so we will take that away today.
Yeah, I think the discontinuity of staff, if it means that some reports and financial reports are behind, that's one thing, but health and safety obviously has to stay as a very high priority.
It
So I'm
is-
sure you agree with that. So I would like that, somebody take a look at this as soon as possible. And
We will do so.
resurrect that report that came from our CBO, and if it has to be redone, let us redo it.
We will do so.
immediately. Councilor McKelvey?
So just the month before Mr. Gay left, he prepared a report on that and some other things. It never came to the council. And it was hiring an engineer to deal with that fire escape and some other issues here from. Then there was another report. I think he was going to recommend, that he was recommending the hiring of an engineer to do something else as well, but just so you know, should be in the files there. But he had a price on the engineering and everything.
I will follow up.
Anything else on property? Cultural services, sorry, Councilor Sandy.
On cultural services, thank you. Yes, this is where my $9,000 question is. So if we're looking at, I might say it's very difficult to read because I'm looking at our quarterly report on my computer and then go here to which is the budgeted items. So the actuals and the budgeted aren't put together. So this feels a little bit more like a fiction because it's just budgeted without actuals. In the past, we have seen the actuals and the budgeted together on one sheet, so it's a lot easier to read. But I'm going back and forth looking at our previous minutes from the quarterly report of September 30th. And so what we're seeing is that $9,000 variance in user fees. And if we look over at the actuals, we see that on your user fees, it has come quite down. It's the actuals were 18,349 in 2025 in the third quarter. And so I'm just trying to figure out why we've got that great reduction. And if it has to do with some of the policies that we adopted, such as donations opposed to charging people to the gallery, that wouldn't make up that much money, I don't think. But I just have some confusion. And I know if I'm confused, surely Councillor Johannesson and I are going to get questions at the Cultural Committee. So we need to be really clear on why and how this is. So thank you for that.
So through the chair, so program and workshops, and I understand that you guys haven't seen this update. For the update that I received from finance the other week, there was about just under $1,000 in program and workshops that we have brought in as of last week. So that's why that budget line is coming to more of an actual, to instead of projecting in the $6,000 range, more to an actual of what we're bringing in for the program and the workshops, to going from there. And then just looking at for the food and beverages line, that's still the discussion with the Minden Hills Cultural Center Foundation in regarding the gift shop. So the food, beverage, and gift sale, that is, that's still the discussion with the Minden Hills Cultural Center Foundation with the gift shop revenue.
Councillor McKelvey?
So the Minden Hills Foundation is utilizing these sales without an agreement, and I've brought this up a few times. Getting told it's going to the next meeting, it's going to the next meeting, it's going to the next budget is what it's going to. And we don't have an agreement. So I'm just trying to, I'm not trying to be a, you know what, on this. I appreciate everything they do, but it's not, it hasn't been approved yet. So I'm really struggling with trying to figure out, how does the cart get ahead of the horse so much?
So through the chair, for 2025, the foundation is not getting the revenue from the gift shop. That is going to the township. As the discussion and working with the clerk's office and the foundation, there is a report coming in the beginning. A delegation is coming from the foundation at the January. I don't want to say what.
I will confirm the date with the Cultural Center Foundation. I just want to confirm the availability. But yes, they will be coming in January.
But there's part of this whole agreement, I understand, that we don't charge memberships now. Is that part of this whole agreement? Like, do you know?
So through the chair, the membership was that membership changeover was part of in the 2022 direction from council. The foundation is coming forth with a different proposal in the January meeting.
So if like maybe we need to look at some other funding sources here, because bottom line, this levy's going up 7% for the cultural center, and I don't know that anybody, like, does the committee look at these budgets? Is this just a staff-driven budget? I don't know, I'm just asking, like, this is a big increase. We're trying to keep things down, and we have just increased the levy by $22,332, which is 7% increase in the cultural center.
If I can address a couple of points, and I think Ms. McGuigan tried to do so. To Councillor McKelvey's point about a report coming to council related to the foundation and the gift shop, the reason it's been delayed is because the foundation is proposing something different than what was the direction of council. So it will be coming before you. It's taken us some time to get exactly down on paper what it is that they're proposing. In terms of, does the committee see the budget? No, they don't. You know, prior to it coming to council. So, to your point, if we have to look at other strategies, you know, in terms of revenue, that may be something we need to look at moving forward.
Councilor McKelvey.
Again, trying to flip between reports without giving actuals. I was glad Councillor Saney brought it up because it's usually just been me that complains about it, but once again, I'm going to complain about it. In the September 30th report, commission revenue was at $8,081. Can we increase commission revenue in the gallery to try and bring this budget down? Donations were also at 5,100.
So through the chair for the commission revenue, we've had a substantial year. This is an out of ordinary year for the commission revenue. So speaking with the manager of Culture Street, we were hesitant to do a drastic increase, but we can definitely looking at bringing it up if we need to. Again, donations is hard to play with if we're going to go up. So we were comfortable projecting the 5,000.
So I personally want to increase the revenues here or bring down the expenses, whichever you want to do. It's a toss up, but I'm not prepared to throw an extra $22,000 to the cultural center right now. Not with what we're being faced with. Right. So what happens with that?
The
If you
clerk,
wish to
the
make-
clerk is tracking everything that you're talking about, and there would have to be formal amendments put forward to the budget.
So today,
No, it does not have to be today,
like I'm
Councillor
fine
McKelvey.
doing it today. I'm just
No,
trying to get a process here. So
No, it does not have to be done today. We're just, you know, there's been some conversation about follow-up that staff will do over here. But if there are changes to be made to the budget that council wants to propose, then it needs to be done through an amendment, and I will turn it over to the clerk to make comment.
So through the chair, to the CAO's point, exactly. So council does have 30 days to put amendments forward. It's up to council if you wish to put a formal amendment forward today, or if you'd like to wait and think things over and then contact the CAO and put in your requests for a more formal resolution on January the 8th. You're welcome to do that as well. My thoughts are, if you put in or have that discussion with the CAO and the finance team, it can actually be formalized in a way that everybody is clear and the resolution will be concise coming forward on January the 8th. But again, I'm not trying to influence council one way or the other. If you are certain about some of the changes and you understand what the outcomes are, we can put forward a formal resolution today, or you can wait and coordinate through the CAO and put that forward on January the 8th. Did I
Honor before.
honor before? Absolutely. We would prefer to have it before. That way we can acknowledge some of these changes on the agenda in January to be more transparent to the public. So if you can give it ahead of time, that's greatly appreciated.
So if I may then, we talked about earlier, how we found $7,000. Does that have to be a formal amendment to the budget? By resolution?
We would see that as a correction
Okay.
to something that the finance team.
So through
Okay.
through the chair, I've actually taken notes today to assist finance as well as council. And finance will take that away and have a look, and any formal amendments that council does wish to make, we'll make a note and work that out before we end today. Address your question,
I
Councilor.
think so.
I know this isn't the right time to ask this, but I'll be in the wrong if I don't. Um, hopefully future plan for increasing staffing that would allow more resources for the museum's collection work. Stuff is just sitting there and it's not being looked after, cataloged the way it should be. I know that's gonna go against that table over there. I got big shoulders, I can handle it. Anyways, just
We'll still go out for lunch when it's over.
I'll be in the wrong if I don't ask it, and it's been asked before. It's gonna be asked again, but anyways.
So Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Johannesson, if that is a formal amendment you want to make to the budget, we can have an offline discussion and that gets put forward as a proposed change. If it's a comment that you want to make, that's fine too.
It would be nice to look at it for sure and bring back something just so that
The
outside world
clerk's
knows.
giving me a bit of an evil
No?
eye.
Through the chair. If it's a staffing resource, I think typically it's like it's proposed through CAO and then it's brought forward typically
As
with
a
a
business
business case. And then that's how it's typically looked at by council. I don't think a quick amendment to the budget would justify. However, again,
Yes.
I'll leave that.
It doesn't have to be a staff. I mean, it could be the addition of resources to acquire, some assistance to do it. So, I mean, the idea is that you have an amendment, would it, work with the CAO to put it through the same as Councilor McKelvey, and then on January 7th,
January the 8th.
January 8th, we come back and decide what amendments council wishes to push forward.
I'm just thinking maybe of a part-time as well.
Yeah, no,
right?
be anything, right? Be a third-party consultant, be a student, whatever. Councilor McKelvey?
So I don't go to the cultural meetings very often, but I did happen to go to that one where a member of the committee brought up. She used to be the one that did it. She still could be if she'd like to volunteer. She has the experience. I believe at that meeting, staff said that's a staff discussion and report, not a committee. So I may not be remembering that correctly. I was sitting in the back corner, but I think if I do remember correctly, staff were kind of like, we want to discuss that more, but.
Sani?
Yeah, just to affirm that was the discussion, and it's not the committee's recommendation to hire or not staff, and so it's not coming from the committee itself in that way. But the issue of making sure that our collection is well cataloged and clear was really what we can bring forward to staff and ask them to address it, which I think they've started to do. Thank you.
Okay. Let's move on. Anything else on cultural services?
So next slide, please. We're on to finance now.
Sorry, did I miss the library?
Oh. Did we miss? Oh, sorry. Well, let us go back to the library then.
What page is that at?
That's
Oh, that's, no, I'm on this, these slides.
so where does that roll up to?
But
Submarines.
yeah, no, no, I'm sort of missing it here.
No,
Uh,
this will be property.
Uh,
Properties. Property. So property includes property, library, and the two small halls. Laughlin and Irondale
Okay,
are rolled up into those numbers.
should say property brackets and then little fine print.
okay, so if we. Move on out.
Wait a minute, yeah.
Right. That's fine. We'll just put the overall summary slide up for the general public and then. Okay,
Do you have a question? Go ahead.
So in the library, we had a $10,000 budget for building property repair and maintenance. And at the end of September, we had spent $1,600. I approached the council about the library board continuing to outline the concerns
mhm.
with our library, including the window that's been broken for 2 years. I would really like to see the window fixed before the end of December out of the money that we never spent. I think that there's a lot of other stuff. They've asked that we remove the plexiglass, I guess, that was put up during COVID. All the libraries have been asked to take that out now because it doesn't feel very user-friendly anymore. And it was put up for a purpose that hopefully we never have to have again.
Yeah, I hear you.
So I just don't know, what's the plan with the list of outstanding items that have been ongoing for a long time with the
I have the list of outstanding items and we will look at those minor ones that you've already talked about. We have a couple of the major items on the list in our capital items, and moving forward, it is the deputy CBO's position that will be managing the property aspect of things.
The community services doesn't look after the library anymore?
They do some minor things, yes, but from an overall asset management, we'll be having that as part of our asset management plan.
Okay, I want to see the list of the library board where Minden Hill starts to look good.
You and me both.
Okay.
But then the next one's the halls then, is that?
Yes.
So in the past, we've had this famous $10,000 is the max we're going to spend on the halls. I'm pleasantly surprised to see that that's been increased. For the Laughlin one, not a lot for Irondale, but I would like to talk about the Laughlin hall replacement and the cost of that. And Last year I asked that we put $50,000 in the levy so that it was gonna be there, it was gonna help towards the cost of the hall. Then it would be in our levy every year that is gonna pay for the debenture payment. That didn't happen. I'm asking again. So it will be one of the ones I'd like to amend the budget to include $50,000 in the budget levy. I don't know how you want to deal with this. Do you want to talk about it at least here or?
You want to talk about this separately from the capital?
Well, no, I can talk about it then if you want. But right here, we've increased the transfer to reserve, so I thought it was a good chance to talk about it. I'll wait till capital if you want. It'll still be the same speech.
I think it's probably easier to do all at once.
I do think what Councillor McKelvey's trying to do is amend the operating budget, though.
What's the reason that we have put up the, and I don't want to, I'm hesitant to mention it because I'm glad we're doing it. I'm glad we're finally putting some more money into these halls. However, all of a sudden we've increased what's normally been a $10,000 levy to 14,305. I just need to understand why. And could we at least just put that towards the building?
First of all, I think there may have been a lot of numbers that have changed that have been traditionally just.
Well,
stagnant,
that's
but
fine.
as
I just
everything
want to know
goes
why.
and everything. But I guess I'm still at a bit of a loss. I mean, the new building, I can't recall the number, $700,000 or so that we're spending, which would be a debenture. So I'm not certain what you're asking.
Okay, well then let's just deal with this sheet and we'll talk about that at capital. On this sheet, we have increased the transfer to the reserves for the Lachlan Hall. We have increased the levy to the Lachlan Hall from 10,000 to 14,305. I'm just asking why. We've always been told it has to stay at 10,000. I'm glad it's going up because it's not fair to keep them at the same amount that we keep increasing everybody else, but why? That's all I'm asking.
I think the overall budget is 14,305.
That's
The
the
con-
net levy.
The contribution to reserves went up by 6,500.
Okay, so expenses, less revenues. We're supposed to always net out at $10,000.
Mhm.
The Lachlan Hall and the Irondale Hall. I have argued that that's not fair because their costs are going up. So I'm glad to see that there's been a change, but I'm not sure I understand why. So we have added $4,305 or 6,500 actually. No, sorry, net $4,305 to the levy for the Lachlan Hall. I'm just trying to understand, was that intended and why?
Yeah, we did talk about this, and we did talk about the fact that historically, those two actually were identical. I mean, in my
Absolutely, they both
day-
had to be 10.
Well, last year, yes, 10,000, but yes. And so we did talk about that, and I think the discussion was that there was going to be expenditures over and above the cost of the hall. Potentially, when they open the doors back up again. Was the purpose of that, I think.
And I'm fine with it. I just needed to know why. And then I will bring some of this back when we talk about the capital then too. I mean, the $95 increase on the Irondale Hall, I won't die on that hill.
Okay.
So Mr. Mayor, if we go to the cultural slide or cultural services, that the roll up to that is art, museum, I don't know where Nature's Place fits. And Nature's Place. So those are the three breakdown sheets that council may have. I don't have any major comments on any of those, so.
Councillor McKelvey?
So my comment's going to be again on this building and property repairs and maintenance, where we put this money in and then we don't use it. $5,000 was in the art gallery for building and property repairs and maintenance at the end of September. And I acknowledge that there could be some more bills that have come in, but we had only spent $529. So, you know, was there $4,500 worth of bills that came in? I just don't want to budget for stuff if we don't need it and we don't intend to use it.
I know that they have a plan for painting, but,
Yeah, so through the chair, for the gallery, usually the painting is done in November after, so the ceiling has been painted. So that bill will be coming through. So you see the art gallery, kind of that building property. It doesn't get kind of spent until the end of Q3, beginning of Q4. So that's why it looks like nothing's coming out of it, because the painting usually happens in November to be fresh for the new year.
Thank you.
Okay.
okay, on to finance. This is where. I think, council, some of the big changes are, grant funding was up this year. And our contribution to our reserves includes the 1.5 dedicated capital as well. I don't know if you have any questions?
Councillor Singh?
Not sure the appropriate time. I think I missed asking this about the art gallery budget.
Go ahead.
Okay, sorry about that.
No problem.
But we took out the scholarship for the art gallery. And instead of taking out art gallery scholarships, I think we should be increasing the art gallery scholarship. It's $100. And I think I see we're getting a response to that already from staff. Thank you.
Through the chair, the Minden Hills Cultural Center Foundation covers the scholarship.
Okay, finance. Any questions on finance? Seeing none. Let's move to fire.
Fire, the material and supplies line includes radio tower upgrade and a portable pump and some inflationary costs. And then
Is that on capital?
It's not small, it's under a threshold.
Okay, I
and
just thought
something-
saw it on another spot. Okay, so it's the pump and
radio tower upgrade and a portable pump.
Any other questions on fire? Councillor McKelvey?
Radio and communications we're putting up. So it's going up $7,800. So is that for this radio tower?
Some of it, and then some of it is for public education as well.
Okay, because again, on that line at the end of September, we'd only spent 13,000 of the 44,000 budget.
Right, I think there's been more spent since then, and some of it includes the radio tower.
The other thing is the Bracebridge fire agreement. Have we heard anything?
Through the chair, yes. So just to answer your question about the radio and communications budget line, we just received just last week the invoice for our dispatching services, and that's almost $30,000. So that will go towards that. So that's going to bump up that. So right now it is very low, but by the end of the year, it would be considerably higher. As far as the agreement with Bracebridge, they are in the process of doing redoing their agreement with Gravenhurst. They have copied the agreement that I wrote for us in Bracebridge so that they can then bring them both to their council all at once. And so we're just waiting for them to finish that process, and then I will be bringing it forward to this council for our end of the agreement. No, there will be no, we're not asking for any money from them and vice versa. So there would be no cost increase.
We don't provide Bracebridge protection, do we?
No, it's strictly for mutual aid. So they have some houses close to our border with them. So if they needed mutual aid, so for example, a tanker for water, and they ask us for that, we would provide that service. And then if we need them, so maybe a tanker and or personnel for, say, a wildfire close to the border, then we could ask them for help.
But when we have residents close, a lot closer to them, up a big Aurelia Lake, I think it is, or what it is.
Yeah, there's not much, but certainly that would be part of the agreement as well. It's very simply, if we need help from them, we can ask, and vice versa.
Okay, so they're not going to be given an actual coverage area.
No,
Okay.
no, it's just for the most part, it would be just along Highway 118 near our shared border. But yeah, it's just, if we need them, we call, and vice versa.
Like there's a portion of a lake that's in our township that you have to go way into Bracebridge to come back to it. So
Mhm.
that's, I was hoping we were talking about that as well.
Well, that would be covered part, yes.
Any more questions on fire? Seeing none, before we get into the light reading of roads, we'll say we'll take a break till 2:30.
Maybe get organized to come.
And we're back. So we're back with road operations.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me just get to proper spot. Right, so the road operations is a roll up of the overhead and then the roads area. And so big changes on this slide. We've got our road needs study and the OSIM inspections in the material supply and operating costs line. The other thing that is in here, and I will invite Mr. Timmons up to speak to it, is he has put in a proposal, a business case for an additional staff member and a piece of equipment to take on and provide some enhanced snow clearing and support for road work in the off seasons. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Timmons.
When you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor Carter.
Council, that is his business case is Appendix 1 in your package. So if you went right to the end of the slide deck, it should be the last 2 pages. So I don't know that they have a road tab. We're in the tab.
It would be page 48 if there was.
Page 48.
It'll be just inside tab 2, just to the left. The last 2 pages of the slide deck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You ready?
Yep.
Okay, so as the CAO has mentioned, before you have a business plan we put together for for a proposal to hire a new laborer, would be a full-time laborer, full-time position, as well as the purchase of a new heavy duty, something in the range of a 1-ton pickup truck to be fitted with a plow and sander. The plow and sander we own, we wouldn't have to buy a new one. We have brand new one we purchased last year. That is part of the services that we're sort of combining to put this together. So what we're essentially trying to tackle are a few issues. So we struggle from a roads perspective. We have the minimum maintenance standards that we focus on. This is legislated timelines to address certain levels of snow, ice, and other winter conditions. So in a snow event, that's what our legislated focus is on. Of course, there are additional locations that need snow removal. We have our parking lots, we have our libraries, the arenas, cultural centers, depending on what events may be coming up. We have landfill sites. So we have a whole slew of additional sites that, while are important to our ratepayers and from a service delivery are important, but from a minimum maintenance standard, it's not our priority. It's not the legislated aspect of what we need to focus on. So what we've put together here is we've taken a few items from a little bit of CSD, a little bit of waste management, and a little bit of roads department, combining it. And by doing that, we were able to create a full-time position, which will help alleviate some of these issues. So we're trying to create a more sustainable program where we have the staff in place to do this work, eliminate inefficiencies, trying to be more proactive rather than reactive when we get these snow issues. We focus on the roads, like I said, and then it's the calls. Oh, I'm getting a delivery at this building. Fire hall hasn't been done. Things get just sort of added to the list that we have to get over. And we end up just sending somebody over, whoever's available next. And it's inefficient, and we end up, regardless of how we break it down, we don't really have the staff to pull it off. We do have extra work. We only have one laborer on a roads crew. So in the summertime, the second laborer would stay on the roads crew, assist with flagging, pothole patching. We get shorthanded in the summer due to our road staff working their heavy overtime in the winter. The flip side of that is they get the time off in the summer. So to have a second laborer, because really we only have one true laborer on a roads department. So like I mentioned, the MMS is the big one. We do have some safety concerns as well. What we would like to do is dedicate one truck. We have a 5500 with a plow and sander currently on the road fleet. We would like to dedicate one truck to the MMS roads related, the small roads, the sandy bays, the Forster's roads, all these roads that can't take a tandem truck, but also to address the clearing of ends on Highway 35 as you go up or down Highway 35. It's the township's responsibility to clean the ends of the roads. And that does present a safety concern, and it would be less, you never eliminate the risk, but it would be less of a risk in a pickup truck rather than a tandem truck. A lot of blind side backing out into the highway. All of our safety protocols are in place. Our lights are on. We're generally out there earlier trying to get that stuff done, but still you have that uncomfortable feeling of backing blindly out into Highway 35. Change in landfill operations. So something that we have done, as council knows, is we've taken the landfill operations in-house. We've had great success. We've had lots of positive feedback. But one thing we are finding with that is previously we had one landfill operator, which has been transitioned into a lead hand position. But what that has done is added additional tasks on that operator. The operator, because we had a separate contractor managing the sites, managing money, managing maintenance, that operator could focus on snow plowing. And we found that there was a lot more time available to that worker and that operator when his or her tasks were limited. In the role of the lead hand, there's a lot more for that person to do and a little bit of supervision. And it's not quite realistic to expect that person to also snowplow for waste sites and as well the fire hall somehow by default landed on that operator as well. So we have a number of issues there that we could address by hiring this extra person. And then there's community services. So community services and Ms. McGuigan can speak to this if I don't quite fill in all the blanks, but essentially they need to be back to do the ice surfacing, resurfacing. They need to do checks on the ice plant. It's a lot of the stuff that they would be doing. So the village green, the walkway, Connie Bear's walkway, we call it there. All these things that either require hand shoveling, snow blower, a little bit more manual work. They have to jump out between tasks at the arena to get this done. Often leaving the arena short-staffed, and ice plant checks are every 2 hours. So if you think about that, if you're the only person in the arena that's qualified to do those checks, and you also have to get out to do some snow removal, 2 hours is not a lot of time to get organized, get out there, offload your snowblower, get to work, and then it's time to get back to a 2 hour check. So that's a really high level of what we're looking at. What I would like to set up is a scenario where we have one truck, pickup truck on the roads, on the MMS related items, one truck on the additional sites. So that would cover off our landfill, that would cover, landfill operations, that would cover our fire hall, library, all these additional places that may need snow removal and sanding. Some things will still fall under, like CSD, for example, roads department may do the equipment plowing. CSD will still be responsible for keeping their emergency doors clear. And if it snows throughout the day, they're still gonna have to shovel off the steps to the arena and stuff, we won't be available to do that. But the route type of everyday needs can be addressed by this. It would be a laborer with a new truck and then the plow equipment from the landfill truck that we purchased last year. So that's essentially the proposal in a nutshell. I'm happy to discuss.
Councillor Ingram.
Thanks, Mike, for your report. I have some concerns with adding another employee. I can remember, we haven't added anything new to the system. I used to do all the landfills and anything else that was there. And we also had a guy doing roads that was on roads that did the side roads because apprentices used to contract it and we started doing it ourselves because it was cheaper. The roads department always had that arena parking lot done by 6 a.m. Always. That isn't happening anymore. These guys aren't getting the roads cleaned up as quickly as, and I don't know why. Maybe it's a different system. As far as the operations at the landfill, I can't see why there's more than one staff member on that they can't do that themselves with their own truck. It's not that big a deal. There's only 3 people there. I'm sorry. So that's what I feel. That's $200,000 you're asking for. And that's just, I can't see it. I really can't. The ice plant takes 2 hours. There's always there has to be someone there if you've got the ice rink open that can check that. So I'm not in favor. Sorry. Thank you.
Councillor McKelvey.
I'm
So your
struggling.
black arm is against the black
Oh.
blazer of the county assistants.
I'm still struggling to. So we're talking a laborer, not an operator. So you talk about we're gonna have there's like this dedicated minimum maintenance standards that we're trying to deal with, and that's with this laborer and this new truck.
Well, no, the minimum maintenance standards are what we need to meet on our roads generally.
Yeah, I realize that. So
Right.
what's this gonna, well, I guess maybe go back to why aren't we meeting them? Because we used to.
We are meeting them.
Okay.
We are meeting them with a struggle.
Okay.
And what gets left are the library parking, the things that are not related to the MMS. There's no legal requirement for me to plow this parking lot. There's no legal requirement for me to do the libraries. I understand from a service delivery, of course, we owe that. Of course, we need to do that. But in a snow event, my department's priority has to be the roads where we do have a legal requirement. So that's where we would have this backup where we'd have one truck dedicated to the roads, the MMS, and ensuring that we continue to meet that. And then the other truck would be able to do these other areas that take even travel time alone for some.
The other truck, are we getting another truck? When you say,
We have one,
okay, so
Yes.
the existing one that's in use and,
right? We'll essentially take one route, which will be the MMS route, help with the roads, support roads. The other one can assist with the landfill sites, the parks, and the additional sites.
yeah.
We do Snowden for sure.
Well,
So, Mr. Mayor, I would invite Ms. McGuigan and Ms. Kosh just to perhaps explain their compliance requirements that they're seeing as being different with the type of arena we have, a registered ice plant. I appreciate Councillor Ingram's comment that maybe anybody could check the ice plant, but that's actually not the case. And maybe Ms. Kosh could speak to, now that the landfill operations has come in-house, there are ECA compliance matters that lead hand needs to stay on top of, just to provide some clarification. Thanks.
So through the chair, I can speak to the snow removal operations at the 4 waste disposal sites. One of the biggest contributors to the time is just the travel time to get to the 4 sites. Scotch Line's open 6 days a week. Inglesby's open 3 days a week. Little Gull's open 2 days a week in the winter, and Iron Mine is open the 1. But we do have the trucks that come in to remove the recycling, so we would need to make sure that the sites are maintained in between that as well, whenever they come in to swap out bins. In terms of traffic, so I'll speak to Scotch Line, which is the busiest site. Right now, we have on average about 250 cars that are coming in on a daily basis. That does go up around the holidays, where we can get up to 400, 450. So it is important that those sites are properly maintained and sanded in order to mitigate any risks. And that would be the same for the transfer stations as well. While not as busy, they are still busy with residents coming in and using garbage disposal services.
Thanks.
Through the chair, so for the community services operations, so yes, the ice plant, that is half of our that's part of our operations, but also our gymnasium rentals on top of that. We have an increase in those, so between doing they could be doing an ice flood, and then they're going right to the gymnasium to do a changeover for the next programming that's going in, as well as keeping the upkeep of the emergency exits and the steps and walkways to the facility open can keep an operator busy. We have at times that we do have a single operator in because of the staffing that we have and the rotation that we have to put our staff in. Yes, there's 5 operators, but they're not in all at the same time. So we work with fluctuating and moving those staffing, especially into the evenings. Our building is open from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. 7 days a week. So they are trying to keep that operations as well as propane tank, those areas cleared as well for deliveries.
Councilor McKelvey?
Just, can you elaborate, Candace, on what your existing staff do today and what we're asking be done by somebody else next year? Just so I understand, like physically. So do they come down and do Connie Bear's walkway?
So it is, we are stretched thin. So an operator comes in at 7 a.m. We have an hour to complete the operations. At time, if we know a snowfall is coming, we will bring operators in at 6 a.m. So they are working as fast as they can to get the library, cultural center walkways clean, the village green walkway, Coney Bears Alley, Loggers Bridge, and then the arena itself. So if we have 2 operators in, they do split and conquer, and we have someone coming in to do those areas. But if we have someone call in sick in that, we are scrambling to get those things done. So then we have to do order of magnitude. What is open, what to go in. The library always has book drop off, even if they're not open. So that is a priority to us, but we might not get to the village Parkway till later in the day until a supervisor or myself come in to be able to assist.
So Loggers Bridge, you just mentioned, we don't do the river walk, but we do keep the Loggers Bridge.
Yeah,
open?
they do a hand shovel.
Do you need a path back up to the road somewhere?
Just like a little one, like not for, it's not accessible, but that's something that gets pushed to the side if we can't get to the operations.
So Library, Village Green, Coney Bears, Loggers Bridge, and then who does here?
So the admin building, the walkways and the propane tank, that is arena staff as well. And the roads crew does they get as close as they can to the public washrooms, and then we have to do dig out for those doors as well.
Okay, so the Community Services Department used to have to look after, like if the eaves trough was full of leaves or the window needs to be replaced at the library, but that's no longer part of your responsibility anymore. So that's saved some time.
Through the chair, we continue to do like minor maintenance for all the buildings, like light bulbs out and that, like for Minden building, library, cultural center.
Okay.
Counselor Sisson?
Back at the time I agreed to take this environmental services in-house, all I've seen ever since we did is more expense, more expense, more expense. Sooner or later, we gotta stop spending money. And maybe it's time we went back and tendered it back out again. And maybe put the arena up for sale.
So if I could just make a few comments through the chair, and I apologize, Councillor Ingram, I didn't really answer your question directly about what the operator and lead hand position does now. So that position is primarily responsible for emptying the garbage. So when there's a snowstorm, and you never know what type of winter we're going to have, how heavy the snow is, it is extremely time consuming for that position to get around to the sites and get them maintained, and then still be able to get to the different sites to haul the garbage back and then bury it appropriately, do inspections, regular preventative maintenance on the vehicles and equipment, as well as getting the supplies. The attendants, it is part of their position, or sorry, their duties and responsibilities to shovel in front of the bins. So Scotch line is much more complex, where we have a lot of different collection areas. So they do come in, and that is the first thing that they are doing.
Are you plowing the whole thing? The whole lot? Roads used to do all the
Roads does like.
landfills. You're just clearing out in your bins.
So,
Right, okay. Thank you.
so through the chair, just so I understand, the new position you mean would do that? Is that what you're No, so right now, it isn't roads that does that. So we've contracted it out in the meantime.
Clears out the main part. You don't do your own bins though?
We do a loop when our.
Yeah.
when our
You
truck
do
is-
your main landfill.
But this is where we get into this scenario where if a truck's available, because if we have a heavy snow day and our truck is on the roads, now we may not be able to get there by
Okay.
8 AM when they open, right? Because this is where we get into priorities,
No, and
where we're folks on the road. So when we have a truck available, they'll do a pass, a truck will sand when the truck is available.
Okay.
But again, it's reactionary versus
Okay.
proactive.
Regardless of the MTO standards, when you do that route that Scotch Line was on, the roads would go in, they would come out and continue the route. That's what they did. We've always done. We always did the roads down to the arena. The roads are still there. The routes are the same. Why do we need more people to do the work? That's what I don't understand. You got more people doing roads now than you ever had. Ever. I'm sorry, that's just, I can't buy that.
Counselor McKelvey?
Staff is gonna have to do.
So I am struggling
My
with the
God.
fact that a plow goes up the Scotch Line Hill. And you're saying because of minimum maintenance standards, they can't take that 5 minutes to go in and around the loop and back out? Like, I'm just trying to understand how this sounds.
So through the chair, they do that now. They do one pass through Scotch line, but there would be a lot more of, I guess, finesse work for them to get into all the different areas. So they do one pass, which helps, which does make a difference. And then the pickup truck does the remaining parts of that site.
But now you don't have time to do it with the pickup truck? I'm just trying to understand because I'm really confused. Sorry.
There's other priorities that the lead hand position needs to focus on, like emptying the bins and getting them buried in time. So the snowplow removal is a significant amount of time taken. That takes away from those other responsibilities, because then they're driving to the 3 transfer stations and plowing those as well. We do have issues with the size of Inglesby and a tandem being able to get up the middle ramp and then to loop around. So a smaller snow removal vehicle is required.
Like fire hall, for instance, probably needs to be a higher priority because it's emergency response. So you know what? Check with the county and find out who's doing the ambulance base right next door, shared driveway, just contract it out. Fit it in your budget. That's my thoughts on the fire hall. Just saying.
So through the chair, we did reach out and get pricing on that.
There you go. But I'm still struggling to understand how we had a truck with a new plow and a new sander, and now all of a sudden that position can no longer do landfill sites.
So through the chair, we've just found some efficiencies. So it's incredibly time consuming and then other tasks are not getting done and it resulted in a lot of overtime. So that position was having to come in every single snowfall Saturday or Sunday, which generates a lot of overtime and inefficiencies and not getting other things completed. So having this full-time position, this new full-time position that has been proposed would allow some of these other things to be captured under one new position that can complete them and allow the other responsibilities to move forward and be carried out.
So if I may,
Go ahead.
one of the things that used to happen, before the amalgamation, okay? Some of those little rinky-dink roads that were in Lutterworth Township, they contracted it out, Foresters, wherever the spring is, what's that called? Just down by Sandy Bay, thank you, just past me. All those really difficult roads that are so narrow, they were contracted out. I'm not sure why that ever changed, but anyways, just so you know. Maybe that's something we need to consider because then it's just in the winter for snow removal. Once you commit to another staff member, you know, it's 35% now on their benefits. It's going to go up. I think we really need to look at if this is the most efficient use.
Councillor Saini?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, lots of thoughts going through the mind here. As you mentioned, the contracting out, I know that a lot of people who used to do that work that's contracted out were overtaken with the insurance premiums and stopped doing that work. So I don't think we still have that same option as we did before because there aren't that many people doing that kind of work. The other thing is we're trying to predict climate events. And that's another big part of this. So as I'm listening to everybody, I'm thinking, can we wade into this? Can we do a temporary hiring for the year or something that we're not long-term, but can't see full cost of another truck. I'm thinking, you know, I just sold a perfectly good truck for $35,000, you know? So is there another way that we can do this to make sure the public is served and access to all the facilities, but try to work it out so this winter we can manage it and then come back and say what worked and what didn't work? Because I don't want to see this totally like put to the side because then we've got a real problem. Somebody calls in sick and then we got a double problem. Mike just got back from holidays, I think, so you want to keep him rested a little bit heading into this busy season. So if we can find some kind of compromise here between what's suggested and a way to get this done, I think we need a little bit more thought about it. But I'm not keen about the all or nothing. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just also make a comment that while things may have been contracted out in the past, we also we would have some issues with our QP bargaining unit as well.
Go ahead.
I brought this report up once before. We had a vehicle and equipment listing that was given to us back in 24. I think I brought it up last year because it wasn't what was matching in the budget. But anyways, we have in here a 2017 F-250 Super Duty in the environment that was in fair condition. Do we still have it? That's the one we put the new plow on the new. Okay. So it was due to be replaced. Are we going to be asked next year to replace that one as well? Or no, are we replacing it now or are we doing another one on top of that?
No, the two trucks that are in the budget this year, one is for this proposal and the other one is for the environmental truck that you're talking about. If this proposal was to move forward, then we would be downsizing that truck that you're talking about. It wouldn't be a full-size truck. If this proposal does not move forward, then yes, we have to replace that truck.
Councillor Sisson?
What do you mean downsizing? What would be the need of that truck then at all if we got another truck to plow? Why would we need a second truck?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Counselor Sisson's question, there is still a vehicle needed in landfill to go around to each one of the sites by the lead hand. There's money to be delivered, there are supplies to be delivered, there's inspections to be done.
Hang on. Let's see if, let's CAO finish. You done? Councilor Ingram?
That's exactly what we were told last year. Exactly. And
To buy the truck for the.
yeah,
Sorry? We were, the justification to buy the pickup for the, environmental manager was
to deliver
because
stuff.
they had to deliver stuff. It shouldn't be going in their own personal vehicle. They had to pick up the money. They had to do this. And now we're using the same argument to buy another vehicle.
For the lead hand.
Yeah. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
I do, but I guess for me, it's like the lead hand in roads and the manager in roads both having a truck. There's work for each one of them to do.
But that was the, I'm just saying that you're using the same justification to
Not
buy a truck.
exclusive.
The same justification was used to buy the truck.
Ms. Kosh?
So through the chair to that comment, there is a lot of support offered with both positions. So there are times when I'm going to the sites, or the lead hand will be going to the sites. It depends on the workload and everything that's happening. So, or they're on vacation or I'm on vacation. So it didn't make sense for me to drive my personal vehicle to the landfill to pick up a vehicle that may be needed. So both vehicles are very highly utilized by both positions.
Do you have anything?
No, I think staff have made their comments.
Any other comments? Go ahead.
I'm curious, like it's your budget. So where did you sit on this? I'm just trying to understand it because
I support it completely. You know, every time we have a snow event, you know, there's, if something isn't cleared right away, there's you know, all sorts of emails going around of how come, you know, this isn't done or how come this isn't done. The two aspects that got me was, one was the whole thing on clearing out the roads on Highway 35 and doing it with a smaller vehicle that be a little bit more, would be safer. And then, you know, we talk about trying to do things to not necessarily revitalize, but to keep the town you know, going and progressive. And one of the ways that we're going to do that is by making sure that our parking lot is available so that people can get downtown to shop and people can get to the library or get to the various and sundry places. So I think that this seemed to be a good investment for overall for the municipality to stay ahead of the curve. It's enhancing services. And, you know, I think that's the feedback that we get. So. Councilor McKelvey?
my problem is I don't understand what changed from when we were plowing our roads and we're plowing up Parkside Street and we used to do it with the grader, actually. I don't know if we still do, but we did it with a grader when I lived there. And we did the whole parking lot at the arena at the same time, very early in the morning. I just don't understand what has changed that we are struggling to get that done. I'm not trying to be, I'm very supportive of helping the roads department, okay? But I'm struggling with why? What changed? We didn't take more roads on.
Through the chair, I'm not sure anything has changed fundamentally. It, there are issues that have been ongoing for quite some time and we're trying to address them. I don't think anything has, well, one thing, last year we got a lot of snow. We were plowing every single day. And our guys need breaks. So that definitely impacted us last year. But I would say this is a correction that probably should have been done some time ago. I don't know that anything changed. I think we're in a position where we got exposed last year with our ability to keep up. And this year doesn't seem to be much of a difference in terms of how this weather started. So I don't know that anything's changed fundamentally, but last year was an eye opener for our staff and our ability to try to keep up.
Michelle?
It's not a question, more of a comment. I mean, I don't like the idea of having to spend the money either. But in the last snowfall, we all had emails flying around, even from within council, of saying things weren't being done. So, I mean, if the only answer is to get another person and another vehicle, I'm not sure what we do. I don't want to spend more for groceries, the grocery store either, but I have no choice if I want to eat. So if we want to have the downtown looking the way we want it to look and roads be safe for people, I'm not sure we have another option.
Yeah, and I think the questions from council members are fair. I asked a lot of the same questions when this was brought forward. And I guess the only thing to Councillor McKelvey's question about what's changed, I think it depends on the time frame you're looking. If I look over the last 10 years that I've had some level of responsibility for roads and public works, you know, legislation has become stronger. I've seen more, I've seen a lot of significant weather events, but yeah, okay, you're not gonna buy that. You know, I don't know. I think Mr. Timmons is bringing forward a situation, and if council's on board, fair enough. If not, fair enough. But I too am concerned about getting feedback from our public that, you know, and it's not just a matter of staff working harder or doing more all the time. I look at the amount of overtime that's put in. I myself am here shoveling the steps some mornings, you know. So that's all I have to say, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Saini?
I'm brainstorming as I say this, but it seems like we got to find a compromise here. It's interesting that we have this overtime. I don't know exactly how much it is, but if it's anything close to the half of a year, I'm wondering if we could, this doesn't deal with the vehicle, but hire someone for a temporary basis through this winter season. And then get a report back on that comparison between overtime and this staff person. And consider that for the next year's budget then. And then in terms of vehicle, do we need we don't want to compromise the safety of a vehicle, et cetera, but do we need a brand new truck? Or can Ridgewood find us a good used truck that a plow would work on? I don't know, there might be some leeway there. I don't know the regulations on if our trucks have to be new or not and all the safety standards, but if we can come up with just trying to get through this season, see if it works on some kind of compromise budget here and then go from there. It's just an option. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Sisson?
We sat up in the county office about a year ago last month, and the officer gave us a year-end report, and on his report, he said that we're heavily overstaffed for the size of our township. And we just keep hiring more, like.
I'm sorry.
Oscar, at our report last November, said that the township is heavily overstaffed.
The county?
We're at the county office because that's what's closed.
Oscar made his presentation and he looked up, we did compare.
Yeah. So, I mean, we have to draw the line somewhere. And it used to get done with less staff than what you have now, Mike, with less trucks. They got all done before now. So I can't go with this either.
And CAO, would you?
No, I was just musing. I think Counselor System, we had a conversation when they were before amalgamation, and I think each township had their own grader and plows.
Council McKelvey?
Mike, do we have a seasonal in the summertime?
The chair, no, we don't. That.
I was trying to offset that one.
Anything else?
Well, I kind of like Counselor Sandy's idea, like, should we try just
Well-
one for the winter and see how it goes? I mean, this is a lot of money, and then you add a truck, and then you add depreciation, and in 10 years you buy a new one, and then it's just, we shouldn't be adding to the fleet, and I still not understanding if we are. I think we are. And I really struggle with the landfill site not being able to do the plowing. It's like,
Okay, well, this is the process of an amendment to the budget. We discussed it a little bit earlier, so this is a matter of contacting the CAO and coming up with an amendment for our meeting on January 8th.
Mhm.
Okay, let's move on.
so I think we're at roads though, aren't?
Yeah,
I think if you want to do your breakdown sheets, yes, we're at that was roads overhead, if I'm not mistaken. I think my only comments on roads itself is any of the increases are really inflationary increases.
So,
Councilor McKelvey?
so part of my comments are going to be back to what we kind of talked about earlier. We show a debt servicing cost of 0. But we still have to figure out the Scotch Line Bobcaygeon Road project and what that debenture payment's gonna be, so, and the Mash Creek, so again, I guess this is all gonna come up during the capital page, but it's also on here as far as debt servicing costs showing as 0. This is all going to ride on 2027 budget. So that's a huge concern for me to do that to the next council.
Again, you know, what the net amount is. I mean, we have the borrowing that we are going to do for our projects this year.
Yes.
That's, you know, that obviously only gets picked up in 27.
Yes.
Okay, you're right, we have this additional amount that is left over from our 23. So that's, you know, there's not anything that we can do about that, what happened in 23. We can reduce our capital budget for this year. But there's nothing we can do about 23. The number is the number. So I'm not sure of your point.
My point is, you're quite right. We can't change what we did. We did it, but we haven't financed it yet. And
Right.
because we're not putting anything in this budget to help prepare for that, we are impacting the 2027 budget by astronomical numbers. You
Well,
know,
first of all, astronomical numbers is not really correct, but let's just go back to, we're not doing anything about it in this budget. It's not that I mean, when we talk about the capital, and we'll get to that. But the fact that it isn't here is because we didn't put it in based on the capital budget that we had looked at. I mean, there's
Okay.
a couple of unknowns, obviously.
but we could put something in here in the budget to help cushion this. In 2020,
Well, I'm not gonna collect money from our taxpayers to pay into 27.
so you're just going to hit them all then?
Well, if I don't have an expense right now, I'm not gonna charge them taxes to pay in advance.
But we're setting them up for a big expense instead of putting something in the levy.
Well, you pay the money, but either way.
Oh. I have no idea what you're trying to do here, but
I'm not
2000,
trying to do anything. I'm trying to say, I'm not gonna go and collect taxes from the taxpayer and increase their taxes so that they don't pay as much in an upcoming year.
okay, so let's go back to the example of the arena. The council of the day, rightfully so, started putting money every year in the budget. So that when you went to build it, you had a levy set up of $629,000 that you put towards the construction of the arena, and then it was already in there to do the debenture payment from there on. Okay?
Or to reduce the amount of the debenture.
So to be clear, that was a contribution to reserves
Yes.
for 3 years that eventually got moved to a separate line. And so we had 3 years of reserve contributions to also contribute against the cost of the.
Right.
Yes.
So that's where I'm saying we're setting ourselves up in 2020 that we're 27, that we're not getting something in the levy here to get prepared.
I don't understand what you mean by prepared. Go ahead.
Mayor, I think it's a matter of knowing that we are doing these capital, particularly Bob Cajun Road and the landfill. And so in order to reduce the amount that we might pay on that interest payments over the years, if we put more money into this budget, into reserves for the landfill, then as it comes up, whether it's next year or the year after, we're not having as big of a hit. We did the same thing with the arena. It's great that we have a treasurer here that knows that history of putting that money aside. So when we had to go and get the Infrastructure Ontario grant, our interest rate was lower over the next 20 some years because we put that money from our reserves into that, which lowered than what we paid over the long term. And I think that's what we're looking at with this large project that we have again, is maybe increasing the reserves a bit for the larger projects. And that will reduce it in the 27, 28, 29 and onward payments. I think that's what we're trying to do here.
So if I could, what we did for 3 years served two purposes. One, it created an expense, a built-in number into the levy over a period of 3 years. So it was just consider it an expense, but in the 3 years of that expense, we called it contributions to reserves. So those contributions to reserves, not only did it create the expense into the levy, but it also provided some money to eventually reduce what we were going to need to borrow. So it served that number one purpose. The number two purpose was when we did go for debenture, we no longer called that expense line a contribution to reserves. We stopped doing that. And instead we called it a loan payment. Right? So it's semantics. It was called this for 3 years. In year 4, we called it this, but it was an expense line built into the budget. So I think what Councillor McKelvin's suggesting, the same kind of concept, is that we would not call it a loan payment necessarily in 26. You would likely have to call it another contribution to reserves or something. If the intention is to try to get some of this built into the 26 budget, so there's not such a drastic need in 27,
Whatever that might be. Go ahead.
whatever that might.
Okay, so earlier, it was estimated that we were looking at like almost $350,000 in annual payments for the Mash Creek culverts and the Bob Cajun Scotch Line Road project. That's going to start in 2027.
Right.
I'm wanting to see if we can put some of that in here as a contribution to reserve or help.
So you, okay, just be clear. So you want to raise this year's tax rate to reduce 27?
No, I'm not trying to reduce 27s. I'm trying to reduce the impact of 27 because there's going to be a whole bunch more. So yeah, I want to raise this tax levy for this, but I've got all kinds of ideas where we need to bring the levy down. So
Right. So I would suggest that we go through the capital before we have that discussion. Yeah,
so in the operating, grants, other municipalities, we have increased it, which I appreciate. We had a pretty good increase in the county rate for, and that's what I believe this is that's where the county pays us. I'm just wondering if that can't go up a little bit more. Also, sale of capital, the 20,000, I struggle with that because I'm not sure that that shouldn't just be going, usually when we sell a vehicle, that money goes into the reserves. So I don't know why we're using it to offset operating at this point. So do I have to make I have to put forth an amendment then for that? Is that?
or what?
I'm just asking questions here at this point. Can we increase the grants, other municipalities more than 65,000? Like if staff says, no, you've lost your mind, then that's fine. I'll put my mind back where it needs to go. But the $20,000 sale of capital, I'm probably going to die on that hill. We have a policy. It has to go into reserve. So do we have to do a resolution that we send through the CAO before the January meeting?
Let's answer them one at a time.
So it is my understanding that a list of amendments have to be provided. Clerks to
I think if it's a correction to something that's wrong, that's one thing, but I would agree the amendment. In terms of the grants for other municipalities and conferring with Mr. Timmons, I mean, we can't, this is in some respects an unpredictable amount, so we've put it where we think is reasonable. I would be a bit reluctant to raise it too much more. Is that a policy?
No, it's not a policy, so it would just be an amendment on the amendment list.
I thought in our procurement bylaw, the sale of assets needs to go into the reserve.
So that's what the
I
bylaw
think
says.
so. But just tell me what the difference is this year. Why all of a sudden are we selling capital and putting it in to help offset operating? I'm just asking, because this is new. 20,000 is being put in here for roads. I don't know if Mike, what are we selling first of all? And then why did we do it this way as opposed to the regular way?
I can answer the first question. It's still that tandem that we originally discussed previously this year that we can use it at landfill. The resolution asked that I would use it for sell it as surplus at my discretion. We've been using it, so likely the new year will surplus that vehicle because it's been useful at the landfill. The second question is not my area. I didn't allocate the budget.
So I would say that is just a, you know, continuity of staff, not aware that
Yes.
that is, if that is what the procurement policy continues to say. I couldn't say, I honestly don't know if there's been amendments since I was last here.
I
So-
can't honestly tell you for sure that's where it is. The
Well-
practice has been that you sell a piece of capital, the sale of that goes into the reserve. Again, back to the report that Greg Bedard did back there, that included where we sold the fire truck. That money was to go into the reserve. We sold something else. We sold a piece of land and all of that stuff was to go into reserves.
So we can make that as a correction. You
Yeah.
know, it nets to, it'll net pretty close to zero.
No, it's a $20,000 hit, actually.
Well, you're gonna spend it on,
No, it's a
You
$20,000
increased your
hit.
levy now.
Yeah, just increases the levy 20,000. But it's not right to use sale of capital to offset operating, so.
yeah. Depends on what else you're buying, but okay, fine.
Can I just ask, and just procedurally? Does it make sense, and maybe this is a question for the clerk, I don't know, or the CAO, in terms of trying to decide what is a correction and what is an amendment? Does it make sense for council to just put what they want for changes on there, and then the clerk's department decides if that's a correction or amendment? I don't know how, sorry, I don't know how the rules work. I just want to make sure that we don't get into a situation where it's like, oh, I thought you were doing it, and then you've met a deadline, and all of a sudden things didn't get on the list that everybody thought somehow was gonna get on the list.
I think moving forward, once we're pretty much finalized at the end of today, what we can do is just take a quick break, kind of look over everything. I can read back what we felt was a council amendment and what we felt was housekeeping. As I'm going through, I'm using different colored fonts actually to keep track of things. And I think that would be a nice way to sort of tidy it up. But we will probably be reaching out to members of council just for clarification purposes as we tidy it up before we put it on the January 8th agenda as an amendment. Is council comfortable with that process?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the best way to do it.
Okay, that's sort of how I've been proceeding thus far.
Okay. More on roads. Okay, on to environmental services.
Oh.
Councillor McKelvey.
So when you go to the next page where the different operations are broken down, okay, other services, brushing, tree trimming, blah, blah, blah. And then materials. I went back and looked at the September reports of what's been actually spent. So of these, there's $916,125 in budget between these two materials and other services. And at the end of September, we'd only spent $485,900. So we had almost half of it left. I don't know, are we expecting some? What's this?
Yeah, through the chair, I looked at these numbers as of today, pulled from finance, and we're very close to all our budget numbers. There's not a whole lot of wiggle room here. So I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and look at this specifically to see where it went, but we have I was looking to spend some money, and there's not a whole lot there.
Any more on roads? Let's move on to environmental services.
So under the material supplies and operating costs, that's related to hazardous waste, the transportation of organic material, should the Molochs come into play. Bird control was another big one in there, so. And related to mattresses as well.
Councillor McKelvey?
So the transportation, I guess we should wait till we talk about the capital, because I don't understand what the mullet process is going to be. So, but because we've got some in operating and some in capital, when do we talk? When do you want to talk?
My recommendation would be let Ms. Kosh talk to you about the Molochs as part of capital. These are very popular items in a lot of municipalities, and if we have to look at the Molochs, I might ask her to identify how much of the operating is transportation for that item.
Yeah, I think didn't it say 20,000 earlier? 20, yes. So there's a 20,000 operating plus the capital cost, so I just wait till capital to talk about it.
Sure, because I think that will help you understand what it's all about. Okay. Next slide. Yeah, Council, the last couple of slides are really just summarizing, again, in just a different format, the comparison between 2025, 2026 revenues and expenditures. And on the next two slides, you're seeing just bar graph depiction of one is revenues, 2025 versus 2026. You'll see grants is up quite a bit this year. And then slide 37 is the same bar graph depiction in for expenditures. I'll just wait to see if there's any questions on those three slides before we move on. Okay. Next slide. Just a little bit more about wages and benefits. There is a big error on this slide that I'd like to point out to council. The percentage at the top should read 40.48, not 59. And that would match the amount that's on slide 4, which indicated a 30% in wages and 10.3 in benefits. And then the only other thing that I wanted to point out, we've just had a conversation about the roads labor position, and the septic inspector position was a report that council recently considered at, I think, the end of November meeting. And then the next slide is just sort of depicting where our wages and benefits are assigned in terms of major service area. And if there are no questions, then we're on to capital. Next slide, please. So the next three slides, council are just an outline of the capital program that we're proposing for 2026. It includes a few carryover projects, a multi-year project, and then some new initiatives this year. In addition to it being investment, we're also looking at a manageable work plan so that we can finish things and finish them out well. So to the question that was asked earlier around vehicles and equipment, there is a proposal for 3 pieces of equipment. One is a backhoe for the landfill.
No. Backhoe? Bulldozer.
Oh, it's a bulldozer. Sorry, you have a backhoe now. Oh, it replaces the backhoe. Sorry. One is the pickup truck that is currently at landfill, and one is related to the conversation we just had about the additional staff member and piece of equipment. So Councillor McKelvey, to your question earlier, yes, it is. The proposal is to add a piece of equipment to the fleet. So just to clarify your comment about whether you weren't sure whether it was. So if there are questions about those, I'll let others speak to it. But to your point, Councillor McKelvey, we've looked at our fleet and equipment roster, and we're really bringing forward those pieces of equipment that are at end of life and need to be replaced. The other projects, we'll go through the next couple of slides, and then, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to entertain questions. On the next slide, you'll see some council chambers renovations. We've got just some highlights. We've got the columbarium that we want to do an expansion to. Councillor Ingram's question of earlier about the Riverwalk lighting. We tried for a grant. We were unsuccessful. We can always try for grants again this year, but we need to do the Riverwalk lighting. We have some engineering for the Snowden Park footbridge and the Water Street dock. Backup generator is in this budget. Our ERP, or Enterprise Resource Planning tool. We brought a report recently to council looking at piggybacking and partnering with the county and one of our other colleagues to look at a replacement for our finance and other systems related to HR, payroll, those kinds of things. We have 3 roofs in this budget, being the curling club, the library and cultural center, and the other portion of this building upstairs, the township office. We have the new community center at Laughlin. We have the ramp at the library cultural center also in this budget as well. And then we also have sidewalk and crosswalk improvements in the budget. We have Molochs for organic recycling and 7 road improvement projects. And each one of them has a description in your package, council. We're happy if you want to ask any questions on any of those capital projects, and then I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Blanchard to kind of walk us through the proposed financing for some of these.
Go ahead.
Just asked a question. It's about the sidewalk improvement / crosswalk. It says to improve accessibility and install a crosswalk in the village core. So does that mean that you're going to put one in the middle of the street and we're getting rid of the other 2? I'm asking because we just told the Legion that we could paint the two ends. So if they're looking for costs for things, I'm just wondering, like, did we decide we were going down to one? Looks like the clerk has her hand up.
Sorry, through the chair, to Deputy Mayor Shells, we have been in constant discussions with the Legion. I actually spoke to one of the members just the other day. And I said that I would make sure that Mike Timmons actually reached out and discussed costs, because they need to submit for.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's great. That's
Yeah.
minor compared to what my actual question is did some engineering professional, no offense to our director, but decide that a crosswalk in the middle, one crosswalk in the middle was safer, or what are we looking at? I just don't understand what it says, install a crosswalk in the village core.
No, I think when we talked last year, I think we brought a report forward, and there was a suggestion that we might need to look at a crosswalk on Water Street and a crosswalk somewhere in the downtown core. And a crosswalk that assists people getting across the road, not just a painted crosswalk. And so that's what this is referring to. We haven't actually picked a location. It's just when we had that conversation, with council earlier, we felt that some sort of assisted crosswalk in the core area was the higher priority.
Go ahead.
Just to supplement that, then that's great. Just the way that I read it, it sounded like there was going to be one, and my concern was is if it moved to the middle of the street, we'd be losing at least 2 parking spaces, maybe 4. So, okay, we definitely need lights or some
Right.
kind of signaling system for sure.
A location has not been picked, and we would make sure that council was informed of
Thank you.
that.
Councilor McKelvey?
So are we talking like a crosswalk with lights and everything? Because you will lose a lot of parking, because I think it's legislated that it has to, like a real one, not just a courtesy crossing.
Mhm.
So I don't know that we really ever talked about it much. We put in the budget last year on the basis of if we got a funding.
Right.
Did we apply for funding?
We did, and we were not successful.
Okay. Like we will need to have an engineer involved in this and.
Absolutely.
Okay. I have other questions on some of this other stuff.
Good.
We could skip past the roads equipment right now, but the 150,000 for the purchase of a new bulldozer. I just would need to have some information and how do we push down the materials? Like I believe we use the backhoe now in our bins.
I'm going to ask the expert to come up.
And, you know, we have an excavator that we bought for this purpose as opposed to a bulldozer many years ago. So I'm just trying to figure out why.
So through the chair, this bulldozer would replace the very old backhoe. So it's very temperamental. It was a hand-me-down from Rhodes. So like it doesn't run well in the winter time because it gets too cold. We've replaced the battery. We've put a lot of money into it, and there's still a lot more money that would need to be put into it. So it isn't really fiscally responsible to keep dumping money in an old piece of equipment. The bulldozer would be much more efficient for pushing back C&D. Which the excavator is not, just because it's only the bucket. So this would have a blade on the front to push the C&D back. It would push the tires back, push leaf and yard waste, brush. So it would be much more efficient for those types of tasks. So through the chair, we would sell the backhoe, and this would replace the backhoe. The excavator is used for that right now, the bucket on the excavator.
Counselor Sisson?
Well, when you get the new system in works, what's the bulldozer gonna do then? Because you won't need it in 2 years' time or less, right? Because you're gonna be all transfer station.
So through the chair, there would still be collection areas up at the transfer station. So it's just going to be the landfilling that takes place on the back end of the transfer station. So not where the active site is right now.
We're still gonna be dumping back there.
So that's where the garbage will go to be landfilled, yes. So, and it will be able to be used for pushing back the garbage as well. If they need to get it back to a certain area where we're actively landfilling, it might be more efficient to use that as well. Especially if the roll-off truck can't get to a certain location because it's too soft or for whatever reason, then the roll-off can dump the garbage and then the bulldozer would push it back to wherever it needs to be.
The reason I'm asking, you wanted a sheep foot last year, and now you've gone to a bulldozer.
So,
I know.
yeah. Through the chair, this was a compromise instead of the compactor for this year.
Counselor McKelvey? Okay. Counselor Sani?
Yes, I want to say find it terrific that we're doing the Molochs and the recycling greatly reduce and extend the site plan. So that's great to see for a whole bunch of reasons. The other thing I question, I know the county's just hired someone to do grant proposal writing. Is that correct? And
Yes.
it seems like we're trying to do that on the corner of a lot of desks right now. And I'm wondering if we get any support from the county to do this kind of grant proposals, because there's a lot of money out there. And we need to find a way to start being more successful at that and know where they are. And I think that could help us a great deal with their budget. Thank you.
We more than likely will, yes, get assistance from that person. Counselor McKelvey?
Have to have more, I just want to know how this looks. We're gonna have 20,000 in transportation. We're gonna have the cost of implementing this. I just need to understand a little bit more how it works.
So the Mollux is a big cylinder that goes partially into the ground. So that cost I have estimated for 3 at around $20,000 was the last cost estimate that I received. So there would be 3 Mollux to be installed that would collect the organic material. And then it's approximately $20,000 in operating costs for hauling and processing of the organic material. And that will depend on how much material that we bring in and collect. To a organic facility in Belleville is the closest facility that will accept our material. Some other organic facilities will only accept material that's generated within their area because of their ECA.
Counselor McKelvey?
Oh. I don't know what they're called. I call it my Mr. Food Eater. You might know what that is. I put all my organics in it and it eats it, grinds it, and
Through the chair, that is the food cycler program.
thank you. Other people in this community have chickens to look after their organics. I'm just not sure you're going to get people to separate their organics when there's already so many separations we have now, you know, as far as cardboards and plastics and garbage. And so this would require somebody to actually bring their organic recycling in a separate container and dump it into one of these tubes.
So through the chair, it would be up to the recycling facility on if they'll accept compostable bags. Some of them, they're misadvertised and they don't actually break down. But I believe the Belleville recycling facility should be able to allow for compostable bags. If not, residents can bring it in a paper bag and dump the paper bag in there, or they may bring it in a reusable container and dump it in. So they would have to separate it. And
has anybody else in a small rural tried this? Like, I love all the programs you've brought in and we've done great stuff. I'm just not sure I'm ready for this one. So has anybody else done it?
So through the chair, at my previous job, we had 3 Mullocks at the Buckhorn transfer station. So very well utilized, successful program. Some of that information is what I have used to calculate some of our estimates for what I anticipate quantities will be. So there's big savings in just saving the lifespan of our landfill. So typically household garbage is comprised of up to 60% of household garbage or sorry, of organic material. So removing that from the household garbage will help with the overall lifespan of the Scotch Line landfill and extend that further.
Any other questions? Sorry. Councilor McKelvey?
So I'm just trying to figure out where community services. They don't really have any capital listed here. Is that, am I missing something?
There's the columbarium, the Riverwalk lighting,
Okay.
Snowden Park and Water Street Dock. I mean, there's a group of us that will be working on that.
Okay, so last year in our budgets, we had what everybody was going to do. Community services was going to do the Snowden Park footbridge, the Water Street Dock review and the boat launch review. And we didn't do that. So again, I don't want to set up a budget for something that perhaps we don't have time to do. I don't know. But Snowden Park footbridge probably should have been looked at in 25 because we knew at budget time it was a problem. The Water Street Dock is clearly a problem when all we're going to propose to do is have an engineer. We're not going to actually fix it.
The challenge that we have with both of these, Councillor McKelvey, is I think there had been attempts by staff to put some budget numbers in previous budgets. And when you really look at it, these are structures that need to be properly reviewed. I mean, there's a portion of that Water Street Dock that's in the water. We're going to have to put a proper plan together. And it could be that we get an engineered study done and bring it to council and we can fund some repair, or we're going to have to put a big plan together. It's a bigger job than just resurfacing it.
And, you know, a few years ago, we lost the boardwalk because some of the wood rotted and it ended up getting closed and we had to replace it. The loggers bridge, whatever it's crossing, whatever it's called. The same thing's happening. Like the wood is starting to rot. We're covering it with 2x4s that are trip hazards. And I don't see it even in here. So I'm not sure what the answer is, but we can't keep putting money in the budget and then nothing happened and it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. The Riverwalk lighting, I think we have $142,000 in there. So has the engineering been done for this? Because we had something in our budget last year.
Yeah, there had been a review, and then I know Ms. McGuigan has been in contact with a neighboring municipality that had done solar lighting along one of their trails, and so that's what we based the budget.
So does this include getting rid of the ones that are there now?
It does.
Because it would be nice to get rid of them sooner than later, because it's quite an eyesore. And then I even question whether we need them replaced. But streetlights along those roads.
Councillor Sisson?
You have a shed on here. Where is that going?
That is at the fire hall.
But it's a $20,000 shed. I do have some questions on it.
I would have to let the fire chief. talk to you
20,000 is a
about
big shed. That's more of a garage.
Through the chair, that includes the building of the shed as well as a concrete pad to put it on.
How big?
It's just a 10 by 10 shed. It's not very big. It's just to store some of our training props.
$20,000 for a 10 by 10 shed.
Most of that would be the concrete pad to put it on.
For a 10 by 10.
I got a quote. So I can't, I'm not I'm not an engineer nor a construction expert. I received a quote. I mean, we would obviously have to put out more than one quote in order to get the work done, but the quote that I had done, that's what it was for.
So, this has been mentioned before about the old fire hall being taken down and used as storage somewhere else, just a thought. But on that note of the old fire hall, we had community engagement in the spring and online, in person. The common theme was do something with Beaver Theater, do something with the old fire hall. We had community consultation in the fall and the common theme online, in person, same thing. We had a business meeting in town, same thing. We've talked about this at this table at budget time. What are we going to do with the old fire hall? And it never gets allowed to be discussed or a plan. And I was looking forward to your budget thinking, okay, finally, we're going to have the old fire hall in here and some kind of a plan, but it had, because it's been the talk of everything we've gone out to ask public.
And that's what the strategic plan is.
It's not going to do anything about the fire.
Well, the strategic plan is going to talk about the direction of this whole downtown area.
So the strategic plan's going to say, do something with the fire hall. We already figured that out. The people on the spring consultation told us, the people in the fall consultation told us this, the people during election last time told us this, the people at the business working group told us this. We've tried to talk about it. How do we ever get a chance to talk about the eyesore across the parking lot?
Well, I always thought that our strategic plan would talk about what we want to do with this whole downtown area. And, you know, what, if we want to be looking at, you know, more housing or more commercial or more whatever, that we would then take that as the strategic plan and then make the decisions on what do we do with that whole set of buildings along including the Beaver Theater and so on, and what do we do with this fire hall, and do we look at building housing? Do we look at having the more commercial space or whatever? But we need an overall plan as to where we're going to go. I mean, otherwise we just tear it down.
So that being said, we were the same thing when we sat as council and said, we want to build an arena. Shouldn't we then be putting money into a reserve to deal with the fire hall? Like, could we not have a reserve fund that says to deal with downtown revitalization of something? Because we know that something has to be done with it, right? So rather than just skipping through this budget and waiting for the strategic plan, it would make sense to have something set aside just so we.
I guess part of it, and I don't disagree with what you're saying there, but I guess part of it is that, you know, is it us that should be doing it? Or should there be a private developer doing it? Should we be in a public-private partnership to do it?
Microphone.
Maybe I'd like to buy that because it's vacant now. We can use that for storage. We're short storage. Every department head here could use that storage building or part of it. We got to get it out there, Bob. That's the position where you're sitting, is to get your council together and come up with a plan to make Minden great again.
Not sure to use those words, but but that was the idea of the strategic plan, yes.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, I think just a point of clarification and to understand where council members are coming from. I think the strategic plan is going to say one of the strategic priorities is downtown revitalization. It's not necessarily going to say, and here's what it should look like. That's the facilitated discussion that we need to have. And so if there is a want, I'm hearing what council members are saying, and I mean, I've heard it loud and clear since I've been here, then, you know, we should initiate that facilitated discussion about what should, but it is a big looking at the entire core area of our township. It's that kind of big discussion.
Right, and I think the discussion needs to include, the lack of a better word, derelict buildings, you know, the whole area of the property standards and so on, because, you know, we can't just pick on the Beaver Theater as much as we'd like to, because it's a privately owned building, and we can't just selectively say, okay, we're going to go after that one, but we're not going to go after, you know, another one that's in the town. So it needs some overall direction there. Go ahead.
Thanks to the mayor. That's private property. I think what we're talking about is stuff that we own, that we can do things with. And the fire hall's been sitting there for a number of years, as we know. The issue has been the health and safety issue regarding the mold in the building. There are ways that homes and buildings are cleaned up in terms of the mold issues. That was a concern why we didn't open up the bathrooms, the public washrooms there. And so we managed to do that. Our staff managed to get those so we could open those up and how the water system works. That was a start in that direction. So I think what we need to do is have that discussion. I know some of my colleagues are saying, take it down. I'm kind of a fan of what I'm hearing other folks say is keep it up, let's paint it and have a place to go in the rain, or a place to store. So we need to have that discussion at a council meeting, but not the whole downtown, because we can't do that and we'll be spinning our wheels forever. We have a base to work with, we have a building. And I think we just need to put that on the agenda, have the discussion and start doing it. And I know there's a lot of volunteers who would help come and do some things too, if we need to.
Perfectly willing to have that discussion and to initiate that discussion as soon as possible. But, you know, it's the idea of, you know, if we have the discussion, we need to be doing something with it. And so we're going to have to come up with some sort of agreement / consensus of not only that building, but the whole property here.
So, Mr. Mayor, I have had discussions with my county colleague, and we've committed to getting together early in the new year about some potentials from an economic development standpoint and from our standpoint. So let us take that away and come back to council. I would suggest that we bring somebody in potentially to do some facilitation with us just on what are the potentials that it could be. You know, we have lots of potential out there, and you know, we need to find a way to get to what could be all the possibilities out there.
And our planner, because the new mapping affects that area. So there's.
Well, that's another follow-up discussion I need to have with the county.
Is that may influence as to what,
Yeah.
you
No,
know,
I-
can be done, obviously, but.
Oh, that's noted as an item for me.
Councilor McKelvey?
Do you realize we're heating that building?
I realize we're eating part of it, yes.
See, I struggle with that. It's not being used. Washroom's fine, yes, you gotta heat those, but we sit here and at every budget meeting, we get to this point again where it's, yes, we need to talk. But we never get to talk about it. And if it means hiring a facilitator to talk about it, I don't care what it takes. I want that fire hall to be addressed in more than just sitting around here in this table saying,
Mhm.
we can't. Like,
Yeah.
it was an election issue. It's clearly been talked about at the community consultations. Like, they're almost pleading with us. We've tried every year at budget time to talk about it, like. I'm so disappointed there's not something in this budget that says the old fire hall.
Okay.
Okay doesn't get me an answer, I'm sorry. Okay, what? Like,
There is nothing in the budget to address the old fire hall. We, said we would have discussions to decide where we want to go with it. I'm open to having those discussions,
but
but
without a budget, we can't do anything. Can't even hire the bulldozer from the landfill site to come down, so like. So
if
it's getting late, I'm getting tired.
if there's something that we want to do with it, even if we decided we wanted to do something with it in March or April, we can open the budget up and do it. So it doesn't have to go in.
There's
into the
there's a
budget now.
treasurer's nightmare. No, you don't
Okay,
usually
you
open the budget up.
No, it's, there are new rules that allow you to open up the budget and redo it if necessary, so. If we have something that we want to do and we want to do it in a timely manner, we can do it. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I don't, I mean, and maybe we have to do it as a resolution to the clerk, but if all of us sitting here want to do something with the fire hall, we don't know what it is today, but should we not be implementing something then into every budget? It might not happen for 5 years. Seems like it's been probably 8 now. So that we could just some kind of monetary value that can go into the budget, into becoming a reserve for the downtown revitalization, call it whatever you like, the same way we did with the arena. And then once it's in there, then each year it's in the levy and it can just continue to roll until it becomes a payment like it did for the arena.
Yeah, not a terrible idea.
So we're gonna do it then, or I have to get the
So-
question? How do I present that then?
It would be an amendment to the budget.
So through the chair, to Deputy Marshall, I already have it noted as an item, so I just have Old Fire Hall reserved for this project, as well as staff report facilitation on what it could be.
But you're not gonna run with that and do an amendment to the budget.
No, we're gonna talk about it before we leave today, and
I mean, she's just reading what she's
Yes.
noted.
I
Okay,
just have it as a note
okay.
for us to discuss when we're done. Okay.
Mr. Sandy?
I had two thoughts, then I forgot both of them, sorry, listening.
That's what happens when you have two at once.
It's rubbing off on me here. I guess, thinking of the fire hall, what we've been through, yes, put something in the budget. But there's also, the business groups in town are really like scratching to do something. They're out there with their paint cans ready to go. I think we need to say, hey, we've got some momentum here, let's build on it. So what if we had in the beginning of the year, and I'm sure this is going to come through in our strategic plan too, but a public meeting where people could come and say, this is what I could contribute, this is what I could do. So as we're making a decision what to do with it, we already know what the public contribution could be or the business contributions. And so therefore, we're going to come up with a more grounded idea as opposed to everything has to come out of the budget into out of reserves. So if we could have that kind of meeting, because I know there are people in this community that would support doing something, sometimes with whatever it's required. So I think we need to just get that. It might come out of the strategic plan already that we're doing because of all the input. But I think we need to just early in the year, try to move on it. So in the spring, we're actually doing the work. That was one thing. The second thing is the Snowden Park shelter. I'm hoping that comes out of our asset management plan, but that
Mhm.
shelter is a concern to me. So hopefully it'll be in there. Thank you.
Councilor McKelvey?
We might as well talk about it right now. Like, you're not gonna let a bunch of volunteers paint that building.
Through you, Mr.
It's a liability.
Through you, Mr. Mayor,
So let's just get that out there.
I think if I'm hearing the community correctly, they're craving a long-term vision for that space out there.
They're
you
just
know?
craving any.
Right. So
Anything at all.
I think that's where I've suggested, let me talk to my counterpart. Let's put a plan together to have a facilitated discussion.
Okay. And the other part was the Snowden Park. So it's not in the budget though. The bridge is, but you're right, the shelter is terrible. So
It is part of the group of things that we need to do further assessments on, that is in the budget.
just the assessment, not the actual fix it up?
I don't know what that's going to entail.
So when are you meeting with county?
You need to leave it with me, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. I would like to have a discussion at perhaps our first meeting in February.
Mr. Mayor, if you can just leave it with me, I will have the discussion and put a plan together and circle back with council.
All right. Councilor McKelvey?
I'll die on that hill later then. But to Councillor Saney's point about the building out in the, we don't need an engineer in here to tell us it needs some work, so I'm just, we put part of Snowden Park in here, but we didn't put that. Okay, never mind. Makes no
I
sense.
don't know what assessment needs to be done.
It's a sensitive area to work in, so we have to understand what we're able to do and not able to do.
Councilor Saney?
And hearing all of our frustrations, everybody's on this, I've got to just take a step back and say, we have finally got an asset management plan in place that we didn't have before. And if we had that much earlier, we wouldn't be that many steps behind right now and what we're trying to push forward all in this one meeting. And the other thing is having that strategic plan that's so grounded with our community input is something else that is new to us that we didn't have to build on before. So I think those are some good foundations. If we look at the end of the year to see what we can build on, we want to make sure it keeps moving. That's the frustration here because it hasn't before. But just to have that asset management plan that was approved way back, our past treasurer could probably remember that, right? That we are working on it. It's finally happening and it'll be done. And as well as the strategic plan with all the community input and the motivation now with the business community and the Rotary being a great incentive behind that work. So I think we just have to also look at some of our wins that we're doing. I'm very frustrated with a lot of things like other people are too. But at the same time, I have to step back and say, we've got some really good wins here. We've got now some good numbers, I think, to work with our budget. So I just want to point that out because I can get frustrated with my can of paint, my paintbrush and just want to take care of it. So thank you.
In April. Okay, any more questions, comments on budget? Councilor Ingrove?
Through the chair, Cynthia, can you remind me, what the water servicing is? Right at the very bottom of that page, 44 for 100,000, is that pumping? No, pumping. What is-
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we have put a provision in case we have to expand or increase water service related to growth.
Okay.
Okay, it's just exactly what you folks have been talking about is anticipating
So they don't-
potential,
Perfect. Yeah,
potential future.
definitely got to have it. We know that for a fact.
Yeah, we just want to be ready.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor McKelvey?
So when I look at the financing for the capital, either page 43 or 44. You're on. This is getting late in the day, so I can't even read it, but Yenard levy last year, the capital levy last year, or 2025, was $1,149,728. The capital levy that we've got in here for taxation is $970,795. So we have taken out almost $180,000 from the levy that was going to capital to help offset operating. And I have a serious issue with that. Capital should stay in capital, operating should stay in their lane. Taxation from one should never subsidize the other, especially going from capital levy and putting it into operating. We had an asset management plan here that told us that, you know, based on what you're putting in, you still need to do this, this, and this, and it was staggering. We've gone backwards. Not only have we not put anything in, we took $180,000 out of the levy for capital. Reserves. I'm not a fan of taking reserve money for surface treatment. We worked hard to get that changed so that Mike's surface treatment was funded by the taxation levy. Of course, if we put that back where it was, it would be. I'm fine with roofs getting paid from by reserves and that sort of thing. But again, I'm going to bring up this whole $1.4 million is not necessarily available for these projects. Okay, if we want to say it is, fine, we say it is, and we reverse the direct resolution we passed. But that means we've still got to consider borrowing whatever it was, $4 million roughly, which is going to cost us $350,000 roughly in a payment starting in 2027. That's 3.5%. Then we've got the borrowings on here, which again, I'm struggling to see, but we're going to borrow another 3.2 million here. We're setting ourselves up for. All of these payments are going to come in 2027. So, you know, that's another 3% that we're setting up for 2027. Like, I think it's irresponsible for us to do this to the taxpayers. I want to go back to Lachlan Hall. Last year, I wanted $50,000 in the budget for the Lachlan Hall. So it would be there. It's in the levy. It's going to then pay for the debt payment, whatever it ends up going towards. No, couldn't do that. I'm asking again. We put $50,000 in the levy. We use it this year to put the septic in, if that's what it costs, or whatever else we want to put that money towards. And then that $50,000 is going to cover the debt payment for the next 15 years to pay off the Lachlan Hall. And we have a nice new facility out there and a community that appreciates us. So, but I'm not going to put it all off to the 2027 taxpayers. Not when you're going to have another 11% plus for OPP, and I can't do that.
So I'm sorry, I'm not understanding the Lachlan Hall, to just use that as an isolation.
Okay, so the Lachlan Hall is going to cost us $700,000.
Right.
And you're gonna, in your budget, in your mayor's budget, you are financing the entire part of it. We're gonna build it in 26.
Right,
We won't start paying it back until 27.
correct.
Correct. I want to put 50,000 in the levy in 26 to go towards the cost of the construction of the Lachlan Hall, be it the septic. I don't care what part of it.
So, but you're taking, what you want to do is you want to add $50,000 to taxes to reduce the amount we borrow.
No, it's the same thing as you did at the arena. I want $50,000 in the budget to help pay towards what that debt's gonna be, so that when we build this nice little community hall that we're gonna have out there, $50,000 of that expense is covered in this year's budget. The balance of 650 is going to be debentured.
Right,
And that payment that we've got in the levy of $50,000 right now is going to help pay that debenture payment. There will be no blip in 27 because we got too many blips here in 20.
I don't, I'm sorry,
Oh, Mr. Carter.
McKelvey, you've got $700,000. Whether you pay $50,000 this year, which would have to come from additional taxes or from somewhere else, and then have a $650,000 debenture, or you have a $700,000 debenture. I guess I'm lost as to where the difference is.
Aren't you creating
It's-
an expense?
I'm creating an expense in 27 that then will be carried over to pay the debenture, and there won't be these blips. We've got a big blip
I'm
coming.
sorry, how is it being carried over?
It's in the levy. Same as you did for the arena. You put $650,000 in the budget
Yeah,
that
so-
went to the reserve. Then the next year you did it again, and the next year. Then you built the place. You had money in your reserve to help bring the capital cost down, but you had $629,500 that was sitting in there to pay the debenture payment. There was no blip. You budgeted it strategically, responsibly, and
So you create an expense line for 26 for $50,000.
Right,
And you're gonna call it, you're gonna name it contribution to reserve.
right,
And then, so you put that money in reserve, 50,000. Then when you build the hall for 700,000, step one, you take the 50 out of reserves. It brings your required debenture amount that you gotta borrow down to 650.
right.
And then you've still got that line in your levy that you've gone to so now you just rename that line loan payment in the next year. So you've always got that 50,000 built into your taxation levy. You're never gonna take it out. It's always gonna be, first year you named it a contribution to reserve as an expense line. Every year thereafter, it's called a contribution, or it's called a loan payment.
But
And the point is you're gonna start in 27 to go to the ratepayers for $50,000. And you're gonna say, hey, ratepayer, the first year, we're gonna put that money in reserves. Every year thereafter, we're not gonna lower the levy. We're gonna keep the levy, all things being equal, we keep the levy the same, and that 50,000 becomes a payment to whoever you borrow the money from.
okay. I did.
you're spreading.
You don't have to add it. It's not a shot, it's just.
And I think the point is that you're trying to do this to even it out somehow between 26 and 27.
Because thing is that what you're doing is you're making your first payment in 26 as opposed to making it in 27.
Well, except you're calling it a contribution to reserve.
Yeah, well, you're calling it something
And
different,
you
but
physically move the money into reserves. And then you can use that when the project's completed.
but
to-
it's still a $50,000
Yes.
payment that goes to the taxpayer every year.
Every year.
You're just starting it in 26 as opposed to starting it in 27. So
Which, if I may, also lowers your interest over time as well, because now you've got that 50, so you right away, when you make the loan, just like we did on the arena, as soon as you take out that infrastructure loan, your payment is going to be not 70,000, but if we've done that for 2 years, it's only going to be
But it won't be 2 years.
600,000.
I mean, this thing will be built in.
Well, that's an example, but I'm saying our interests over time will also be lower, right?
You're just starting your payments a year early is basically what you're doing.
Well,
Yeah.
You're going to lower the amount that you're going to borrow by contributing something to the project that's going to be built this year. Why shouldn't we contribute to it this year? That's when it's happening.
Well, depending on when it's built, you will be contributing to it because you'll start your debenture.
We can't start our debenture till 2027. We already talked about all these things. We don't have an FIR. We don't have a financial statement. But it's not just the Lachlan Hall. We are setting ourselves up here for so much borrowing in 2026 that in 2027, and like, we're going to go ahead and build all this stuff or do all these things, but put nothing in the levy and then hit everybody in 2027. That's not responsible budgeting.
I guess I need to see it. I mean, I did get an A in finance, so I do remember a little bit of it, but I guess I need to see it out on paper. I don't really see, other than the fact that we're starting to pay for things or collect the payment for things a year earlier. And I'm not totally against that, but it's.
I failed grade 9 math and this, if we put this 50,000 into the levy this year, it's like 0.5% roughly. It's just a little under 0.5%. But then next year it's already built in. You're not adding another 0.5% because it's already within the levy and that's the amount that's coming annually.
Yeah, no,
Right?
I understand. You're starting the payment a year early.
No, you're reducing the amount you're going to borrow as well.
It reduces the amount you're going to borrow, but it's already built, that payment then for 27 is already built into the levy this year, even, so it's 650.
So,
Okay.
but it's not just the Lachlan Hall. We're setting the 2027 budget up for drastic increases just to pay debt payments. I'm really concerned about this. And I know that the only way we can share it is to put some of the levy up, but we got to bring the levy down on other stuff then too, because I agree with your original, it gets to the point where people can't afford to live here or want to live here. But we can't just keep borrowing money. That's not going to make it livable here.
Well, I mean, the question is which projects do we not do if we're not gonna borrow? I mean, Scotch Line, the 1.9 million, we had agreed that was what we were going to invest because it's a 25-year investment into the future. There's roads and equipment and so on. So, I mean, what is it that we leave out?
Well, I think we need to start looking at all these, but frankly, it's 4:30. I'm not the only one tired in this room. To try and do a budget in one day, way too much. But if you're going to make it so that we have no choice but to stick with it here tonight and talk about this so that we know what we want to put forth as suggested amendments to the mayor's budget.
You don't have to decide on what amendments you're making tonight.
I have to decide before the January meeting, and I did want to have Christmas in there somewhere, so I'm getting too tired to continue with this today.
We're legislated on our dates.
Only because you set today as the starting point.
When would you like to start?
We're here. We can't get through this all today. Or do you want to continue to get through this all today?
Well, I don't know what else we have to cover.
Well, we really need to decide whether we think that a columbarium at 12 miles is a necessity in 2026. It's coming from surplus that we don't have. I don't know what the reserves in the cemetery are. Like, we need to look at each one of these and decide, in my opinion, we need to look at each one of these. There's 6 other people here. If you want to just say, let's go home, Tammy, shut up. That works for me too.
I don't
But
think anybody's saying that.
I'm just giving you the option to say it if you wish. You had my permission. So I think we need to go down all of this and really decide what this is going to do to 27's budget. And I feel like we're too tired to do it, but
Yeah, I'm agreeable. I think we should shut it down. We're not being very productive right now. I think we should stop and pick another date. Try and take in what we got. Yeah, whatever.
I don't think the next budget meeting should be part of a regular council meeting, and that's what we're planning on. I don't care. I'll waive my $100. I'm just not looking for the money. I'm just looking for.
Well, the only way to get another meeting in would probably be before the 8th, then in January.
You have 30 days from when, Vicky? When did you give notice?
Through the chair, the 10th. I believe we published the agenda on the 10th. So the clock starts on the day that you publish.
Doesn't count. You didn't get it
And
done.
that
till
council
January.
receives their binders. So then you count 30 days and that takes us to January the 8th.
Oh, so January 8th is the last.
Is your
of the-
amending,
of-
is council's amending? Yep.
Great timing.
Yeah, we have to give notice to the public if you're meeting.
No, but so, yeah, no, I hear council. I mean, my head's spinning right now. If we came back on the 5th, we could finish presenting, finish discussing. What we'll see is whether we can cobble up what we've already noted to date. We won't necessarily be able to look at all the impacts of that right away. But again, the whole idea is the amendment timeframe is January 8th, and then there's a timeframe to respond back as well. So,
Not do the 5th, I could do the 6th or the 7th.
okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Just something, when we come back to the next meeting, can we have some estimates of what our budget is going to be impacted in 2027 from all the borrowing? And I know I can't hold you to it. You have my word right now, I won't. But we have to know what this is going to cost. We have to know that, you know, we've already been told it's going to be 350,000 for the Bob Cage and Scotch Line Road project. Council has to know what this is being put off and what we might want to try to decide against or try to shield it a bit by putting some in this year. That we need to go back and look at operating and cut some costs. I'm just throwing out ideas here. But the impact of 2027 cannot be ignored. As far as meetings, I'll make myself available any day except when I'm supposed to have Christmas.
Can I ask a question of our clerk?
Yeah.
I think I whispered this, so just to be clear. No, it was earlier. So in terms of procedural, we have to give public notice. We gave public notice of this meeting. Are we not allowed to recess a meeting to the next day? This would be a continuation of the same meeting.
You
The
can,
next-
you still have to You still have to provide public notice.
So-
It's with respect to a budget.
Because it didn't end, the meeting could be not ending today, but it could go over into tomorrow. So would we need to give another notice if it's just recessed and continued?
You should provide notice to your public with respect to a budget. Well, it should be 24 hours.
Okay.
Now we do live stream, so I mean, that's a benefit to the public. They can watch it at any time, but
Okay. Just in terms of recessing it, so nobody's thinking about this over the holidays.
I think your best bet is on that Tuesday or Wednesday, the 6th or 7th.
Well, I don't think we want to do it on the 7th, Mr. Mayor. That's
No,
not
no,
giving
I
a
know,
lot of
just-
time. Yeah.
We're tied to this January 8th deadline.
Yeah.
That really makes it tight. So I'm thinking we need more time than, certainly need more time than the day before, because we gotta draft resolutions to give them to the clerk ahead of time of what we want to amend the budget. So like it can't be,
What's Wednesday morning like for folks?
I don't even think that's enough time because the agenda's already out. And if she
I'll-
wants to see it,
You're talking about this week.
oh,
I'm
I'm
talking
talking
about
this week, sorry.
so through the chair, because it is just a continuation of the current meeting, as far as the agenda goes, we would just do a blurb and advertise that it's a continuation of the same agenda and materials attached to this agenda. So I wouldn't be creating another, like, I wouldn't be creating another agenda and putting all the attachments back on. I can put a notice out to the public. We do live stream, but if that's council's wish, we can provide notice to the public. We'll just do a post before we go.
I have medical appointments tomorrow. So,
I mean, then at least we're being clear and transparent and providing.
Is it going to snow?
Do you understand?
you got that.
We do, as I'm saying,
What's that?
What's the 22 and 23rd?
I'm not here.
The 6th of January is our only date.
So is there any evening that we could do it this week? I'm looking at.
Can you wait?
I believe not.
Through the chair, you can't extend, you can shorten the time period, but you don't extend the amending period.
I don't. I think it's gonna take you more than you think. How do you think?
Sorry.
I said, I think it'll take more time than you think. It's not just an extra, another
Well,
hour or so.
We're having trouble fitting it in, so.
Can we at least be sent a report on the financing costs that are going to hit 2027 without us having a meeting?
I got it all calculated out. There's the numbers, those are the numbers that it's running.
But that was just the, oh, maybe you did.
So I've got it broken down between the Scotch line outpatient flow, Scotch line transfer station, the Ash Creek culverts, and what is on the list for this year. That includes the roofs, Rockland Hall, the generator. So I have those 4 items.
I'm a visual type of person. Can you, can she send this to us so that we can?
Have it, do you want?
Do you want us to print it right now?
That would work too. Large print, my eyes are killing me.
Can we take a 10-minute break, Mr. Mayor?
Sorry. To do,
To print this information.
Oh, my God.
pardon?
I said, oh, my God, we were just sitting here trying to get a report printed and you weren't listening.
No, I wasn't. I was reading something else to try to figure out a date.
Okay, so we've asked her to do a report. CAO is asking if we could take a break while they go print it.
Fine.
There- We've got a spreadsheet. that
So
we
I
can-
did update it, okay? Sitting there, but taking the 1.4 million out of the equation, so there's a couple options.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're back at 4:50.
Sorry?
You want the 10-minute? Okay, we're back. All right, so we have a piece of paper in our hands. Maybe you can explain it.
So, so first column is what um, currently seeing in the finance software for Bob Pigeon. This is just what we're gonna go with for today. Oh, sorry. So these numbers, especially the Bob Cajun mode, may change. It needs just some verification, but right now it's 3.7 million. Scotch line, we had some previous costs on that are sitting unfunded. And plus the 1.9 million that's currently on the list for the 2026 budget. So that gets you to just over 2. Bash Creek culverts are a done deal. They're 240,000. And then there's 1.3 million dollars on the new 2026 list. So the 1.3 and the 1.9 gets you to the 3 million and 2 that's on the list right now for 2026 that is to come that is to be debenture. So those are your costs. And then after we had the conversation, I took out the possibility that Bob Cajun Road would be potentially reduced by the $1.4 million, according to that, that resolution in 2023. Below all that, you've got what I used. So 3.5% across the board, 15 years on the first 3, 20 years on the last collective number of projects, semi-annual payments. So keeping in mind that if we were to change this to monthly, it will definitely reduce your annual payments. These are the scenarios, is that there are no funds from surplus. So those are your numbers on the next line. If you take funds from surplus, being the 1.4 to bring down the Bob Cajun Road, it changes that number. All the others remain the same. So you're either looking at debenturing 7.330 or 5,930,000. So you're looking at either one of those scenarios. So those are your annual payments on each one of those lines. Collectively, at the very end, you've got $611,000 would be your annual payments on all of these projects. Or you apply the $1.4 million to the Bob Cajun. And then it drops down to 490. Now, what that, they're different years. So three are 15, one is at 20. Or it's kind of a combination of a few. So keeping in mind to drive that down to $490,000 across all of these projects, the way to get there is you're going to stick with that $1.4 million that's in surplus right now, and you're going to allocate it to this project. It means that all these items that you have on the 2026 budget list that's saying surplus, all of them under that column that say surplus, now you got to figure out a way to pay for them, because you've taken the 1.4 and you've applied it to the Bob Cajun Road.
So just a question to make sure I understand your 5th column or 6th column, the total.
Yes.
The 4th line down, why is it only 1.9 for 2026?
Where's that?
The
Oh, okay. All right. It's okay though, because you see there as well that the totals don't match up either. So really what you want to look at is the numbers that say about 10 lines down. It says no funds for surplus.
Right.
So you're looking at either boring 7.3 or you're looking at boring 5.9.
Right.
Okay, the next two lines say if you go with the top option, it's gonna cost you 611,000. You go with the bottom, it's gonna cost you 490 annually to pay for these projects.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But that also takes out $1.4 million worth of capital projects in the 2026 budget, or find some more money or
yeah.
debenture those.
If you choose to apply that 2023 surplus to the Bob Cajun Road, then it means you are looking at all of those items on that list for 2026 and figuring out a different way to finance them. So
And if
couple
you
options.
debenture them,
Yeah.
it gets back to the 7.3.
Exactly. So you're looking at debenturing them, you're looking at going to the ratepayer for part of it, you're looking at going to your reserves for some of it. Or the fourth option is to wait to see what you've got for a surplus in 24 and 25.
Right. That was my question, is
Yes.
that I know it's really difficult because there's everything that was out there is trying to figure out what our 24, 25 surpluses are.
Right.
I'm assuming that's probably going to be close to 2 million.
Between the 2 years?
Yeah.
And honestly, I couldn't say. Because we had, I projected an 800,000 as a quarter, but you've had some write downs since then.
Right.
So,
We also had a lot of unexpected vacancies too.
well, that was me projecting that
Right.
your wages would stay. Yeah, so, yeah, so I would say I guess from, I can't speak for all staff and I can't speak for Zach or Cynthia. It's just in terms of, reviewing the list and saying, well, worst case scenario, what are the ones you would take off the list for this year? Is there, just trying to narrow down a few possibilities on that list. And if it's a dead no on everything, we need it all done. We just need that information to decide what then we bring back as options to finance it all. Because the thing is, if you're going to build in, so you're at 4.95% now. If you're going to build in a $50,000 contribution to reserves to eventually convert to do something with the fire hall, and then the fire hall. Oh, and then there's the Laughlin Hall too. Yeah, that was as well. And then there's also just if you want to build in a contribution to reserves or the possibility, for all of this, for a debenture for all of this. So you've got a number of things that we've already talked about today that are going to change that 4.95%. Projects. Make it a little.
Go ahead.
I really want council to go back to where I explained that we have lowered the levy towards capital by $180,000. That's directly opposite to what we were told to do in our asset management plan. It was at least maintain what you're doing, plus, plus, plus. So I'm very concerned that we've lowered this capital portion of our levy. Having said that, in order to increase that, we've got to look at some operating costs.
and reducing them, but I really want that capital levy back up where it was.
Well, everything's a trade-off, right? I mean, if you decide that you're gonna lower some of these costs, I mean, that lowers your capital also.
Well, no, because they weren't financed, so,
Well,
I mean,
at the-
every time we add something to the capital that we're gonna pay from taxation, will at least get us back up to where we were last year. Like, I just can't believe we're proposing to lower what we had in last year's levy for capital. Like, we've lowered the capital levy to offset operating cost increases, you know, new staff,
well, I don't think that it was intentionally done that way. I mean, you've got a situation where you've got projects from last year, like Scotch Line transfer that, you know, weren't done. So they're being done in 25. You've got a limit to what you can do on roads and so on. I mean, we've got a limited season. So, you know, I think the projects are set up to have the right number that you're putting in the investment in infrastructure, and you can also actually get them done. There's no use putting in a road that you're not gonna get to.
I'm not suggesting that. I'm suggesting that we've taken out money that the taxpayers have been paying towards capital projects, and we've now put that towards operating. They should be totally separate. Capital should never be funding operating. And we've lowered the capital levy by almost $200,000. We could put that in by actually financing the, you know, Nichols Road, instead of taking it from reserves, which I don't agree with. The capital levy should have been paying that. That's what was it in there last year.
Yeah, I guess it really comes down to also, you know, how much reserve do you need, and what you should be doing with it.
This is, you're not understanding me. I don't know. But can you, Lori, do you understand me?
I I think what Councillor McKelvey's saying is, and we did note this at one point, is if we typically spend on an annual basis $1 million, $1.5 million on capital, and whatever that threshold is that we go to the taxpayer to fund, that should stay relatively constant
Yeah.
year after year after year. And so what she's saying is, if you look at our capital, it's lower from a taxation standpoint, right? And where the offset is in the operating,
I get that.
right? Well, I think she's saying we want that capital to be more consistent year after year.
Right, which means you either raise your total levy or you reduce your operating.
That is
There's-
correct.
I mean, there's only two places to get it.
Right.
So it comes down to, you know, what operating do you want to get rid of?
Personally, I gotta take the roads, equipment and new operator out, and it pains me. But I cannot lower a capital levy to offset the cost of hiring new staff. I just can't. That's just not fair to the future of the taxpayers. We have an asset management plan that said, you know, this is what you're putting into your capital. It's not enough. You need to increase it, and now we've lowered it, and I just can't live with that. I'm sorry. And if that means that we can't do the roads employee, then that means we can't do the roads employee, but there's gonna be more than that that's gotta come in.
Yeah, that's less than half.
We need to look at the operating costs. Now that also brings out some of the capital costs that you may have had in here from surplus, because I don't know if that.
The truck was coming out of the surplus, so it lowers that. But on the operating side, it would lower the person. Like
Right.
the new employee, so whatever whatever amount that translates
mean-
into for a new employee.
Would I like to spend $500,000 downtown on the sidewalks and everything? Live up to, I think it'll cost a lot more than that. But I don't think we can do that without some funding. And when we did it, when we had it in the budget last year, we said, if there's a grant. We definitely need to do some engineering and preliminary design and that sort of thing and get grant ready on all kinds of stuff, but we haven't been very successful at grants, so. From the surpluses, I would pull out that, but that will at least get down some of these debt payments, but I really have to insist, it's a hill I'll die on, that we put $180,000 back in the levy towards the capital. I can't go backwards on that.
So if you pull the new operator out of there, I honestly don't know what that, but let's just say you're looking for 180, let's say.
Yeah, I think it
with
was 80.
benefits 80, right? So, so now you're still looking for 100,000 in your operating budget.
But the 100 is in the capital
That's
under
cap.
surplus. So we still need $100,000 out of the offer. I think the staff need to look at these numbers. It's hard for me to look at it and know without actuals. You know, I've argued this actuals battles till I'm blue in the face, but we continually have way too high surpluses. So there's gotta be room in there. And it's not always from staff shortages.
Yep.
So it's not normal to have that kind of surplus. We shouldn't be relying on those kinds of surpluses. We need to get our budget better managed.
Councillor Saini?
Yeah, just a little bit of change of pace, but in terms of grants, are we eligible for the Canadian Community Building Fund?
Yes.
So we don't have anything in the budget, but that is a grant process.
So there are several grants out there, Counselor Saini. We wouldn't budget necessarily assuming
Yeah.
Grant funding, right? So as I've said, there might be 3 or 4 major initiatives that we would look at it and say, let's go after a water wastewater grant opportunity. Let's go after this. Let's go after that. We will always do that, but we don't budget assuming we're going to get those.
I understand that,
Right.
but I'm just looking at this as which kinds of things qualify for that, so we at least be able to.
There are a
to go
number
for
on here that
on this list that we're debating. Just trying to find some money.
I think to Councillor McKelvey's point, Mr. Mayor, if there's a want for us to take away and look at refining some numbers in the operating, we can do that.
Well, I think we don't have much choice.
So if you leave that with us, we'll look at some numbers and do some refining.
Councillor Sisson?
I recall last year, Mike gave us a list of all these roads last year, and we gave him an ultimatum going out. I think there was 3 big jobs on it. We said pick 2, and if we could afford the 3rd, we'd do it. I mean, he got $2 million there, but that includes the crosswalk, but I'm not in favor of paying $500,000 for it. But I mean, I think there comes a point where you have to pick what needs done first.
I think the crosswalk of 500, it's crosswalk and sidewalks.
Okay.
You know,
Yeah,
it's the downtown area that we've had complaints about, so. I'm not suggesting that it absolutely has to be done, but it's not only for the crosswalk, so.
Anyway, I'm just saying that, you know, maybe some of them roads could be put on hold for, I don't know.
Yeah, I think I think it's not a bad question, Councillor Sisson. I kind of cringe when I hear backlogging more roads.
That sort of exacerbates the problem of that.
We've also tried to look at to council's point. I think there's been a lot of times that we've just brought, whether it's staff or whether it's council or other people, just putting like a laundry list of ideas. And we really do have to start looking at what can we accomplish and finish successfully. Right? Right. Right. Right.
McKelvey.
So I don't really want to cut roads, unless Mike tells us something that I don't know about here, but because there's some that I would add it to this.
Mhm.
The phone calls I get on Flat Lake Road are fairly.
Yeah, no, he had quite a number of roads that could have been on the list for any one given year.
So Nichols Road, I don't agree with or using reserves for surface treatment, so that could go back as part of the increase in the levy. To me, the sidewalk improvements and crosswalk, I want to get grant ready. So whatever we need to put in there to get that. And frankly, I don't think $500,000 will do it. You're looking at $1 million for downtown to do that, I think, but that's just me. Dysart just put 1.2 million in their budget to do their sidewalks. The Molochs sounds neat. But it's a 20,000 operating plus another 19.5 from the surplus. If it's up to me, I would pull those for another year. Let's just.
Go ahead.
It's not something that we need this year. And that's,
Yeah.
again, do we need it?
Yeah,
or do
we have,
want it?
we have so much education to do for the taxpayers on this whole new recycling's changing, non-eligibles changing. Let's not throw in some other great idea, but I'm not ready to do it. That's just my ideas.
Just on the other side, there's an awful lot of phone calls and interest in doing that too. You know, it's not, there's a large portion of the population who's very interested in these. They've been demanding it for some time. So it's, you know, we obviously, like Councillor Ingham says, we don't need it. The issue is that, you know, it's not none of these cuts now are easy.
I was just gonna say, and it's not necessarily needed, but the Chelsea also said, you have to remember too, like it's also keeping a lot of the landfill, which extends life. So it kind of, it's hard to show on paper exactly what the value is.
Yes. Go. Councillor Sisson.
I just want to bring up that shed again. I think that's crazy for a 10 by 10 shed. I don't know. There's got to be another alternative.
Okay, we'll take that one.
Microphone. Microphone.
I don't know if I wanted to say that. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, but I think that wasn't ludicrous that he said 20,000 for the 10 by 10. It's because a concrete foundation and what you have to do is really extensive.
I know that's
cost.
what it costs, but
But there
what
might
Bill
be,
gets down to is it ludicrous in terms of its need?
what I was going to say is there might be other ways to put up some kind of a shed without that kind of foundation, which is expensive. So, or
Right.
stored in our old fire hall.
Hate to say it this way, but you have to look at some of your lounge area or whatever that you've got to have as equipment storage. It's nice to have, but this is training equipment, right? There.
European initiative at the county. That includes bunches. Finance, HR kind of things.
Yeah, it's really a foundational system that allows us to integrate a lot of the areas within the township. So from finance, payroll, HR, like there's other components, perhaps procurement. It really is modernizing and moving us forward. I would be reluctant um, to not participate because I think there will be economies of scale in participating with the county on this one.
I was just gonna say that finance has a sizable reserve. And really, finance does not buy much in terms of significant capital. So, but there continues to be money put into that reserve, a fairly decent amount annually. So you might be able to remove that out of the surplus and take it from the finance reserves.
Councillor McKelvey.
So I would suggest that for both the ERP and the asset management citywide, that should just come from the reserves. The shed, I'm a no-go on a 10 by 10, $20,000 shed. If we're not gonna do anything with the old fire hall,
$200 a square foot.
he's got all kinds of space over there in the old ambulance base.
There.
The municipal building washroom renovation, so that's the ones down here. The crosswalk sidewalk improvements, like I said, I would like to see that change to be something to get us ready for funding. So whatever staff thinks that is.
I think that there's an awful lot here, and I think we need to take some of this away and come up with some ideas as to, if everybody can come up with the list of what they feel is,
Well,
because my list may be very different than your list or whatever. So I'm, in terms of what I would get rid of.
But I thought,
yeah, I think for me, the input is valuable in terms of just hearing where council, what council is thinking of. I lost my train of thought there for a second.
well, I don't think we can wait and because of this whole 30-day
Mhm.
thing. Like,
Mhm.
we've got to be able to give staff some direction today.
I-
And it can't just be me talking here. So
No.
if people just maybe nod their heads and not, like, you almost need to take some straw votes here that we either agree or we don't.
No, I think we've heard, we want the capital portion of the tax levy to be at the same level as last year. I've made notes related to some of our projects, that, may not make the list. It was great of Lori to offer up Zach's, finance reserve for those two projects, yeah. So I've noted that.
On first day.
Right, yeah. Day one, you lose your reserves.
Well,
The other one that I did ask Ms. McGuigan before she left is what's the impact of not expanding the columbarium? And it really is, impact to people who are looking for that sort of service, and we wouldn't have any revenues coming in. So I think it's twofold. It's an impact to the customer and the client.
And that again, maybe could be if we got some kind of a financing plan as far as, what the cemetery reserves are at.
I would like us to look at all of our reserves.
Well, I would like a list of all of our reserves and what's in them too, but I don't think Lori's I'm assuming trying to do budget, you haven't done reserves in year end. Like, I think it's a critical piece of this budget. I have one other. I'm struggling with a bulldozer, so I don't know how everybody else feels, but I don't know any landfill site in Halberton County that uses a bulldozer. This is $150,000.
Oh, we either do that or we buy another backhoe.
See, we have an excavator up there, so I really question the wisdom of a bulldozer. I don't get it. It's a nice to have, but it's not a necessity and
Well, in your opinion.
in my opinion, yes,
So
absolutely.
I don't know. I mean, I think it's something that we look at and what's the alternative? I mean, the bulldozer is, believe me, was the alternative to the original pieces of equipment they wanted, so.
Well, yeah, at one point we heard there was gonna be a second grader. I was glad it wasn't.
Anyway, so, I mean, it's something that we can look at, obviously. Counselor Sisson.
I think for all it would be used, that a renting one would be a lot cheaper than this. If you rent it for a day every month or 2 days a month, it would be far cheaper than owning it, and then you get all the upkeep. You know what upkeep is like nowadays.
I know.
So in my opinion, if you need a bulldozer, you rent it.
That's what I was going to suggest because years ago, Hawk River used to do just that and it was cheaper than actually purchasing the bulldozer.
They can get the right size. I don't know what size the dozer and NASCAR, but it has to be a certain height to be even, or weight to be effective anyway.
All right, so there's another idea, concept. But I think looking at the reserves, like we said, spending the finance reserve on, on one, if not two of those projects, and looking at the reserves in other areas. I mean, we're sitting on whatever it is, 10 million or dollars worth of reserves, whether or not that's. I will disagree with Oscar. I think, you can have too much reserve. And it's, the reserves are there yes, for the rainy day, but also for saving up to be able to buy things for your future. And, so that also could potentially change this, so depending what the reserves are.
I think what we've done is first look at that list. We've taken a significant amount out of that surplus column. Down in the 2024 surplus. The one to the left of it there. We've also staff needs to find another 100,000 off there.
There's 20 from the transportation of the mullet material.
Yeah, we've got 20,000 there. and
That's
then-
20 there. So
Through the chair, just in notes here, I have to remove $80,000 for the one full-time labor and equipment resource for Public Works. Consider the removal of Nichols Road. Removal of.
we're not removing
no,
the
not-
road.
Oh, no.
Fund it differently.
Funding it.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry, removed from reserves. I apologize. You wanted it removed from reserves?
And funded from taxation.
And funded from taxation, sorry. Okay. Remove 19,500, that's is it MOLA implementation organization implementing the organic recycling program? Removal,
Was that 60? Sorry. Wasn't it 60,000?
No, the organic capital was around 20 and same with operating.
yeah. It was 19,500, right?
Right.
Okay.
3 times 6.5.
Right. Removal of the $20,000 for the installation of a small shed to store fire department equipment and training props. The ERP project could come from finance reserves. Removal of $30,000 columbarium. Removal of the $150,000 bulldozer for the township's waste.
No,
Just, well,
columbarium was gonna be looked at by staff to finance it differently.
Okay.
And the other one coming from the finance reserve, Vicky, was the asset management software.
I have that one. Is it called ERP?
No, there's the ERP
Okay.
and the asset management
Oh,
software.
And the asset management software was in the 25 budget as a transfer from reserve, I thought. So it was, but it was gonna be used from the reserve, not a surplus, so.
Right.
We were just talking about the municipal building too, and I had said with the washrooms, that seems like a lot. But up top, we have, where's it says, there's the roof. Then there's the council chambers, AV finishes. They're on a different line than the municipal building washroom. Are we assuming that it's gonna be $100,000 just for the washroom renovations?
When you do plumbing and mechanical will be the expensive parts, putting finishes back together.
That,
And we're just gonna look at this hallway as well.
So you're looking at push button, accessibility issues?
We're going to be looking at, as soon as you start renovating, you have to look at that kind of thing.
Yeah, so that, and again, that has to go through the accessibility committee at the county, and they'll definitely want you to have the push buttons.
Is it?
So there's a couple more things here too, council. You just wanted to consider boat launches increasing the budget line for repairs.
No, I didn't
No,
want
I
to
think
go.
that was.
I just want it spent.
Right.
And then I know Councillor Johansson mentioned about revenue in the gallery to bring the budget, oh, sorry, I think this was Councilor McKelvey, commission revenue in the gallery to bring the budget down or bring down the expenses, not prepared to provide an extra 20,000.
But again, if staff is going to go back and look at the operating costs,
We can
from,
take that in.
that's maybe part of it. I don't know.
Okay. And then Councillor Johansson just mentioned about extra money allocated for the cultural center resources for the museum for decommissioning and commissioned artifacts. Did you still want to leave that?
I think we should look at it, what the options are. May not be something we can do, but you at least know what the options are.
And then for the hall, it was 50,000 in the levy to pay for the debenture amended budget, contribution to reserve. And then we were just talking about the 2027 loan payment, which we discussed further down.
We have to look at it all, see how it all would fit together. No, obviously, yes. So we have to, and that's why we're looking at these capital projects, what we could take out.
Are we still back to then? We won't meet again until the regular council meeting?
No.
Or?
I'd like to meet on the Tuesday before.
Welcome back. I.
Yeah.
What time?
Yeah.
No. Should we have submitted our suggestions for changing the budget, or we wait until we get all this information?
Well, if you've got some ideas, I would suggest, discussing it with the CAO and getting them in. I mean, we might as well,
That's probably.
anything we can do
Cause I can.
before the 8th would be better.
Are we absolutely sure you can't waive the 30 days?
You get 19 years of sitting through the budget. I'm finding this one the most difficult because like most of us sitting here, like when somebody says, I'm like, yep, we agree, we're shaking our heads. Like, so what, are we all gonna write in and say that this is the adjustments we want made? Or like, I mean, we've kind of broken it down to what with Vicky now, is there, I guess I just explained the procedure before we meet that on January 6th to make sure we don't miss something, but it just seems totally redundant for 6 people to put in the same
No,
requests when it's all been just tracked by the clerk.
So my thought, and I haven't had a chance to talk to the clerk, would be we'll summarize. We'll circulate. Right. Look at that. Yeah, no.
Big gold
So,
star.
so what it would be, and Vicky, jump in because it's late in the day, is there would be a summarizing of this. And then when we meet, it could be that, I mean, council has to officially pass those by resolution as formal amendments, right? So as long as we've received it from one, it will go on as a formal amendment that then the rest of you will say, yes, we're in favor of that, or no, we're not.
And that's exactly what my thinking was. I mean, really at the end of the day, even if another member of council proposes an idea, that doesn't mean you have to formally pass that motion. You're gonna decide at the table before it's done on the 8th. But as much as possible, we would like to put that summary on the agenda so that the public can see council's suggested amendments.
Councilor McKelvey?
I honestly thought we'd be able to do that today. I thought we'd be able to say, council recommends that the mayor's budget be amended to include or to remove And that's where I've normally seen that happening at other councils that have the strong mayor's powers, that we did it, but we haven't. And it's 5:30, so we can't. But I just want to make sure we have an opportunity to still do that on the fly, not have to submit it to you.
No, through the chair, that's absolutely correct. Any changes can be made when we come back to the table. It just has to be done by resolution.
Yes.
Okay?
Okay, so then you're gonna send this summary to it, like, before you go on? Chris?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that this week
We'll do it this week.
we'll get.
Yeah.
And we will
I
have
don't
a
want to be thinking
reserve-
about this
up.
on Boxing Day. Preferably, because then we can help craft the wording as well.
Just an email. It's not, you don't have to come up with all the official words.
No, we'll figure that.
It's too bad you couldn't give us the first blurb of what the resolutions. Oh, your bottle's singing there. I don't blame you. It is 20 to 6. It would be nice if you gave us the resolution wording that, be resolved that the mayor's budget is hereby amended at, or whatever it is you want in that first blurb, and then we could work to give you that. Or no?
I can include that if you like. I mean, I have something sort of drafted if you were going to sort of make a change today. And basically it was just that, whereas the 2026 mayoral budget was presented at today's December 15th, 2025 special council meeting. And whereas members of council may propose amendments to the mayoral 2026 proposed tax supported or rate supported water and wastewater budget. Therefore, be it resolved that the proposed 2025 tax supported budget be amended as follows. And then I would just point, or sorry, 2026, I apologize. And then I would just put in points, what those proposed amendments would be. And then same with, the rate supported. So I would just separate it out, one for the tax supported and one for the rate supported. Is council comfortable with that?
Yeah.
I think that's,
You don't all have to
You
send
don't
it.
What I don't, I think, oh, anything sense, so I won't bother. Then just
Oh.
on the table.
Well, you could do it at the table at that meeting. Like you could, so when we come back on January the 8th or whatever
Sixth.
day we propose, the 6th, you could actually do it at that time.
As staff, based on these lists that you and I have. put
That's
together,
exactly what.
Can we do that and then and council have a look at it?
That's on the 6th.
Oh, that's on.
That's on the 6th.
Okay, but that's what I was asking.
That's what we're going to do. We're going to email,
that's
sorry,
what-
excuse me. We're going to email it around so that every member of council can see the drafted amendments that were discussed today. And then if you see an additional item that you wish to propose, you can send it through to the CAO. And the CAO will have a discussion with the finance staff and the clerk, and then we'll include that on the agenda for the next round. We're gonna work on that probably tomorrow.
stay tuned.
Does that? I just think everybody's wore out and tired. I don't think we're gonna get anywhere today.
All right, anything else that needs to be clarified today? Anything else needs to be clarified today?
No, Mr. Mayor, I do want to thank council for their time.
Confirming that.
Moved by Counselor Sisson, seconded by Counselor McKelvey, that bylaw 25-128 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council held during its special meeting of December 15th, 2025 be received, read a first time, considered read a second and third time, and finally passed with the corporate seal affixed.
All those in favor? That is carried. Adjournment.
Moved by Counselor McKelvey, seconded by Deputy Mayor Sell, be it resolved that the December 15th, 2025 special council meeting is hereby adjourned at 5:42 PM.
All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much for everybody for your participation and your thoughts. Still a long way to go, but we'll get there. And have a very Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everybody.